5 years ago, the dungeons were declared real, and now black smoke hides the sky of New York. The Chinese fortress has lost its protection. Romance on the roof of the city seeks not love, and the pyramids no longer make views. Creepy monsters spread everywhere, destroyed cities, destroyed buildings, and trampled the efforts of thousands of people, sighing difficultly in the covered streets. In different corners of the universe, planets appeared rapidly. The monster emerged next to them, and later this moment would be called worldwide panic. Noise, screams, the smell of another's fear. For more than 5 years, a dark-haired young man climbed stairs from the darkness, striking to the bright light that called him up. On the island of Hokkaido, in the heart of Sapporo, Chikuho, the most dungeon, meets everyone in the gate of the park odor. Hear the hole, the coins call, the warriors are lured by girls' views, and traders are loudly praising their shops. The warrior's shoulders shuddered. The guy accidentally hit him in the crowd, looked around looking for the culprit, and the stranger had already disappeared in the harmony of the voices and rustling of steps. Haruki Karaboshi's heroes, 27, returned home with empty hands. Loneliness and sadness would soul. In Japan, those who challenge the monsters in the dungeons are called adventure seekers. Here would be more effort, I have thought. These are the situations that lead to work. He imagined a veteran with a smile. It was an interesting experience, so now peace overcomes anxiety. The girls who stretched to the blogger of the Tatsun, the roar of voices gathered everyone around him, and Karaboshi plunged into the phone, scrawled his unknown blog, and sigh. Almost no one read his lines. The wheels rolled the roads, the night air is fresh, transparent, and the stars in the bad sky flashed behind the window. The wheels are noisy on the asphalt. The young man looks out the window. There the broken houses come to life under the hands of masters. The recently rebuilt yard meets it off the warehouse. Fatigue blurred consciousness, but running the door to the pantry, it stopped. The floor is torn. The earthly move leads down into the darkness, and a narrow staircase winds along the wall. Inside, the eye of the guy was wide open. Under the walls of the pits, things hung out of the pits, and the air kept the smell of an old tree in silence, through which to hear their own breath. The loose land was an entrance to the dungeon. The guy was frozen, confused, breathed in the damp air, and could not understand how it all happened. Among the junk on the wall, his snowshine flashed, the same, bought for 300,000 yen. The heart squeezed, he shouted as if he saw a disaster, and tears and confusion were punched in his eyes. For months, Karabosha rescued a penny, worked hard, dreaming of this snowball, because the snow was swallowing his yard in the winter, and with him peace, forcing him to think at night. How to handle. On the cold earth, his gaze touched a strange object. His palm touched the plates. Pressing the button, he revived the screen, which suddenly illuminated the darkness with a soft glow. The bright light from the tablet poured everything around, and Karabosha watched with confusion as he penetrates the skin of the boy, shrewdly and mysteriously. The cold touched his skin. He did not understand how this thing got inside, and the awareness of the heart had dreamed of fear. How to extract this pill. But suddenly a strange window came before the eyes. From the window, the motors were buzzing military vehicles. The door was slamming. The soldiers ran away, to the alarming challenge, which they took them here in the middle of the night. In the garage, the military came across an underground passage and feverishly searched the owner. The guy approached, greeted, but did not notice him. Everyone dug in the phones, trying to find out at least something until Haruka was approaching again, talking loudly to them. The views of the soldiers were different. The boy was like a shadow from the air for them. And once he was also not noticed at school. Only he believed. Once the adventures would make him visible. The soldier apologized and hurriedly asked the documents, dreaming of escaping as soon as possible and gaining glory. He wondered if he was in the dungeon. In response, he heard, "Not yet," and the soldier promised that he could go down there when the protective barricades were delivered. The sand was pouring through his fingers when the bags were lazy under the garage, and the grid rushed in the wind, promising protection against other people's eyes. To the surprise of the guy, the case was finished once or twice. The soldiers asked if he lost something in the dungeon, and only Karabush remembered the snow shovel. He heard sympathetic words immediately in response. Friends quickly took up the cars, clicking the door, saying goodbye to the man about the departure, and he sincerely thanked for his help, his voice in his brunge. The soldiers gazed and asked if the guy was going to the jog. In response, a quiet "yes" was heard, and in a moment, a warning to be careful, even with new barricades nearby. Karabashi thanked them sincerely, and the soldiers gave honor, and, sliding their eyes, lingered on the boy's colorful shirt. The soldiers performed their own. In the dust they moved the steps, and the guy, catching their movement, ran after, inhaling the smell of rain and burning. He puts on work clothes, takes out the sword, feels cold steel in his hand. The hunting time is approaching. In the air, smells of tension and a raw morning. The card slipped into the machine, the turnstile clicked, and in the garage, empty, only the moon of steps. He closed his eyes, touched his chest with his palm, and called quietly. Let him appear. Let him not leave him alone. Before her eyes a bright plate flashed, and a window flashed behind her, like letters flying in the wind. It turned out that this device comes to life only in the dungeon. Artifacts with a mysterious glow hide in the chests or waiting after victory, giving everyone extraordinary power. The plate shone on the details of Karabosha. And he, sitting on a slope, twisted a new device in his hands, passionately solved the mechanism, pressed the letter H. Suddenly, there was hiding a hint. How to revive it all. A new icon with the letter H, the guy thought on the screen. If there are ranks A or C, then this is the top. Funny. And now, by gaining skills, you can improve artifacts or your skills. Clicking on the skills opened the table as a game. Strength, speed, endurance, everything clearly in lines, and among them quietly shined with the point of secrecy, which did not shine at all the maximum, and it surprised the boy. Sitting, he looked at the skills. The mysterious special remained incomprehensible. But accelerated growth promised more points for victory over monsters. And the heart was killed faster from impatience. In his eyes, a spark was played when he brought his skill to the border. He gave everything to the last drop, and later felt emptiness and pity, because the forces were not left at all. In the hope of redistributing points, he rose, sat in the saddle, and headed further into the depths of the dungeon, where the walls smelled of rawness, and silence deafly echoed. The stairs were pouring down the shimmering glow. The gems were burning everywhere. The boy was overwhelmed by joy, his eyes glowing with delight. The light was pouring from the walls of the cave. They seemed to breathe a glow. The blades easily crashed into a soft clay floor, and in the chest squeezed from anxiety, as suddenly a shadow was moving behind his back. It was a monster. A huge scolopendra crawled in front of her. A lower-moving monster, and her main vulnerable places hid in thin tendrils on her head. Karabosi frozen with fear, not knowing whether to run or fight. The monster's antennas moved in the air. He saw, cut, and the monster would lose the orientation, will not be able to attack, so he first decided to neutralize, and then to crush his head. The heart moves, the guy holds the defense, and the monster rushes forward. The army whistles at the cheek, the centipede is almost touched, the armor has already been scratched. Fear comes to the throat. Jarabosi believed in his own strength. He boldly rushed forward, cutting the air and rushing to the monster. His heart pounded. The dream of victory was sweet and bright. Running on the fly, cut off the antenna of the monster, sworn to hit his head with all power, but the monster only quenched and fought stubbornly. Stone wrapped his tail, but the guy had time to jump. He felt, though a monster and faster, but his strength was lacking. You need to get into the same place on your head again. The blade was strengthened in the air with force and the boy into the temple. A dim look and a hot wave of pain ran through the skin. Suddenly, the monster's scales cracked. It fell, and the guy exhaled and fell on the ground, tired and happy that the first battle behind. Kaboshki picks up from the ground, the heart beats like a crazy, and in the veins the heat is pouring. It decides to cut the monster in half before others jump. The brittle heat squeezed the body, breathed hard, sweat sticks to the skin. It has come insidious fever, which leaves without strength. In the Chica's dungeon, such convulsions did not twist it, whether it was rapid growth, or maybe the centipede has affected it. When he cut the monster, with each movement of the knife gained more than expected, and between the sticky meat came across a fragment that suited to the armor. For the first time he wondered if everything was fine, and fatigue had already hardly stopped his shoulders. Karabos finished cutting the monster, thinking how to use these remains. The shell could be a wonderful armor, which expensive as honey as a fragrant will go for sale, and the place in the bag is quite little. It was necessary to hesitate what parts to leave. Menopeda meat. Can you eat? He cut a piece, sniff a strange, slightly damp smell, and it tastes like slippery, unknown. Ancestors would have long decided, to eat or not. Stone meat is tastelessly rustled on the teeth. neither smell nor taste, only dull warmth slides in the throat. Drinking water. You can eat, but no joy, only a bitter taste. With the advent of the dungeons, the earth went up. The food was not enough. The vegetables became a luxury, so the monster decided to leave for a rainy day. The smell of the sweet was still wandering in the air when Karaboshi sat down to the laptop. Their eyes shone, their fingers were running nervously on the keys. It is time to the adventurer's site, where everyone shares their own stories. Hardly touching this site for the first time, the newcomer has already felt a confidence growing, and the chances of survival are slowly growing with every click. The site smelled of a mystery. Vicky collects descriptions of horrific monsters and advice for battle, and talking on the forum, a fresh tape of blogs lured every day. Mouse, and update is completed. The dark maze suddenly opened in the basement, so the guy wrote about it in a blog, hoping for a mad curiosity. But in an hour he saw only 3 times. The contradiction looked at the counter of views. It was not believed that so much work had been almost unnoticed, and I wanted to believe that he had broken. Tears pinched his eyes. None read his thoughts, though the blog seemed the best. At that moment, a new post of Beacon's Traveler appeared, and the world seemed to look there. Raper is one who stands at the top of the Become an Adventure ratings. It is lined up in lines of companies, giving new weapons and generous contracts only for the places received. Bacon is a well-known ranker, a chunky grandfather who loves to train newcomers in his spare time, and with his naked torso goes into the dungeon alone and laughs, swallowing the adventures like fresh air. The Masatsug Ranger stubbornly rushes into the depths of the dungeon. In his eyes the thirst for victory swells. It is he who is the unbreakable hero, the record holder of the longest hike into the complex dungeon of the Shinzyuk Station, the formidable heart of Japan. Tears rolled on the cheeks, and the thought of the Masakug did not release. Maybe he is now in battle. The hero greedily studied the site, marigrading Bacon. Among the adventurers, only one girl leveled with her. Shigur peacefully teshed the air with a bamboo sword in Old Dodzio. No defeat, honed by honing victory from childhood. Karabu cast her gaze with contempt. He was alien to her. The Shigur was silent, not having news, and the boys remained relentless, so he angrily slammed on the table. Silence threw from this sound. Finally, the mind cleared. A mysterious magical thing in his hands, and a dark dungeon, full of unknown rustles and adventure calls, is waiting in the garage. Faith is filled. He jumped on the windowsill and, catching the breath of the wind, exclaimed in the night, "Forward, to the dungeon. There he will finally notice. He will become stronger there." Cardabot broke the portieres, kissing on his heads. 100 dead bodies, more and more fatigue in his hands, and in his soul he was shaking ashamed. Every animal seems to be a defenseless child. The body was less exposed to diseases, so he explored the dungeon, drawing a map in a notepad, and in the end, one of the aisles took it into fresh air. Finally it became clear. The first floor ended here, and then, above the ceiling, something flashed, as if the shadow had flashed and forced the step. Only a dozen scolopendra danced around, and the Karabosha froze, not believing the eyes. The horrific monsters were pushing from everywhere, and he did not want the battles. Only fear in his chest. The sword whistled in his hands. Lightning cuts one of the monsters, and the rest, roaring and growling, rushing forward, not even sighing him. One of them sworn to hit his head, but the guy immediately appreciated the situation, sharply turned out and struck the monster with a devastating blow. One cut, and the monster disappeared. His heart was pungent from pride. Yesterday he had already defeated one monster, and since he turned up, the world was becoming more and more ghostly. Among the bodies of fallen monsters, he suggested that the strange power quickly grew these creatures. The terrible monsters broke up under his blows, and in memories of competitions with adventures in Chicago broke out. Now, in a matter of days, he managed to destroy 200 monsters, not noticing how he became stronger, looking at his blade. Even when the body is mentioned, the border has already been achieved, and children's problems behind. It's time to take weapons in your hands, squeezing the arms so that in the veins, the anticipation of the battle is buzzing in the veins. On the stairs that stretched to the second floor, he opened his sign. The first floor was silent without bosses. No drop of skills was added. The stairs flying down on the wings of hope. The guy dreams, as the strength in it sprouts and drives himself further, to the second floor, where the walls smell of dust and the light trembles. The gaze slid around. Everything is unchanged, habitual, As if yesterday. There are rumors that the landscape changes only at the 10th level, and deeper becomes more heavier, and only a 10th of the brave men comes further. Next is a solid mystery. The whispering of fear trembled in the heart, when living plants stretched on the 2nd floor, their stems stirred, the strange tubers cut the earth, and the boy puzzled on this strange game. The meadows sneaked into Karaboshi slowly, alert, with each other's step squeezing the space, and he, struck by horror, felt a spooky cold on the skin and a deaf heart knock. The gentle rustle of grass under his feet, he was scattered in the eyes of horror and disgust. These ugly creatures are the same meadows that have not been wrong recently. Let the fear squeeze his chest with a burning wind, but he gathered all the rage. The sword flashed in his hands, coldly cutting enemies one by one, until the last movement, the last blow, the mood, not covered the field with a damp. On the ground, boughs were lying, mutilated, exhausted, with a bitter smell of blood and metal. The young man's gaze slowly faded, and a wave of nausea rises in his throat. Each breath became unbearable. Before the home, the boughs were hung. The dream of becoming the only seller of vegetable monsters from the here matures. Such bows quickly buy, and the broken blade hints. Tomorrow, the way lies in the weapon shop. In a quiet store, time was stretched with a sticky web. The saleswoman was bored, and did not notice how thoughts were rotating around one anxiety. Whether there would be at least a result today, or at least someone would come. Tasty on the plate, eggs from Katuri resorted to glory. They steamed, smelled of freshness, tasted the young man better than any 40th, and this filled him with joy. Katori's house is filled with soft light, smells of fresh bread in the air, and his heart squeezes anxiety. He intended to do a good thing as a sign of gratitude, because he is convinced that neighbors should be a support for each other. Gator remembered how juicy bulbs were collecting with his wife, until the scary monsters were cut off happiness. Memories burned his heart. The pain of the loss compressed his soul. And Karaboshi felt this longing with him. A clumsy smile, and apologies to swallow the air between the boy and the old man, but the grandfather is only warm for the conversation, asks if you go underground again. The guy nods, in his voice. Peace, yes, he will have. At first, he brought the guy to the center, where the girl in the glasses noticed shells on his helmet, looked around, looking for the owner. And when Boshi's punishment leaned straight to her face, fear walked the cold on his back. He stretched her shells, silently waiting for the grade, and in the voice of a girl who trembled with fear, the question was, "That's all you brought?" "Almost 200. The guy proudly called the number. The sparks of her surprise played in her eyes. She asks if all of him. The claim was a sign of victory for him. She appreciated the shells with a vigilant look, asked a little waiting, said the assessment was completed. The boy 216. The undamaged ones pulled on 1,000 yuan with scratches, hundreds of each. Hearing that 153,800 could be transferred to him, he frozen. Surprise. Then thanked the verse and came out. The door closed gently behind his back. Another 5% of the sight from the site. And already 164,460 naira in the pocket, thanks to the generosity of hundreds of legs. Now it will be enough for gasoline. But inside it was a thirst for something more. He was instantly surrounded by a whirlwind of exciting things. His eyes flashed on the walls. Weapons glitter on the walls. Swords, daggers, and shields sparkled on the shelves as if fantasy came to life. The gaze slid on the swords on the showcase. The two-handle blades glittered, and in the imagination it was already swollen. To go down into the darkness of the dungeon, to feel the breath of the adventure as a real seeker. He imagined the dagger shining in his hand, as everyone looks envious, and he fights one with a giant monster. The gaze stopped at the twilight out. The price was bitten. 1,000,000 yen. The price seemed to be just for a good middle-class weapon. He is already walking in the saleswoman and wondered if he likes this knife. The keys rolled in her hand. She promised to open the showcase. The guy was surprised that he was noticed, and for some reason now the anxiety was growing, stronger than during the battle with centipedes. The joy overwhelmed her breasts when the girl was smiling, suggested to take and even try a dagger from the showcase. The heart ran in a frantic rhythm, the palms were moistened, and the breath caught the breath from excitement. The handle of the wolf's dagger burned the palm, and with the cold, the steel suddenly broke out in unexpected surprise. The dagger was silently laying in the palms of his hand, without giving in. The weapon from the materials of the dungeon herself chooses the owner, she whispered. And the simple treasure-seeker did not overcome her to destroy the great monsters with her. This dagger did not fit him, so the girl nodded at other. More expensive, but sharp, shiny, as if created for a real battle. One of them immediately fell to the guy to the liking. The blade slid from the vagina, heavy but comfortable in his hand. The saleswoman assured, it was a silver wolf dagger. He waved him, felt confidence in the movement, and the girl smiled. This dagger, him. Do they sell a statement that is not suitable? He asked, and she sighed. Yes. Some only buy for appearance or price, and then returns to quarrel and demand money back. It was thought that it is probably not easy. But such visitors would simply not slip out of her hands. She reassured him. It is not necessary to worry, and he cunningly answered and stunned. The dagger would not give it. When asked about the level, he just shrugged. Still a newcomer, in a shabby armor with traces of fighting. On the edge of the showcase she sat opposite, calmly said, "It is madness. I do not want you to die or wounded, because the heart will not withstand such anxiety." When wept, she asked quietly whether she was right. He agreed gently, trying to reassure, but the girl suddenly suggested changing armor, and he had a joke to buy them for her. For the armor gave 50,000 yins, for the silver dagger of the wolf, 98,000. A strange mask cost only 500. Total 148,500 it. And the saleswoman bowed low in gratitude. Yuzuki Akane, 27 years old, a helper at the Echibishi weapons store, sighed with relief. Today it was finally managed to get rid of the stinking mask that everyone was bypassed. To breed Karabesh for her is a trifle. The glowing gust of the gust burned inside. I wanted to run to a nearby shop, to tell about their victory, to catch the passionate looks, and to feel the whisper of surprise. It turned out that the dagger of the silver wolf would only be obeyed to the middle level. According to the data, this beast lives on the 6th or 8th floors of the Shikajik subway. It is from his fangs that they are forging weapons for experienced. She was surprised why Karabosha called himself a newcomer. But he did not want to ask about it. And Karabosha did not understand why he stood up in a row. The steps were given to the moon under his feet when he went down to the first floor of the dark dungeon Chica. When a dungeon appeared in the garage, the guy was surprised why everyone was so much exploring this place. People were fussing around, passionately arguing where they would go to hunt for monsters, and only he did not feel this magnetism. Today, Boshi's punishment was going with the crowd of the corridor. The brand new armor rustled on her shoulders, and the breasts of the breast were an impatient desire for change. The monsters from the first floors were enough. Breathing became deeper, and with every step, the darkness of the dungeon around the heart strokes. He went further, descending deeper, and suddenly felt his strength moving to the 2nd level. The lower you go down, the higher the level, he thought, receiving the skills, even without going into the dungeon. It is at this point that a monster sneaks behind his back. Instant reaction, and the blade is tightened into the soft body. The monster turned out to be weak, and it became clear. These multi-legged ones would no longer be a threat. Perhaps the whole thing is in the sharpness of the new knife, which the seller praised. The thought of burning the cheeks with heat. He moved the darkness further, descending the stairs and dreaming that the people would finally diminish. But even if so, the monster will appear again. Suddenly, something was embarrassed behind her back, as if the air had darkened and died down, forcing her to turn. In the carpet of the grass suddenly flashed a gray rabbit. He jumped straight under his feet, pushed him sideways, and fluttering his ears, bounced, and behind him in a pursuit of a traveler baked in a chase. The head broke out in the head. This is the rabbit predator. The beast jumped sharply. The throw was insanely strong, but the boy was rescued by a new armor. Wiki right. This rabbit is fast, the paws are strong, and the meat and horns are very valuable. After the impact, the reality returned. The rabbit rushed forward again, but the guy defended himself, crossing his hands, catching every sharp movement and crazy breath of the beast. The knife is sniffed. The monster was rejected with a sharp motion, and the rabbit has already landed softly, and, without hesitation, rushed forward again. Karaboshi caught every movement hard without taking his eyes to avoid being bred. A moment, and the arrow strikes the rabbit. He falls, barely he screams, and the guy lightly gives out the prey without leaving the shadows of hope. Karaboshi tiredly rubbed sweat after the battle, when 3 guys, roaring in the grass, found a dead rabbit. He confessed that he had killed him, but the boys did not even hear, and the earth under his feet suddenly shuddered. Something great came. They whispered about the rabbit, hoped to win time, and they threw away anxiously. The parade of the monster was close. The guy was catching the scraps of words, and the meaning slipped out the smoke. The bait had to distract the monsters. The boys rushed down, and the main character jumped sharply and flew to the exit, swallowing heavy air and looking back over his shoulder. The corridor of the dungeon was buzzing with human voices, when in the crowd the girl was suddenly addressed. Is it really called her hand? And is she who is looking for? Karen heard. Those guys said they were throwing ads on the forum and decided that it was a joke. But she hoped for them today, and they were for her, and were glad to meet. Lars, Shikama, and Harry were told. 3 strangers who immediately drew her age. 18. Wonder. Lars looked from under his forehead and asked if he could rely on her. The cold ran through her skin. Laughter rolled down in the camp, they said. So, just not with Shikam. The girl trembled with impatience to try the gear, but advised not to fever and stay nearby. She listened to the boys silently. They said that they would go down below the 9th floor, and everyone moved together. With every step of the girl, fatigue appeared in her eyes. Her face pale, she was getting worse. After the fighting with strong monsters, fatigue flowed with each cell. And when the guy offered her to rest, she only waved. It is impossible to stop. The strength would still be enough. She noted that for the ordinary girl and bold, and the girl looked around in surprise. Even the adventurers rarely descend below the 2nd level, and there is a real danger. In the dark, the moon was rolled by strange sounds, from which the girl shuddered. Korea followed the end of the tunnel, and when asked about the monster, he answered quietly. They are not yet, but they are already close. The girl's heart was pounding from anxiety. She excitedly asked what to do now, but the answer lay on the surface. Everyone rushed on the side, rushing to escape from this dangerous place. The words about the parade were mixed in Karen's head. She listened in confusion, wanting to understand everything. And then Shikama, playfully blinking, saying that there was a monstrous gate. In the source, they advised to stay away from the parade. Monsters and massals move. The reasons can be different, and it is dangerous for adventure seekers here. The girl stopped, looked around. There was a lot of rabbit monsters, and she shouted to others. The guys rushed forward without looking back. Her cry, "Wait!" disappeared in the Gamri, and in response only angry. "Why you are so slow? Can't you run faster?" Shikaki threw a feverishly, "If you do not help her, not a man." The boys argued, noisy, and the girl only caught their voices in a confusion and did not understand what was happening. View's face, blink, and already turned to the girl. In their eyes mixed surprise and hidden anxiety. The girl felt now there would be a fight, and it was not believed that nearby, real strengths. It pleased and gave confidence. She hid behind her backs, though she hoped to escape from the blow. But the chucks became a shield in front of her and, pushing quietly, pushed back. Karen flew back without understanding what was happening, hurt the ground, and found herself away from others until Shikami quit. Someone would have to become a bait. Karen was not surprised to happen. The boys broke out of place and rushed away. She shouted to them after, but only anxiously looked around a bright, loud crowd. On all sides, killer rabbits are rushed. The wool is rolled up, the paws are finally knocked, and it sits motionless, icy with fear and despair, barely dare to breathe. The eyes of the rabbits were burning with anger. They stubbornly rapped with a look, forcing the girl to sown with fear. Through tears she begged for salvation, not wanting to die among this spooky silence. Running a new moon to the parade, stared at the hole, and suddenly through the crowd, bloody rabbits slipped through the crowd, fleeing in the homun under the drums. Seeing the ring of figures thickened around the girl, the guy slid his eyes on his skills and without hesitation, moved to help, though his hands tremble a little with uncertainty. Glasses are empty, the rank decreased to G. The mask lay on the face, and in the air smelled anxiety. Every crumb of power was now in weight of life. The monsters were already rushing from the dark. With a deaf roar, they jumped to the girl on all sides. Her cry sounded sharply like despair through the night. The young man rushed to the defense, squeezed the rabbits, and the girl, taking his breath, realized with surprise, she survived. The killer rabbits rushed to the guy on all sides. The wool flew in the air, the paws were hurt, and he defended himself with the only dagger in his right, feeling the smell of wild wool and a wicked squeak. Holds a miracle. Only one skill in stock, and inside everything burns. The nausea compresses the stomach, and the head is split from the echo of pain. The fatigue pressed, but inside the excitement broke. Adventures and courage were circling in the soul. Everything around became closer and brighter. Hard breathing clenched the breasts. The legs were tired of fatigue, and the body begged for rest after a grueling battle. The relief slid on his shoulders. He sighed gladly. Alive. A girl approached him, quietly rustling with grass. The heart jumped under the ribs, and the guy decided she was frightened by the mask. She apologized for a strange sound, and he assured with a calm smile everything was fine, and thought if not to take off the mask. The girl touched his hands with trembling fingers. Tears rolled on his cheeks. She thanked the salvation voice for the salvation, and in her words, she sounded sincere thanks. He wanted to say something, but she just whispered that she had already finished, sobbing unrestrained, and salty tears dropped him in his hand. Her voice sounded through the night, torn everything around, and the guy, squeezing his palms, was glad. She was alive, was able to save. Together divided the prey, smelled of fresh meat and metal. The guy thanked for his help, learned. Her name is Karen Krasaki, and he, Kiraboishi. She asked with a smile when she removed the mask. Going back, she stretched his bag, silently allowing to carry. Stepping side by side, she asked the boy with interest in her voice. He just replied that he was a newcomer here, not a ranger. She looked in surprise. The beginner rushed into the crowd of monsters, and he confessed. Something pushed him forward. She did not believe, and he could not understand it. It was only through the skills panel that it did not work, though she could not explain it. Karabosh described 3 strangers who he noticed when he went to the monster and asked if they were known to her. The insult broke out in her voice. She explained that she met them in the forum, and those boys immediately took her to her team. To protect people, this is the work of the adventure. But the young man could not forgive the lightness and betrayal of the weak, though he knew. Sometimes there was a moment when the escape became the only advice for a friend. But he could not forgive these guys for their actions. Even his heart squeezed against the insult. Akana stretched out the paper to the evaluator. The figures glowed with a triumph. The income of her shop increased by 200% per year, and a spark was almost erupted from the heart. The warm smell of coffee is barely swollen, and at the counter the tension. She asked how things were in the store, or everything is fine. But the evaluator sniffed sharply. Silent. She was reminded that despite the same position, someone was chief, but Akana grunted that he just works longer. In the air, the thought was, everyone is only concerned about the result. The girl asked who wins, and when he heard an assessment from an unnoticeable older woman, she was angry. The insults baked her cheek like a fresh scar. In the midst of the controversy, the door squeezed softly. The girls immediately pulled the business smiles, and seeing the guest, silently froze, as if the air around became more difficult. In the air, a stranger smelled. He stated that he wanted to sell everything, and reached for her to check the horns of the killer wing. The cane in her hand recognized the ancient buyer. 100 of them, said the guy, and in the camp felt a short breath of surprise. Akane knew that a newcomer with such rabbits not to cope, but also females without horns, so they are even more. And he is definitely not beginners. The evaluation completed the trophy inspection and, rustling with money, issued a remuneration 202,000 yuan for 101 horn rabbit killer, and a quiet, satisfied smile was stretched on his face. Jastam asked if he wanted to try the command function. She told how the reward shared between the participants. Everyone got his own service points, and it really favorably. He agreed without hesitation. Karen refused and said quietly that she did not help in battle. Only the horns carried behind her shoulders, and no more. Half of her horns, so he suggested to divide the reward. Akane is not surprised to hide. The girl did not believe that he dealt with the monsters on his own. The appraiser quietly explained that half of the amount could not be paid, and here the cane rang. The caribou recognized this sound. To read the case, the appraiser said, "It means to work overtime." She was too concerned with overtime, feared the loud reproaches of the chief, and her answer did not reassure Akane at all. A woman dressed in a robe explained the boy why she was moving so slowly, and smiling, asked him to wait a little. He nodded obediently and stopped silently. The 2 keys lay in the palm of his hand, softly clamping. Thanks for the patience. Akana flipped money into accounts. The amount was divided equally, everything clearly, and without unnecessary words. Thank you. They left the store. The appraiser asked why it was, and Akane, with a barely hidden annoyance, threw it out that it was an important client. Akana explained that the client is bringing money, and the orders of the chief are not so important. But the appraiser immediately felt neglect and strictly promised to report to the management. Akane smiled stolen. Once you would thank me, and this smile will become yours. Karaboshi said goodbye to Karen, and she quietly asked how to thank him. He just smiled. No need. The fire of desire to save her already burned in it. But in Karen still a background of gratitude. She quietly asked him to tell her whether she was able to repair something. Her voice trembled in a soft evening light. The girl's words were confused in consciousness. Every sound seemed unfamiliar, and the guy was confused with his thoughts, feeling he missed something. The words were stuck in the throat. Thoughts were confused, and communicating with others was like a thick fog. No confidence, only clumsiness and silence. The hot air in the car mixed with a deep breath. He asked her to forget everything that happened, pressed on the gas, and all the alarm was left behind, melted in the tire buzz. Caribou could not return home and stayed at the hotel. In the room fell on the bed, keeping in the palm of her palm fatigue, which was hard on her shoulders. Lying with a mask on his face, suddenly realized that he wore it all this time. That's why the administrator glanced at him so scared. He ran to the room. The spirit is intercepting, the hair is sting. He didn't even think about how strange it looks from the side. In the mask of the worry they were melting, as if everything was sleeping. And only today, when they paid attention to him, a sense of true presence appeared. He liked the night mask, and the road brought in a noisy treaty. Finally, Karabashi went into a bar impregnated with the smell of hops, where a mug of beer seemed to a holiday for 2,000, and a stranger nearby spoiled a moment, pushed him, and a special evening dissolved in a noise. The soft wall did not raise suspicion, and another traveler appeared nearby, and already in the air it smelled an interesting conversation about a man in a spooky mask, which did not seem like a newcomer. Carbosi touched a mug to the table, suddenly burst into tears of joy. The soul was felt that strangers noticed it, spoke, and in the room it was quietly smelled with fresh bread and warm beer. Finally, it was visible. She wanted to drink for their own presence, while the surprised neighbors first noticed a person nearby. The waitress put an order in an empty chair, and he, drunk, went to the hotel. In the hotel room, the fingers run on the keys. A blog about the battle with the parade pulvor is ready, full of faith. This story will find its reader. The memory is floating. Karen also led her blog. On the site he came across her blog, a post with the heading, "I was saved." The girl thanked the rescuer and swore never forgive the adventurers. The smile played on his mouth until the look stopped at something strange. She had 114 posts and 1,043 preserved. The laptop clicked, the light went out. The knight of the verse touched the shoulder when he lay down, feeling calm in the room. Meanwhile, in a closed chat, far from the monstroid rope, the whispers crawled around the name. But doubts trembled between words, as if they could not believe that all this was true. In the chat, someone asked how they generally guessed the guy's nickname if they were never seen. At dawn, the young man opened a laptop. 5 views, 3 bookmarks. A short sound of the keys dissolved between the morning light. The curtains dissolved the morning world, and the idea that someone left the bookmark on its page suddenly filled the soul with warmth and soft hope. He was already going home and dreamed of descent in the dungeon when the gaze fell on the mask, and all plans were dispelled like fog after the rain. The thoughts of yesterday drilled his head. He did not find the desire to look for a girl with a slogan, and he did not find it in the checkpoint of Chekhao. Then he realized he can write her through the sight. Finally, he caught her shadow in the crowd. The heart struck, the breath was caught, and the whole world narrowed to her figure. They greeted, and the guy asked how she recognized him without even calling his name. For the first time someone turned to him, as if he had given him a real miracle in the autumn morning. She replied that she noticed the mask. He was already confused, forgetting her, went to blush, and the guy was glad that he had bought this mask for only 500 yen. The story of those adventures was already nurturing inside, sought to escape from him, almost sparkled with impatience. The gaze slid sideways, and suddenly he noticed those guys among the noise and singing. She nodded, and a man, like a shadow, warned not disappear and followed. Under their views, he held his breath and hesitated. The 3 came to check if the Karen was alive. They should be seen, immediately poured with threats, and even kill them, so that they do not tell the truth. He decided to talk to them as all people. The strangers looked at each other and moved closer, and the Karaboshi frozen. The heart pounded so loudly that she was forgotten, bewildered, confused, puzzled. She did not move out of place. In a roar crowd next to this girl, thoughts were sinking in a noise, and he, confused, felt the earth from under his feet. The desire to fight glow in their eyes. The guy thought feverishly. You dodge the shield. The arrow flies. You will get away from the arrow. The sword would appear. There is no way out, and the fear was passed on the back, squeezing his chest. Shikami reacted lightly. The sword whistled in the air when he cleverly evaded, feeling every disturbance around. The clinic of Shikami suddenly pierced. Something mighty thundered the warrior head simply into the ground, lifting the splashes of dust and the icy breath of the wind. The man stopped them sharply. The eyes are cold. The voice is harsh. "What's going on here?" It was a ranger Masatsuga. The noisy crowd looked enthusiastically, and Karaboshi wondered how he found himself between them and managed to catch the Shikami movement. Karen returned to him quietly, but Shikami broke her, sharply throwing that they were the first. They say they released a whole rope and probably would not stop there. Ranger boiled anger, fingers trembled from rage. In the crowd, people began to believe and whisper. The forester asked if it was true, and the young man assured, no. They, together with the girl, descended underground, where the monster came on them, and the boys threw her to save. Worried, he asked how she feels. On the other hand, outraged exclamations thundered. The boys shouted why they were not believed, and argued that they were risked by their lives for all of this. He threw the gaze with a look. They lifted their weapons at a person. Therefore their words would weigh nothing. Shikami responded to look at the boy, and he stated, everything was visible. And so, it was self-defense. The police came closer, asking the ranger how to act. One of them admitted that he was his supporter, and the young man was entrusted with relief. The servants will understand the order. Karen, pressing her palms against her chest, barely heard whether everything happened well. The young man sighed. His eyes tiredly flashed. It would be great if it all ended. But he did not believe it. The boys were taken away by police, silently, without a word or question, and only grateful gaze toward the Masaga, because it was he who helped to overcome the three villains. The ranger cast a quizzy look and asked the name. The guy said quietly, on the site no one. Masatsug laughed, and in his face he was danced by fun sparks. The ranger assured that he did not borrow his strength, but the young man froze, not understanding. A smile is, or a real admiration, and in the air tensed, like a thunderstorm. The ranger calmly said that he was accustomed to tight dungeons, so he is not afraid. He was supported mentally. He heard from the other that remained unnoticed. It was amazing, but the new moon just smiled skeptically. He noted that he has good eyes, but it is better to disappear from the city for some time. It smelled of danger in the air, because they could try to kill. At first, he decided to deal with this trinity. The young man did not want to quarrel, but he had to act, because people quickly hung a label on all adventurers, and because of this, he had already had enough problems. Sapporo will stay his home for a long time, and when he learned, the guy decided, let everything solve everything, and he will trust the problems with other people's hands. These guys are rotten to the bones, he said, and indignation was swollen in his voice. Knowing what he says, the man dissolved rapidly in the crowd, leaving behind a barely noticeable smell of anxiety. For the first time deciding to check someone's status, he was looking for familiar symbols on the scoreboard, and the heart pounded from the desire to become like Masatsuba, whose skills shone to the maximum. The status was struck by the young man Rang, divine armor Shinigami, as if God himself was standing by. The heart was knocking. I wanted to know more. But the button disappeared, leaving a slight whisper of hope. The ranger has already disappeared from the field of view, leaving a slight rush of grass. The curiosity was bursting. I wanted to see his true skills, and Karen confessed that she was looking for him all this time. She prayed with her eyes, begged, took with you to the dungeon, did not retreat for a moment, glanced by a non-ripped request. She was in a hurry that she was referring to a completely different basement. The one who hid at home, filled with cold and smell of raw brick. From where she learned all this, remained a mystery. The girl laughed, they say, found his nickname, and immediately recognized the author of the article about the homemade dungeon. Karen's free minute was enough to immerse himself in fresh forum articles. The guy suddenly felt one of those readers. Here she is, on the contrary, asks about the newsletter, and he hotly assures, yes, they send. He assured, a place far away. Parents will worry. She just smiled. Everything is fine. They got used to waiting and not asking where she misses for so long. The room was in return, and together they sat in the car. Karen took a deep breath, decided to take the risk of everyone, like the guy. The heart was pounding, the breath trembled, and in the head, a timid try. Probably she is familiar with that bitter feeling of loss of something especially valuable. With this thought, they went down underground, where the air smelled of rawness and the steps of the moon reflected in the dark. In a few minutes the city was left behind. Shadows flashed in the windows. The passers-by dissolved in the morning mill. The roar of the gate, and she steps into the garage, almost a dungeon next to the house that seems fascinating to her. Karen asks for the sale of materials, and the guy replies, "There is nothing here, to sell anywhere." Asking not to ask anything. It sounded sharply, near the store or a hint on the internet. It is even impossible to order something here. But in the dungeon it smelled of rawness and adventures, and it pleased it. From the article of the young man, the girl learned that the 40s live here, not dangerous, and can crawl and break armor. He asked for care, and her anxiety stirred in silence. In fact, there was no armor on Karen, only simple clothes, a cloak thrown, in the hands of a root stick, and on the feet of the shabby leather boots that were not in demand and not listened to everyone. It seemed to him that she was a real mania, flipping through all the updates, and weapons take some little things. And here, straight under his feet, crawled a multi-legged 40. He assured, all is well, the enemies are weak. But her heart was still beating, like a bird in the closed palms. Fear has not yet released. The teenager dug the centipede ledge on her head. The girl was pulling out, squeezing away from horror, and asked if he was disgusting. The guy smiled and said that these creatures were even cute. He said that she was moving his paws funny. His words hurt in her head, forcing the girl to lower her eyes lower. He reassured her. Fortified, though dangerous, but not deadly, but faster. A stronger monster will not give her life. And if he escapes from fear or disgust, then he will not survive at all. His voice was cut through the silence. She is a girl who sings every beetle, or is a real desperation that boldly steps just in a wave of fear. She closed carefully, kept her breath, squeezed in tension. Her hand squeezes his stick, about to hit the brilliant head of the butt. When she completed the case, everything squeezed out of disgust inside, and the guy just quit that the level increased. And it was not felt at all. Karen wondered when he became an adventure seeker. This year, they went on the path of adventure together. He studied and worked around the clock with a student, and she learned that his firm was not quite honest, caught himself in thought. Why all his spirit is so strong and not. He suggested that the reason was hidden in its equipment, and when he remembered that she would become stronger if he destroys a few 40 leaks, her determination to deal with everyone in her eyes. They fought together under the rumble of the centipedes, already overcome 100 monsters. The girl was moving cleverly, and to leave her in the dark was too risky. She offers to stop for a moment and take a breath, and he, without his eyes, suddenly sees. No complaints, only quiet courage. Her hands do not tremble. Fear and fatigue anywhere and trace. Looking closely at her skill table, the young man noticed a magical object, and the girl healed from fear. The thoughts of multi-legged monsters squeeze breasts. Cold sweat is already running through the skin. In the eyes of the guy, curiosity flashed when a secret was opened on the screen of her tablet. The girl was able to spell. Magic is a mystery for everyone. Everyone secretly dreams of feeling its strength at least once, and one of the Voladeres stood quite close. The curiosity burned in it, but she kept her secret, avoiding unnecessary movements. Inexperienced adventurers do harm without being able to manage their abilities, and every word for strangers sounds dangerous as a weapon in the dark. She asked if she hid a drop of magic, and in her eyes it was easily solar spots. Cheston was getting rid of why he asked so sharply, and immediately began to justify himself. With her equipment, she like a magical girl. He moved, shines in the sun's rays like a fairy tale. She smiled, they say, witches wear dresses, and he only wanted to say, if the sword is magical, the owner also has magic. He was colic to exchanges their skills, but the girl carefully answered, she will share when she will master the perfectly, because otherwise it may be dangerous. The guy realized, she clearly knows her strength. He was in passing to find out if there was a crumb in the ability of luck, which he did not have, because suddenly it opens the path to magic. Everything was like a lottery, and suddenly the dungeon shuddered, lifting dust and a sound roar in the dark. A bad sign, it was in views, and squeezing their hearts they quickly moved away. The roar rolled as if the earth was collapsing. They rushed to flee because it seemed that thousands of centipedes were marching under their feet. From the darkness, a giant centipede tree crawls, poisonous, lightning, fast and dangerously beautiful. Her bent body is rustling on the floor, and the predatory glitter of the eye makes her heart squeeze. In the air, the tension was swelling. The crowd squeezed his fists and was preparing to rush at him. Ahead is a young man, and Karen breathes quietly behind his back, covering his steps with invisible protection. In the air, the chitin shell had to be scrazed, because the giant scolopenders here is a rare beast. Strong, strange, sometimes even more powerful than the boss himself. The blow of the blow fell on him, but the body stood firmly like a rock and was not succumbed by any attacker. The guy lowered his shoulders, his arms, as if the whole world had fallen on him with a heavy shadow and prevents him in breath. But suddenly Karen struck a wave of magic on him. The air stirred, the world around this blow. The girl with frantic courage killed a giant centipedist, after which they came out, inhaling the fresh air under the cry of spring birds. Outside the window, the sun was spilling, the herbs rode in the gentle wind, and the guy did not even think that beauty. The sign flashed on the building. They buy and sell equipment and materials, but descended into the dungeons. They found only empty silence and dust. Before opening the store, they always study the area. They count people, evaluate how much they buy here. No one will open a store for 2 residents. And here, everything seemed strange, as in a bad joke. The joy through the opening of the store was still sparkling in the eyes. Together with the girl, they came inside, and the saleswoman stood as if she forgot why she was here. She assured that there is not enough product, but you can see everything. In vain that the shelves were sparkling with a void. It was a saleswoman from a shop in Sapporo. Tears shone on the cheeks. She was sent here. The boys already wanted to leave, but the girl stopped them, touched her hand and breathed the air quietly. The voice is hoarse, and in the words bitterness, she shared her salary. She worked hard, and for helping another store, she was simply reduced in office. The girl listened to the tears as the guy asked to buy them materials. She was covered with anger. She grunted that she was sent here not because she was not capable of anything. The material was a shell of a giant scolopendra, and it did not refrain from the question whether they really want to get rid of such a rare find. The girl assured that shell of giant scolopendra leather is better than the old boy's armor, and his trophies would be cheaper from his trophies, but the guy, barely surviving, still dreamed of selling the extra and forgetting. If the strength is lacking and the equipment does not accept you, you must become stronger. Only then it will become yours. She decided to take a little now and buy the rest later to make everything ready. A good person, even if she doubted herself, counted the shells of giant and domestic centipedes, listened to the rustle, and offered them 138,000 yens for them. He asked to split in half, but Karen said quietly, the boy should be more, because she caught the prey for him, and without his support, never learned to hunt. The warm voice of the saleswoman hurriedly snatched their conversation, she insisted. The decision should be made immediately. The smell of coffee mixed with the warmth of the smile when Karen nodded to the young man. She divided part and agreed to answer a few of his questions. I apologize. Another thing. He addressed the saleswoman. Suggesting her to look, he took out a bag from her shoulder and put it on the table, and barely audibly called a metal castle. He explained that it fell from the belly of centipedes when they collected materials. She wondered, only to rapidly evaluate or consider everything in detail. She explained that she makes a simple rating in a minute. It costs 1,000 yuan, but here is a detailed laboratory with other equipment, and this month is ongoing. The price of 100,000 wine. The experts of the Mitsubishi laboratory are now under a microscope, but this time they decided not to complicate. The thing is too strange, too magical, so as not to feel it immediately. After looking closely at the find, she felt true magic in it, although the size was modest, and inside the desks were shimmering in class. For this strangeness, the woman offered 100 million. They were surprised by such an assessment, but she just waved her hand. Because the prices for freight are now overwhelming, there is nothing to wonder here. 100 million did not lure. They left the bag and the heart was happy. So right, let the thing remain close, warm, with its special smell of novelty. The door opened, the room greeted with silence. Karen cast an attentive look at the boy, and yet, on a lone laptop on the table, whose un-Western blue light was waiting for touch. The smells of wax and dust, the shadow from the lamp on the wall. It envied him. In the big homes the light is preserved, because the prices are crazy, and he slowly invited it to sit nearby. A mug broke out in his hands. He extended him, and in this movement there was a concern that the girl's heart was warm, and left a barely noticeable smile on her lips. In his well, the water gently refrigerated his lips and smelled fresh, and he assured, after that, you will never want to drink water from the tap. She asked what was about to talk about his heart, and he carefully brought the conversation to magic, and heard a quiet apology in response to all those secrets. He said so right. Because if someone learned, it would be dangerous and boring. The life of an adventure seeker is a fire of battles, crazy virgins, a storm on the verge of miracles. It is better to use her charms here, where the silence of the dungeon circles with dust, and no one interferes. So calmly pour magic through the fingers. If you use this often, the force will grow, he said, and she promised to start in the morning. But when he asked now, she confessed that everything sounds different from the dungeons, not given in his hands. The young man asked how much time she owns these things. She just shrugged. It was worth taking staff, and the magic was obeyed as a light breeze in the wet, dark walls of the dungeon. The idea that the forces of the model for the dungeons are enough, the burning of the guy, the energy of the verse is collected on the rod, while Karen gently releases it in the shade of twilight. The girl asked if it was all that he wanted to tell her, and then he asked where she would spend the night. She answered simply and calmly, "She will stay here." The girl's response was struck in the heart of the guy. In his ears, the bell was rushed. All the words were scattered ash. Masakug wrote on the site that he had not seen them for a long time. Comments immediately appeared, asked what he did during the expedition. The message was flying back and forth, the questions were falling out. And he asked whether they heard something about the guy from Sapporo. Those assured that they would not be found if necessary. "Why are you looking for?" He said, "He is skillfully hidden. The appearance has an interesting, unexpectedly captured his attention." And now they could not remain indifferent. Karabuo asked if she missed her, and where she would spend the night. In response, the girl said quietly that she is here, but the night will spend in another room. She assured with a smile that even if in his room there were dozens of spooky masks, none would scare her, although she had just stepped into adulthood. The mask lay on the floor, her eyes caught her look. "Do you know where we are?" She felt the smell of his home and immediately replied, "It is your home." The house stood next to the dark subway. If the monster was torn out, the predatory axis will break these walls first, and only he, the only defender, could protect the village from chaos. Since there were no other adventure seekers, he suggested that someone would keep the entrance to the dungeon, and someone was preparing a shelter. He asked her to move to the hotel and equip a safe place there. The girl nodded. Everything was clear. In the breast of the guy for the first time in a day, it was easier. Rumors in the village fly like a wind, and someone else's hatred comes suddenly, even without guilt. Along with this place was a hotel where they settled, and for 3 days in a row, with torches and echoes of steps under the vaults, hunted for centipedes in the darkness of the dungeons. Every day 100 trophies and the glitter of coins. Karen quickly studied, dealt with 2 or 3 monsters alone, and the magic in it was stronger than the jet of the spring river after the rain. With each blow, the sword listened to the guy better, although he did not put any points. Apparently, something changed in the monsters and hunting. The fiery spell pierces the moan of stones. It is already 100th monster, and in the girl's hands is still throbbing strength, the look of the passionate, the back straight. "It is enough for today," I said the young man. "I suggest to rest. Let the forces come back in the morning." Karen wondered if he had business. The guy nodded. He said that he should also pump up the skills. She apologized to the training because the guy always helps her. The guy smiled and advised not to torment with apologies, but better to relax tomorrow. The girl wanted to go on, but he asked her to rest. Her legs stopped obediently. The ashes rushed slightly under the heels. Smiling, the young man slid through the turnstile into a dark dungeon. The body tense, the strength in his eyes. He did not want to concede to her, because strength and spirit were too important. The stairs were creaking under his steps. First the first floor, then the second. The inner voice whispered, "A real adventure seeker never forgets the danger." There is nothing interesting on the 3rd floor. Only a black raccoon with sharp like a blade, paws that move lightly. They feel wild power and something from a terrible monster tank. He rushed forward with the rick, jumped lightly, faster than a rabbit. But the guy was not frightened. His hands squeezed firmly, and he was ready to meet the enemy. The blade slammed under the ribs of the enemy. The body broke. Swords glittered around. The pressure was growing. He was in a hurry to finish until the roar of the battle was finally stunned. 100 black raccoons remained on the yellow grass. The experience pulses in the veins. 6 levels were added, and its backpack is buzzing with the aroma of fresh meat. The sharp, danky soup has already smelled in the head. Only getting home it will cook. And while the light gate rose to the 4th floor. Before him was the head of the floor. A chunky, with a formidable posture, already grabbed into an attack like a mountain which is being prepared to move. Lonely, without support, the guy believed. The victory is noticeable, like the heat in the palms, and almost him. The monster opposite the pause in the ground, the young man pleased, and the confidence she stood with. The first blow of the dagger flew the air, and the master immediately blocked him. Sparks flew between the blades. The monster left scratches on the brilliant armor of the young man, and hoarsely caught every minute of this fierce battle. The battle was boiling with all the strength when the young man raged down and, squeezing his weapon, finally hit the monster, forcing him to shake and curl up with pain. The bright light exploded over the head. The stone walls immediately played with a glow. It is a sign of victory over the boss. There was a confidence in the heart. There should be a reward. Collection of material remained a dream. The dark maze has already absorbed the boss. Silence deftly echoed under the vaults. Under the layer of the earth, a large claw of raccoon and a piece of iron pushed them. The boss left them here, so the hero decided that it was something valuable, and grabbing the find, hurried to the 4th floor. With a look seeking the truth, he did not add to the plate. The points were not added, but I wanted to know the conditions. He found 5 points for which the points were accrued or removed. A new ability has emerged: imitation. It allows you to repeat the movements of the enemy. The fighting style arises on its own, but now it has not hurried to develop this skill. Going down to the 4th floor, he frozen. The interior was surprised. It smelled of paint. New lamps flashed, somewhere quietly buzzing. Under the feet, dark green overflows with light islands were shimmering. Such a palette is difficult to gather, thought, because the eyes of the publisher, even the walls, were reminiscent of a professional choice here. On the way in the sunshine, the young man saw a flower. Familiar petals, apparently he met them somewhere else. In the humid air there was memories. The leaves of the flower spread, something trembled inside, and suddenly the plant broke into the sky, leaving a handful of potatoes on the ground. The guy looked and could not believe in a miracle. The thought of the dungeon pleased. Krumka potatoes, meat smells, onions pinch in the nose. When it comes to the end, boil it with rice and a calm breath of a warm dish. The plant faded in the eyes. The leaves were cracking, and the boy was surprised that this monster could give only bitter potatoes. The big bird pleaded with the space of the wings, and the guy, laughing, called him large potatoes. Meanwhile, the plants surrounded him, climbed, whispered leaves on all sides. He stood behind the giant stone, not dare to approach closer, though he was the main one, and he understood. The stock of explosives was not limitless. The charge was felt acutely, as if he were drilling silence. He waited for the monster to weaken, when he had already split into particles, and 100 potatoes that smelled of moist soil remained on the branches. Already extending his hand for the reward, he suddenly notices something special in a pile of plant residues. An interesting find flickers between dry leaves. The smell of oil and metal met it at the door, and the saleswoman only looked away from the table full of disassembled details, and said calmly, the store was already closed. Only he was about to go to Sapporo, as the girl whispered gently that he was not worth it, and then he asked him to serve him. The smell of sweat and dust in the air, and she asks what he reaches, always overcoming 100 monsters. A large, charming claw made of magic iron splashed in his hands. From him, once a strong dagger of the guy was shed, and 10 reliable shields would come out of a kilogram of this metal. He put Bulba on the table and asked what it was. The girl replied, "It's just stones." The guy said in surprise, "They fell from the boss." The girl only roared, "Solid and like potatoes, but the price of them, 0 yuan, would not even take in vain." According to him, a thorough assessment could open something magical in the stones. But for her, those stones were just stones. Neither smell nor shine, only cold hardness in the palm. The saleswoman slowly lifted a rare magic pot. His walls were echoed with a light bell. "Yes," he answered, "it was this one," and she added, "Inside a few stones to be more comfortable to carry." It turned out that this pot multiplies everything that you put there. 100 grams of stones rotates uphill to the mountain of heavy stones, and if the gold is put, the pot turns into a real golden source. She sighed. Now only the garbage generator here, and Karen in her head drew the image of the young man, losing his thoughts. Where he is now, what is under the sky. The upset of the young man, only the fragments of stones, and she, feeling his despair, waited silently until he asked, if he had not spoiled, how much would it be? She whispered, 1 trillion. Such a rarity has no price. Even more longing for these words, but she said gently, "You will find the other. Come tomorrow to sell. Everything is a new one." and I would cast a warm look. Only 4 views, and 1 like. The knock of the fists on the table was in silence. The annoyance was squeezing breasts, because everything went wrong, and the point in this cursing did not see the guy. The morning brought Karen with a quiet question. Whether they move to the dungeon or go down to the lower floors. The guy with the bruising under his eyes replied that they would go to the armory first. The saleswoman smiled. Today sales. They were buzzing to buy something new, and in the meantime their housekeeper sat with Katuris and talked quietly, laughing at a fist. The woman asked and said that the buyers came, and he asked to call if he needed help. Kundi said goodbye to him with gratitude, taking his angry look at the boy. Akana, pretending that the boy did not notice, asked Karen where he went, and then laughed, and the guy was offended because she noticed him earlier. She invited them to go and wished good purchases. The edge of the table shined several things. The gloves slid along the palm, and everyone asked whether the gun would not slip. The guy wondered about the size of the shoe. She smiled. It was yours. She slowly measured her legs, smiling with the corners of her lips, and with a barely noticeable pride asked to call herself Aka-sama. The dagger and a stick were looking. The guy tried to lift the blade, but it seemed to grow into the ground. The girl whispered softly that this dungeon dagger. No one had any idea to what kind this dagger belongs. The woman explained that the store was only a warehouse, and Karen rejected the floor of the coat and put her shoes that verse tied on the floor. Can you raise the rod? The young man asked. The saleswoman smiled. If you lift, then buy. Karen carefully squeezed the rod in her hand, and felt how she liked this someone else's cold. In the eyes of the young man, envy broke out. She easily conquered the most powerful weapon that the saleswoman appreciated in a million, and they hastily put it back, eagerly asking the initial price. 10,000, she said, barely holding back a smile, and he had already burned with the desire to give 20. Chicago, the 20th floor. Her voice of a confidence, asked for at least 50 and agreed for 35. The sharply reduced price matched the Akani, and the man, touching the blade, felt, it is drowned. Then she spoke with a whisper as if a secret. It was a damn dagger. The idea flashed in her head. Why is it a damn blade if it is even dull? She explained, with each killed monster, the dagger would be stabbed, sparkling with blood. Weapons pleased his heart, but surprised. Why didn't they buy? She just shrugged. No one needs a dagger. The cane with a smile quit. With a dagger against the monsters, only crazy, and it is difficult. She asked if he took this weapon without tricks. At the request of the price, she smiled. 1 million. But sighing, she asked not to go. It is just a joke. She will give almost for nothing, in just 300,000. Looking forward to the exit, the young man heard the question. What do you need? Only a sharp knife for carvings and medicines for travelers, he answered, swallowing anxiety. She was anxious about his every movement, waiting. Whether she asks something or asks for help, let it only say. Karen wondered if he won the boss yesterday. I thought, apparently read his blog. Through tears, she asked if he was burdened for him. In response, there was a soft laughter. In any case, they say. Just went, lost in his thoughts, and accidentally touched her shoulder. The fire was burning inside. Each cell demanded strength, wanted to feel the muscles pouring power, and becoming stronger now. The ray of determination in the eyes. The young man suggested to win everyone today, and then go into new adventures, where the wind whispers, and the heart is crazy with excitement. Black raccoons ran nearby. Voices were buzzing, the blows were pouring. The enemies were pushing on all sides. It seemed that the earth would tremble under united pressure. Hand in her hand, the girl twisted with a new staff. Her magic wrapped a friend until he made his way forward together to fight side by side was a true admiration for them. The fatigue stopped on the shoulders after the battle, and Karen is quietly advised. The forces should be preserved, even if they are very. Give up the duel completely. Do not regret yourself. During the battle, he fell, and the anxiety squeezed into her chest. Asked, recognizing, she became stronger, and she just smiled, cautiously touching the new lard, sparkling with magic. This was much more powerful. She did not want him to be distracted, and mentioned the actions that he was quietly promising to be careful next time. And her words were heard for a long time in the silence of the room. The young man rose up, glanced all his eyes, and suddenly the earth trembled. Under his feet, it was shaking, as if something inside the world woke up. Suddenly everything died down. A slight impetus and silence. Someone suggested returning to the hunt, not mentioning more about the words Karen said. This time, 352 materials were brought to the weapons store. Clean, intact, and still kept the smell of metal and solar dust. Everything was made up to the magic bag, warned the saleswoman that it would be 3 to 4 days, and her face darkened. In the air smelled irritation. They asked if she felt the earthquake, and she was in surprise to clarify whether something had happened at all. Sudden surprise. No one got to hear. Everyone was passionate about their affairs, and Karen with a young man had already breathed in the aroma of hot soup, preparing for the first spoon. Suddenly the air was torn the cries. A scaly hum was rising. The monsters erupted from the shadow, running through heavy paws and clicking the jaws. The darkness was still holding the streets, but the first light was shaking on the horizon. The young man slept quietly, and suddenly jumped as if he had woke up from the crazy knock of his own heart. Wearing all the gear and clamping in his hand, he moved to the dungeon. The bottom was pulled by rawness and anxiety. Something suggested something. The troubles would not be missing. I asked the police to come. From the dungeon where the entrance opened, strange sounds were heard. The handset promised a quick group, hurriedly dictated the instructions. A short buzz cut the conversation. The call came in the room. A metal sound was trembling in the air when it called the Karen Hotel. From sleep she muttered the answer, and he, shaking his voice, warned of the threat of invasion and ordered the dead. The hasty consent sounded through a dream, and the young man with sadness realized that he had broken her from her dreams. To the dungeon he stepped carefully. The air thick and cool tickled the skin. From his appearance, the counter of visitors grew rapidly, and nearby, waking up, Akana approached him. She reported that early in the morning he was receiving supplies and that his medicine was already in place. He answered, ready to buy everything he would find. In her voice was surprised. What's going on? He warned about the invasion in a quiet voice, and only she tried to step into the escape. The young man quietly but confidently stopped her. He caught something elusive in her light movements. She knew too much for a simple saleswoman, so he assured she was also an adventure seeker. She was only surprised to ask where it was visible. He asked her about the medicine, and Karen rushed forward and asked the young man with anxiety whether the invasion had already begun. In response, she heard the silence was still around, and then Akana brought the guy medicine. He said that terrible monsters emerge everywhere, but every time, as if the darkness is wandering the world on his own calendar. Karen asked to tell what was happening when under the windows the steps of rapid response were raging, and he moves to the dungeon for hunting for the boss. The girls warned, "It is dangerous here," but he believed, the monsters can stop only the sword, although at the heart of the verse there was a thought. Maybe there is another way. The task was to destroy the leader who was attacked. The heart was buried with the thirst for him on the first occasion, and Karen wanted to go together, but he said that she would remain, and it was a quiet, "Why?" He replied quietly that she would only hurt. The words fell between them like a shadow, and in the air there was a cold tension. He quietly assured that he could only go past the monster unnoticed, so she should go here, among the smell of dampness and intense waiting. Suddenly tears splashed from her eyes, and shaking his voice, she begged him not to repeat careless acts like then. They agreed, and the young man went on the road. Under his feet rustled leaves. Fresh air was filled with the smell of adventures. Despair threw sparks in his eyes, indifferent to danger, destroyed everything around, and in the meantime, Masatatsuga competed somewhere in the distant city. In the dusty air, range, the gesture called for himself, and the detachment moved into battle with monsters, listening to every word without doubt. In the crowd, he believed, together they overcome this protection, and a vigilant look made that no one would suffer under his wing. Hundreds of legs rushed in the dark. The roar of the fight did not subscribe when suddenly a call from Bacon came. He was interested in where he was. Masatsug replied quietly that now in Hokkaido. He was interested in how they had things. They fought with the monsters of medium power, and in the air smelled of gunpowder and excitement. The rest of the fighters were near Bacon. He briefly reported he would send 10 strong guys and a detachment of rapid response to help. There was so much of the affairs that the air was buzzing with rushing movements and a screwdriver of papers. The damp forum was ringing from the whispering of travelers. Everyone shared the news and was surprised by the surprises of the day. The shocks and exclamations were heard for the sake of Japan. And in the meantime, Kabarochi flickered in the crowd, looking for the leader. He had 2 skills. One was hidden for bad weather, the other was waiting for his star time. The ghost monsters slide in the group, and behind, shimmering fur, robbery silver wolves, quietly squeaky paws in moss. The cold covers the back of the young man. The heart was gone. The predators had a sharp sense of smell, and he, holding his breath, glanced at his sign, hoping that the smell would not give it. The stone snatched out of his hand and whistled in the air, flying straight into the enemies. Belief in victory was not missing. Stone potatoes in his hands became the most strongest weapon for him. Cold, heavy, reliable as stubbornness. In the look, only silver wolves which silently slid between the trees. Their wool shined in the rays of the sun. The stones flew from his hands one by one. He felt the rest of the delay, and the detachment seemed to freeze in indecision. The stones fell out of his hands. Each throw flew just into the maelstrom of monsters. The moon rumbled between the reeves, knocking on the scales and wool. The disease grabbed increasingly when it was just before him, as if from a fog. The mane, a huge wolf with silver wool that glittered in the shade. The silver wolf turned out to be a werewolf of middle rank. The dew shined on its wool, and in the eyes the tension was glowing. The steps were heard on the sand. He escaped, sure. He could cope. But suddenly the blow to the air made his heart squeeze in pain. The wolf hit, and the body of the boy with a whistle flew away, lifting clouds of dust. The body flowed blood. Each breath cut the chest. The pain penetrated every movement. The beast's claws opened his chest, but the dagger in his hand was cut on soft paws. In the air it smelled of blood and iron. The wolf hung, breathing hard, shaking the young man who was lying, without bringing his eyes and not knowing where to put fear and himself. With roar and shouts, people kept barricades, desperately fighting monsters who were moving through smoke and dust. Karen desperately cut the monsters, helping everyone who called, and 5 minutes after the invasion, only the weakest crawled on the ground. There are not many enemies, but the help is already in a hurry, and everyone was sure that no one will dare to invade the invasion. The alarm for Karaboshi did not let go. She rushed to the cake, whispered to him to go away, and when he noticed her anxiety, he quietly confessed, "I am a seeker, such are the rules." The awareness came suddenly. The girl was no longer the one who was afraid of everything, but from the dungeon made the strength and experience that did not leave space with old fears. To help people in the fight against monsters, she confidently kept the distance, circling in the air, and weaved magic like a cold wind between her fingers. The secret power felt powerless outside the dungeon. The magic was barely glowing here. Something invisible squeezed her hands. Under the breath of the hot wind, Akana rushed to the rescue. His feet lifted dust, and the heart was restless, like a bell during a storm. Rush and roar, the barricade is erect, and Karen silently runs between the wounded, hears moaning, sees blood, wipes his forehead, smells of smoke and iron. Gloves flashed in the air. Akane threw them and strictly forbade to touch his wounds with his bare hands. I asked not to spread the contagion. Karen, with a bitter echo in her voice, dropped. If she stood on the barricade, no one would be injured. The stick was surprised, they say. He does not understand anything. And she, pretend, let everyone see your power. Akam said calmly, if her soul is weak, it is in vain to look in vain. It is better to spend time with benefit. Karen did not stay. Why she does not beat with everyone, but only protects the shop that is so bad to huddles in the dungeon. One man threw Karen. If it is so tormented, become stronger until the next invasion. The barricade flashed. The explosions were rustling around. Karen with everyone rushed, and the young man lay nearby, pressing the wound. The cold of the earth pierced his body through his clothes. The awareness of the actions was dim in my head. He did not want to escape, and the gloomy thought was drilled. If this monster would escape, someone would not return home. The escape entails death. This thought squeezes the breast, and he decides, no, let him, even if fear beats in the temples, and somewhere behind the danger is already breathing. Smiling, the wolf was approaching, like a man in the mask of the beast. The blades of daggers were cold in defense, cross, and the claws were already ripping the air, and it was defended by the last forces. The strength of the wolf was heard in every movement, but the young man gathered, holding his breath and keeping his eyes wide open. He was sensitive to every step. Guessing the movement of the opponent, the star rejected sideways, and the blow was squeezed nearby without touching it. Vovklakus roared and rushed with sharp claws, and the guy had already noticed every movement, felt heaviness and tired body, but the weakness squeezed like a cold wind on his back. The battle suddenly began to tighten him even harder. Smiling, he threw the wolf, that skilled rival. The daggers slid in the air. The blades swallowed light. The blows reached the hole, and the desire to hit the bottom burning in it with a fever. A bloody jet escaped from the chest. The werewolf managed to hit, and each breath cut off acute pain. Another blow, and the guy could no longer rise. The mask lay on the face slowly, almost still, like a shadow sliding under nightlight. The young man barely rose from the ground, and the wolf was already in his eyes, athirst to rush at him again. Breathing hot, in the air trembling tension. Claws have almost touched the skin. Suddenly jumped down and attack from above. The lightning crossed the daggers over wolf wool. The blade of daggers ran in the air by a flash, and a sudden pain, blood on the chest of an enemy, which drops on the knees from an unexpected wound. Both fell on the moist earth. The wolf was frozen without moving. Only yellow eyes were invisibly catching the boy's gaze. There was almost no strength. Every movement is like in the fog. Even the joy of the battle has already become a burden, and Keirochi felt, it is a limit. It is impossible to go further. The wolf smiled and fell without a good. The guy barely glanced into his direction, because there was no strength to lift his head, and he settled on the ground. The forces left the body, and the world slowly sank in a soft shade. Sleep dispels. It is difficult on the abdomen. Its warm breath tickles the skin, and the hair spreads on the sheet. Warm evening. He raises his head, and the girl, holding his breath, squeezes her hands. Experiences draw a shadow in her eyes. I was looking for him everywhere. Already imagined scary. Someone ate. Tears rolled themselves. He was quietly apologizing and asking what was happening outside. The palm erases the salty traces of the cheek, and in the voice, quiet and trembling, it sounds, now it's all behind. Everyone breathed, every heart was beating, and life-light trembled in the eyes. In the cities of Oit and Akita there was silence. The smoke disappeared, the enemy disappeared. The boss fell, and the invasion ended with him. Muffled voices whispered for a long time about the power of bosses. In each word trembled tension, and the shadows on the walls moved from fear. Masatatsug announced everyone. Sapporo was over, no one was injured, and asked about the news from Shinziuk because he could not call the bacon. The alarm hung in the air, like a quiet bell. The message was deaf in the head. Shinduk is gone, only smog and smoke will be in memoirs. The victorious monster is a pile, and as long as one soldier looks at them, tumors that it was the last and does not understand the sudden silence, the other replies. The network was said, if the boss falls, the invasion will end. But the curiosity did not leave the soldier, and in response to the question he learned, all this was done by a young girl. One of the soldiers argued that the girl just went to the dungeon. The invasion immediately subsided. The guy was surprised behind his back. Is she really? The girl only nodded. Yes. Caribou C-san won the boss. Inside, a dream of a triumph was born. The crowd exclaims his name, picks up on his shoulders, happiness swells in his chest, and around the fight only surprised to look and ask the girl, or was her boyfriend, laughing and winking, and he was pleased. The military joked, thanked and surprised how such a tiny girl could be so strong, and the guy was thrown behind, why he was not noticed at all. Maybe he became an invisible shadow for everyone. Whether they grow themselves, the boy was coddled to know, but the fatigue and sadness clasped his heart, so he mentally stretched home. Suddenly the girl, pushing between the military and shape, tore the silence of the shout for help. Deaf knock. The wolf is falling side by side, and in the air the breath of the one who has just threw him. All views instantly attracts this wild picture. The man said the audience. His name is Bashikura, and it is this werewolf that controls the invasion. Surprised faces around, someone whispers, since he stands here. The Bashikura looks at Kane and asks to destroy the beast. Karabosha smiled and confessed that he would do a few orders later, laughed quietly, and the guy behind the girl was surprised, opening his mouth with surprise. The inspiration flashed in the girl's gaze. She looked at Karabosha and raised questions. Whether he has many orders, whether the full pocket of money was full, and the guy nearby realized. He was not lucky to be either lucky with money or with work. Karbushi caught this view, a declaration of war. He broke into running, cast a look at Karen. You need your help. She nodded, and together they disappeared in the noise of anxiety. An hour the girl was flowing, her heart was pounding. At least the Karaboks now confessed that it was a joke, because they were in front of them with a mountain from different dead. Akam clenched her head with her hands, not believing her eyes where so much evil came from. Give, smiling, raised his hand and waved his card, loudly declaring his adventurous coupon. Akama, when he heard it, fell on his knees with despair, because that coupon added another 5% to the revenue. Subsequently, the guy learned. That night, The invasion at the Sinziuk station was never stopped. Now the monsters dominate, and even large adventurers were powerless here. When the main power of Japan, the Masakug, disappeared, and the new hero did not become, the monsters appeared in 63 places at the same time. The despair swept the country, delaying people in silent horror. The next morning, the girl asks if something bad happened again in Shinjuku, and anxiety swells in his voice. What does Japan expect further? The young man who has been mounted with the tablet says quietly, Masatatsug has already wrote about the operation of the station liberation, and the best already there. But now it is better not to appear in Shinjuku. The soul is not in place. Words of impotence subsides the girl on their mouths. But the guy turns through and says, that is why they need to become stronger. The potatoes will crumble in the fingers of the guy. The monsters of potatoes is easy to overcome, he says. The girl from the earth is uncertainly asks whether it is true, asks to be silent, but hears that she is rude, and can win if she follows their movement. Speed is important. Adding, the guy said he understands. It is too difficult for her. The girl flashed. She clenched his fists, cast her gaze, and promised to make. The guy calmly invited to try more. The girl sighed and returned. The wand is kissed in potato sprouts, in the air of tension, and she says as if confident, if she tries, she will work out too. The viewer is only surprised. Satisfied, she was eagerly waiting for praise and gently asking how were things. But the guy glanced at the faded leaves and noticed the plant was killed before the harvest, so there would be no potatoes. The girl was confused. In indignation, the guy barely restrained his anger, not believing how she could sow with his potatoes. And the girl whispers quietly, take away as much as you want. But he scares her. The ghost of potatoes will appear in dreams, and tears roll from her eyes. Go, plant potatoes in your own garden, he exclaims, and suddenly calms down. At home you can grow potatoes. Hearing this thought, the guy gladly agrees, and the girl smiles. Please. On the same night, the boss's feet of the boy were not slightly slid between the damp, fragrant beds, where potatoes calmly ripened in the shadow. With the feeling of triumph, he carefully gathered the prey, his fingers pulling a cold trophy, and for a moment delayed his breath. The victory smelled of metal and dust. Potatoes are already hidden in boxes, smells of fresh earth. The guy smiles and says that the transplant operation has succeeded. Eyes glow from grip in the hands of the smell of fresh earth. The guy understood. Karen is still smart. The idea of growing potatoes is worthy of attention. The nursery is ready, it is only necessary to wait. It's time to go to the house. Dawn painted the room, and with a smile the young man whispered, good morning, to his potatoes. And in a moment, seeing faded stems, his heart squeezed from indignation and annoyance. The wrinkled potatoes shrink in the hand, and tears shine on the eyelashes. Is it true? Whisper. It seems that we do not survive outside these dungeons. Suddenly, something in the potato falls. She trembles, shudders, as if breathing, and the guy catches his breath. The potato is alive. You need to help immediately. The look slides to the jug on the table. The fingers almost touch the cold clay, and the thought is heard inside. Does this jug need here? The jar in her hand angrily asks in potatoes whether she needs this thing, and begins to carefully bury the club inside, as if he were hiding a secret in a dark clay void. Suddenly the cry escaped from the boy's mouth. The potatoes glittered in front of him, yellowing in silence, and as if she came to life, pulling in light. The joy sparkled in the eyes when he stretched out of the dungeon stone potatoes. Did she become better, or does it need something of that dark inside? The plant nodded silently, and the guy of the otters. A loud scream is heard. Does he hear every word of his word? In response again, the affirmative nod, like a wave passing through the air. Potatoes are already in a new pot, and he, surprised, asks the plant, maybe it is time to talk to it. She asks for the name, but in response, only the stinging of the leaves, and then he chooses her name. Names were heard. Lace, spring, potatoes, even a fan of potatoes. And in response, the plant with a swing fastened into his jaw. In the end, the crippled man asked, maybe Ray? In Greek myths, it is the goddess of fertility, and the plant, as if recognizing the name, blossomed even brighter, as if she had heard her native word. Returning to Ray, the guy apologized to the box, but immediately began to explain. In everything there was a sense. He dreamed of growing potatoes. The acceleration plant threw the fruit. That gently rolled into the palm, and the surprise spilled in it. The potato was dry and inanimate, like a dust in the wind. After shuddering, The guy asks not to tell the plant that she will no longer grow any potatoes, and the plant silently confirms the truth. It is because of it, whispering Ray and asking for it. On his knees, with his head lowered, he whispered the word apology, and the silence around his repentance gently. The forest crumbles under his feet. The cold wind tickles the cheeks when a familiar girl calls out loud from behind her back, and the guy, turning to her voice, asks quietly, "What happened?" Stressed with 2-hour hunting, the girl suddenly insists on a break, and Kara-san denies fatigue, but a decisive voice does not leave the choice. The guy sighs, steps forward, and thinks whether the witchcraft is, and the partner catches herself in thought. He flies in the clouds for a long time. In the middle of the bodies of inanimate monsters, the girl confidently catches the boy's look, believes that the son of a carriage will not forget to cover her, and quietly asks, "Can something sharpen her soul? Maybe she can help her?" Warm earth was pouring through the fingers of the draught. It thought whether this fertilizer would fit for the plant, and not too dry soil in the dungeon, although before planting Rhea it was still watering it with water. The girl was stunned. Everything turned out to be worse than she imagined. After completing things, everyone wished each other until tomorrow, proud of successful work, and Anna and Karasan moved home through the night. After him, the girl quietly confesses, he scares her. Karaboshi, Sam seemed to a rock, but perhaps she was wrong. He silently rushes to the threat and does not deviate from the battle for hours. It seems to him something. Today his actions were reminiscent of a strange dance of confusion. Hardly dare. The girl moved to him to the house, hearing how the night wind would rustle quietly in the grass and smells of freshness. He barely crossed the threshold. Karabosha's voice cut the silence. He repeated the name of Ray and asked why not, they say, let him insert here. Her body was heard. Her heart froze in unexpected anxiety. At least listen to the cardiac, and you will see how it tightens. You will not even notice how you will capture. The girl only opened her eyes with surprise. Is this true? Karabosha-san lives with a girl, and everyone considers them a couple. It seems that the heart suddenly crashed faster. The smell of the earth was mixed with anxiety when he persuaded Ray to add a little fertilizer, referring to the words of a grave horn, and the hero, deciding to check, moved out of the room, leaving behind heavy air. Among the silence of the Parabashi room froze. Karen lay on the floor like a shadow, and the air subsided by surprise. Under the article, Brave Adventures, the words were raised in the comments. Let's return Sinziuk together. Discussion about volunteers in the Nameless campaign broke out with energy and hope. The news about the catastrophe in the dungeon was lightning through the smoke and the sirens beat, someone asks. Is it Shinjuku? No, Chicago. And a sad shadow. Those who are there now were not lucky. The topic 304 raised the reproaches of adventurous adventurers, while in the topic 305 the voice of defense was heard. Here they justify, explain their actions, as if they were justified by an old friend. As soon as the ink, the apology dried on paper, the conversation subsided, leaving the light aroma of peace and a cozy silence in the air. Karen, as soon as she saw the plant in the house, and asked indignantly that this monster was doing here. The kaboot called it. He said that he was pulled from the dungeon. The girl asked whether she really brought it. She asked with interest that the hero thought when she brought the monster home. Caribou mumped that she was good, though a monster, and the heroine of the verse repeated, "She is still a monster." The guy did not give up. Even the monsters need a place in the world. Maybe they can become friends. He asked how Chicago's adventurers differ from monsters. The same provokes, they kill the same. It's not about friendship or enmity, but about survival, the guy wanted to say. There are no problems between the river. They are friends, the young man said when the plant caught the moment. The potato flew in Karabosha. Karen dropped a surprised look, and the hero joked, "If the target, then loves." Such a proposal only annoyed the girl. She was already going to tear the plant with the roots, but the guy gently stopped her, said that he did not feel pain. Meanwhile, the hare was quietly asked to restrain. The wheels of the trolley were creaking into gravel, and the joy of yesterday's conversation with Karen with warm current trembled in the chest. But the thoughts of the RI did not rest. Already under the garden, the young man shouted Mr. Kuturi, "Son," and excitedly added that he brought some more meat. He waved his hand with his hand, wondering whether it was really a monster, and then he confessed delicious, though he was embarrassed before Karaboshi. so he asked to accept a gift from him. A plant similar to a sweet cane was in the guy's hand. Caribou carefully asked how many years she was grown. It turned out to be last year's sprouts, and the guy admired that they were amazing. The young man suggested that this size of the plant grows for many years, but the gentleman assured, with compost of monster's meat, everything is moving faster. The cardiac was wondered whether it could share, and heard the agreement in response. Kaitata remembered that he found something strange in the meat, and stretched the object to the boy. Karabosha took his palm in his palm of his hand, looking at an unfamiliar thing. The door shed. The hero returned home, informed Ray of his return, and quietly asked why he was still angry. Because yesterday, everything had to be decided. But the plant was still silent. There is no other way out, decided on the young side and poured the compost into the pot. Ray wrapped the leaves, come to life. Karabos immediately noted that this land is tasteful, because the monster's meat was full of nutrients. And getting something out of his pocket, asked if he wanted Ray. Do you pick up a stone from your pocket? It is an amazing, rare find that accidentally fell from the body of the monster, and it is unknown what it was needed. But the plethy shoot grabbed the stone without even having hearing the answer. The young man asked with a smile if she had forgot to thank. In response, she was angry, grunting, well, just do not make a noise, and he thought he was treating, and she was fighting. Watching the clash, the Karaboxt felt that an unprecedented force broke out in Karen. Her power was already overshadowed by the guy, as the thunder resonates with a long lightning. Due to the ability to accelerate development, Karabosha gained experience with a frantic speed, and does not lag behind the Karen, moving next to her leg in the leg. The market is buzzing with voices. The smell of metal is woven into the air. There are 350 silver wolf mascara among the stacks, and Karabush quietly says a caney at the entrance, which he hopes she will buy them. The girl just smiled. Everything is well, now I calculate. Caribou and Karen were surprised, and she already carefully counted, rustled with her fingers on the pages, without drawing her eyes. After calculating everything to a penny, Akana reported the final amount, 187,500 yen, and added, "A urgent order was received on Karabosha than for carving." The girl with a knife asked if he needed to be rewarded. The light yes escaped from the guy. While Akani sharpened the knife, the metal gunched on stone. Subsequently, she gave him back and apologized to it. Too heavy. In Karabos, she asked how much he was guilty of. Silence cracks. Anna is silent. The guy says her name loudly, and the girl responds short. What? Caribou whispered. Where did her familiar spark go? Why is she so alien to herself today? In response, she comes to her. You cannot always hide in yourself. The young man nods. Of course, but you are even too polite. Akame is lost in guessing, and then he agrees and asks, if you are experiencing, just listen. Karabos nodded by consent. Anacon began to tell. In Sapporo, their leader suddenly disappeared. At first, she thought the leader just hid after the storage of the store, but the card was issued. It should lead to a chica. The hero asks how much time has passed from her disappearance. They answer, about 5 days. He thinks, and Korin says, there is only a descent of Chicago and dating. But where the head in the dungeon? No one knows. The smell of the evening air of the verse was grinding, and he asked if she went to seek. Instead of answering, the girl froze. Thoughtfully, silently, her gaze wandered at dusk. Karen returns to her son and says, it is true, because Connie is incredibly strong, like a storm that wears branches and stirs the wind. Connie replied that she could not leave. The store was waiting. The boss would not forgive the absenteeism because of someone's absence, and the boys, without breaking the words, just looked at her silently. Then they asked why she didn't take the day off. In response, Akon smiled. And I have? The guys were surprised. So no rest? She shrugged. Here work and rest are the same, and everyone agreed. Akani added, so, if she invents the task, everyone will expect whether she will take for him. The guy covers the excitement from the first adventure, and everything will decide the details, he assures. Then the task is to find the head of the department, said Akana. Place Chikaho, somewhere in the first 8 floors. The hero asked, wondering, 8 floors? When asked about the purpose of Akini's campaign, she explained. She took the task for the equipment factory. It was necessary to get the materials of the Silver Wolf, and to make it in time, she was at risk of descending to the dungeon herself. Finally, the guy realized, in Chicago, silver wolves appear between the 6th and 8th floor, so the girl should be there. Despair squeezed his chest. How much time else to look for until even the bone is left? The hero sighed. He did not see the point of looking anymore. But is he suitable for this road? Akama nodded confidently, gave a month to reflect, and then, with a light smile, wondered, is she moving on? Kurboshi thought mentally. To pick up this thing or not, and the windows whispered, it is necessary to grab the magic bag of Karen and collect everything you need. And Kurboshi gently lowered his eyes. No. This time, we will not touch. The words fell like stones. Acne settled on the floor, whispering why. Why it was all, while the guy rapped his apology, and he added that he has important things and cannot leave the house. Karen immediately remembered Ray, and the evil of Akana lowered her head and whispered that adventurers only care about themselves. With a cry, sharp and bitter, Akana blamed, to save people, to protect Japan, only chatting and boasting. And when the evil is real, the adventurers seem to be deaf. They all care. The cardiac heard her blamed. If he stood right in front of him, everything else, but he is so far from there. What to blame? And then he did not restrain himself and exclaimed, let them ask for help from the Sapporian adventurers. Akan's cheeks were burning with anger while Karen tickled her finger with the boy and sounded him, and then asked bitterly if she was keeping him at home and a little girl. Karen, with wet eyes, whispered, if so, maybe they will take it with them. After all, she could move inside the boiler. The young man nodded. Could. But is it normal? Karen was silent, and the hero said, she is a monster. Karen lowered her head. There was no reason to trust the plant, but if the Shizan's Carabont assured that Ray good, she believed. She sighed with regret. After all, they are one team. Karen repeated quietly, yes, the leader is far away, but asked to look at how hard it is. The words almost drowned in the squeak, and the guy did not look out of her. The easy touch of punishment to Karen's hair had warmth, and sighing, Karabasha agreed to this adventure. Both girls glowed with joy, and the guy added, there will be a reward, but even the cost of searching for Akan will cover. Akam's smile glowed. You know, a guaranteed reward. 300,000 yin for the task, another 200,000 from above, and if you handle a day, as many as 500,000? Not temptation? Both are impressed with whether it is true, and yet, Akana buys all trophies for 5% more expensive. Even the assessment and recovery of the equipment are free, overnight and food at her expense. The young man exclaims that it is a wonderful agreement. In the end, the question is again, if all so, are they ready to take it in their hands? The three together froze, their shoulders leaned. The views were drowned somewhere in the floor, the seriousness of hanging like a morning haze. After leaving the store, Karen, for a grateful nod, whisper, thank you, Karaboshi-san, who agreed to this trip. The hero quietly assured that he should not thank him, but the girl still whispered, thank you. And the smile blossomed on his face, like the sun after the rain. It always sounds from her mouth. You are a real talent. You do everything right. And now he squeezes his fists and decides to think not about himself, but about others. Karaboski felt the desire to help others in his chest, like a fresh wind awakened his soul from sleep. She breathed in the name of the hero. The enthusiasm sparkled in her eyes, and Karaboshi slowly explained. Karen brought him to this idea. This is what he suggested to complete everything. It is time to collect things, because tomorrow they are waiting for the road. With her eyes, Karen sprayed a spark. She only whispered the consent. The cane clicked deftly with a drawer. Under the nose, a playful smile. It's so easy to send these fools in search, until the heart sings with pleasure. Introducing their supervisor, she did not think. Some are afraid to lose the contract. Others count profits. Well, and narrowness. The connection was quietly cracking, and the interlocutor smiled cunningly. Akana jumped and said with a smile that it is thanks to failures that she can truly blossom. A real swirl of energy. It throws glasses all over and caps. They say, others just think how to get the tops to obey someone. Looking out the window, she confessed. The market and the whole world went through their fingers, and the heart became empty. But none of the people will overcome her spirit. On the street, her confident language was heard and smelled of kiboshi herbs, and her nickname whispered with respect. Karen is able to escape from any trap. No one will stop anything, even if some called everyone. Karaboshi fastened the belt in the car where Rai sat, and was gently saying that time to prepare. Noticing the question in the eyes of the plants, he explained that they were going far, up to Chicago. Karen swore. His mouth was rushed, but immediately rushed to the car. In the salon, turning to Ray, she gave her a look full of dissatisfaction. Karen tells that the first 7 floors of the fault are buzzing from wolves. Will they survive? They seem to be lacking. But the driver nods quietly. They will cope. Although real troubles will begin from the 6th floor. The road suddenly flies in the traps. In the dust, the pits turn black. Some of the iron teeth flash. They will not kill, but they will be treated and pain, like a slight laughter from the ground. Laptop in his hands, Karen says, "The monsters are similar here, and the dungeon is more difficult." He also notices, something like game learning appeared like the smell of a new adventure in the air. The hero is interested in playing again, noticing. In the games, the dungeons are a common thing, and in their lives they are full of monsters, and for some reason they are lacking people. But still does not believe that the dungeons are infinite. The young man bounces the impatience. He already wants to get into the dungeon. Karen, barely audible, is wondering how many else to the desired floor. And the punishment of Boshi rubs. About a month we will. Karen is concerned about whether they will have time, and the hero with light on the face quietly answers, "We must have time." The car rolls asphalt. The motors roar until they stop near the building. Entering, the heroine quietly asks about the plan, and Karaboshi answers, "First let's go there." The doors were discharged into the cave of the Black Dragon. The aroma of dust and metal. On the windows a fluttering advertisement ads, and inside will shimmer products with vivid promotional descriptions. The gaze slid on the bright shelves, and suddenly it became clear. This store was created for the chosen things. While the boys were looking at the shelves with things, Karaboshi lowered his voice. Because of the decline of science, witchcraft became everyday life. The world changed, and no one prepared. And here the attention was drawn to a large bucket. In the bucket, a slippery snake, a eel, and the hero repeated this word, swallowing fear. He read, "People escaped through acne. The action lasted almost a day. Karabushki just took 4 acne, and the one who was about to go said how the heroine quietly pronounced B-pie, and asked if everything was fine with her." Concerned with an unknown squeak, the guy looked at the Kingen to his chicken, smiling gently, and explained, it was she who she was screaming. And probably, at home, she would find her business, even if he is noisy. After that, the hero said that the price is too high. Maybe it should not be taken. The girl agreed. She liked the chickens. They squeak without stopping, but they were not annoying. Under the ground of the 4th floor, the knife of the rabbit on the neck. The monster was hard, and the bold boss rabbit clumsily jumped, not like the locals, and it was then that the guy saw Karen near the eye. He asked her whether she quarreled with the boss. She denied and was able to move further, and Karaboshi silently claimed, "Ahead of the snow cloud, a huge rabbit. From the 4th floor, these rabbits are weak." The hero winked and added, "Next to me, Karen cannot be afraid." The partner nodded, whispered, "Be near us." Karen with a stick pulled her hands forward, focused, and the hero quietly said that the deeper she was breathing, the more powerful her magic becomes. The blows are striking even than him. The metal jacket of the panel, the fingers tremble. First, it is necessary to look to the skills points. Suddenly a pleasant rustle of surprise is rolled by the body. Surprise. The description of Ray appeared on the screen. She really turned out to be a girl, and the guy swept a quiet relief. So he did not make his name. Karen struck. The monster had accumulated, and the rabbit flew to the side. The girl exclaimed that she succeeded, and her voice burst with joy and relief. The same smile suddenly faded. The heroine's gaze was full of anxious issues. The guy who had just praised Karen had already switched to a quiet whisper and asked if something was wrong. "Inside everything turned upside down," says Karen. The voice trembles. Now the dungeon comes clearly. The guy stands in front of her. Every movement and breath is acutely noticeable. The distrust flashed in the boy's eyes, but he assured that everything is fine, they say. She could tell about any changes. Karen said with a smile. Apparently her level grew, so the feeling became sharper. The hero only gladly supported this news. Yesterday it seemed that the skill had improved on the crumb. The vision seemed to be exacerbated. And now in the darkness of the dungeons, the eyes fixed the thinnest cracks in the walls, though almost no feelings. Going down the stairs between the floors, the boys suddenly noticed fresh grass under their feet. Karaboshi offered to stop and look around. Karen nodded quietly. The deeper the hero came, The brighter the lights flashed in the dungeons, and the girl stopped sharply. Someone was moving in front. The voice of darkness announced that they had already noticed, and the first course was lost. The silver wolves were flying to the boys. They jumped at once and like lightnings rushed into battle. The swords were woven in lightning dance. The clatter of metal cut the air. The battle of boiling fierce. When the wolf was injured, he noticed that these animals were not weaker than those of the dungeons. Karen asked if they were moving to the 7th floor. The guy suggested drawing a map and looking for a boss. If anything, they would return. The girl nodded. Then the young man asked if Karen sees the trap. She barely nodded, as if she saw, but uncertain. The hero smiled. It is possible to go, and the girl stopped and asked not to hurry, but the guy did not look back, did not listen to her voice. The trap was trapped. Karaboshi stuck, and Karen, trembling, asks if everything is fine. He nods. Everything is under control, and he confesses, he got here intentionally, wanted to feel how the trap works. The girl asked, what about sharp peaks sticking out below? The annoyed young man threw, if he had not fallen, the traps and borders would not know. Karen, with anxiety in the eyes, is clear. You cannot leave the partner alone. On the top of the hill, like a shadow in the glow of the moon, a giant wolf was sitting, a real leader. The wool moved a light wind, his eyes, like 2 burning fires. The smell of the voltage wandered in the air when she asked what next. After thinking, she sighed. It will be difficult without a tank. 5 traps need to be passed, and then, into battle. And this is a real challenge. The opinion turns in the head. What if you twist like a jig, hit together and add speed? Perhaps that will become the key. The phone calls. A young man whispers with a Karen who will reveal one secret to her, but she must swear, no one or a word. The glances met. In the depths of the eyes came to life unspeakable, and the girl, barely audible, made a promise that even the wind hid in silence. Karabos asked to call Ray. The girl first escaped well, but the consciousness stopped instantly, and she asked what she heard, and then faster ran to execute the order. The guy, without taking his eyes off the panel, ordered to make 8 points immediately, only looked at the table with valuable supplies, and already in his head the thought, you should try. Only he said to Ray as the potato hurt on her head. The hero was guilty for keeping Ray in the bag all the time. Asking the river if she could replenish the ammunition from this pot, he saw the plant shot the potatoes. The boys were happy, and the young said, a shot, like an arrow in an apple. Ray settled on the hero's shoulders, and he whispered, in the sign, we will attack together. The plant nodded. Karen squeezed his fists, preparing to help. The wolf quenched and bent his back. Karaboshi moved forward. The hero shouted, and it became a signal. Ray rushed into the attack, smoke and dust rising around, and the boys, holding his breath, watched the amazed. Little Ray does not have a year, and so much that even the hero does not restrain his surprise. Karen, returning to his girlfriend, wanted to know, why did the weakness change to such power? Karabos, with a gesture, suggested the Karina to look closer and open the panels with descriptions just before the eyes. There were rows full of mysterious words and colored shades there. This is my secret, he said quietly. And the heroine, holding his breath, looked at everything around and asked if this subject was charming. A friend nodded, they say, almost so. The panel strengthens his ability, and so that no one knows about magic and had to hide it with a movement. Returning to her, he said quietly that he trusts her. Karen escaped as a surprise that his cheeks flashed with shame, and the words, he trusts me, echoed in her heart for a long time. Karen looks at the panel. Is this my way of skills? Karabos nods. If I want to develop something. She does not have time to say how she whispers immediately. Magic. Everyone was in magic. Karabos warns that a sharp jump can hit, but the girl insists, without taking a burning look. The nod. And the guy's fingers quickly slide on the panel, changing the data under a light rustle plastic. The girl is enthusiastically looking at her palm. Incredibly, now she overcomes any boss. The young man laughs, advises to master the force first, and then to win everyone. Cold gray wolves lie at the Karaboshi's feet, and a frightened whisper breaks from her mouth. She killed them. 3 bosses of the 7th floor. Will everyone fall from one blow? He whispers, and calls Karen-san, in his gaze, a spark of call. Do not spend their strength on small prey. Friends advised Karen to focus and master new abilities, as the dungeon left a bitter taste of escape. she agreed silently, smiling guilty. The stairs seem endless. The feet are buzzing. The hero is murmur. The strength is no longer standing, and the evening is long outside. 6 hours underground, and no trace of the missing you. She dropped her head, wept. Near someone gently cheers up. To lose faith is too early. To descend on the 8th floor is early, because from a stupid risk to trouble is one unsuccessful step. The young man meets them near the counter. With apologies for the delay, he announces, "Previously, the skins and canines cost 44,001. Do they suits them?" Caribou only nods, and the employee emphasizes, "For them, a special allowance." The cashier extends the score with the amount that glows brightly. Carabosha nods and asks to divide into 2, which the cashier smiles easily. "How do you want?" He hears that it is a trifle. The order is ready, waiting for a weapon store. First nodding, but then shakes his head, silently wondering what is happening. The duck runs to the hall, asks for forgiveness and greets everyone. Karaboshi from Karen instantly turn their heads, catch its movement with eyes. The girl's gaze slides on the hero. "Are you the same Nothing Sama?" The guy blinks in surprise. Where does her nickname come from? She confesses with a smile. She told her Salpai Yuzuki Akane. Subai warned, "If a guy in the BDSM mask is approached, this is my younger brother. Just be polite." The hero only skeptically measured the girl with a look. They are only athirst for fooling each other. The girl who came, assured that everything she understood, but Subai always remains a grampa. She said that Akane-sama ordered the boys 2 sets of armor. The boys tried on the patches, spinned, laughed, and the hero slowly ran his hand on the smooth armor and said, "The armor of the 1st grade, probably expensive?" The girl replied that a bib from the shell of Scolopendra. Karaboshi was surprised. The same armor he brought in front of him. He confessed that the works were done incredibly quickly, and the girl explained carefully. It was a special, important order. The masters were fully placed. The distrust is glowing in the eyes. The guy cannot believe that the cane and so took care of them, asks, "How much is guilty of 2 sets?" The girl smiles. "Oh no. The guy is amazed. Why?" The answer is quiet. Such costs for them are forced. She said that all the strongest went to Shinjuku, and then no one has reached the 8th floor. Desperate is missing. They need support, and the hero is silent, listening to this anxiety. In despair, the girl whispers, "Only she and Karen promise to fulfill their request." Bows low and pleading, "Anything will do anything. Just allow you to save Yui, Sanpai." The hero nodded, sighed quietly, and promised to do everything he could. Going out of the store, Karen caught the guys, full of cheerful admiration. The words were heard in memory. "I once saved Yuva," he promised, and the promise was squeezing the air like a stringing string. On the green grass, a girl was quiet. Her hair was scattered on the ground, and the wind tickled the cheek. Consciousness left her body. The eyes are expanding. The guy stared at the monitor and was surprised to quit. Is that what? A joke? On the screen, the post, "I hurry to the rescue." The author signed simply no one. He described how he took the task of finding a missing adventure seeker, and under the post, 14 views and 10 comments were glowing. Almost all comments were evil. Adventurism is not for him. The article was full of nonsense, and the like. The young man was happy with the very fact of attention, and was surprised to catch the lightning speed of other people's words. To everyone who wrote, he answered with warmth in his voice, thanked the words, and confessed. He agrees, supports and rejoices in such reviews almost in everything. The laptop clicked. The guy stretched tired muscles in his shoulders and promised himself, today to stand up full as the wind in a fresh morning. Karen lifted 2 explosions. Shouts, smoke, dust, trembling under her feet, and called the San. The guy froze, as if he were fossilized, struck by the incredible force of the partner, because he did not have time to blink his eye. The hero scored Karen, wanted to say that the plan had never been finished, but the girl's voice suddenly cut off him. He promised to resolve everything himself. The guy, sighing quietly, confessed that he also had this desire and even better understanding others. Karen, with chest pain, lifts a stick and exclaims, "No one dare to be angry with the Karabasan. He is unusual, but kind and courageous. And she must help him, thank him for salvation. The forces have come back." The guy turns to the Karen, and she seems to be compiled as it should be. The sun caresses, whispering grass, and they decide to have a picnic, catching the smell of fresh food. Under the crunch of bread and the aroma of hot soup, the heroine notes. The boss of the 7th floor is also a silver wolf. The guy nods. No traces of neither Ui nor Son, only 8th floor calls. Suddenly, they are simultaneously covered by insight. On the 8th floor of the Shikajik dungeons, the dull world suddenly opened. The boys, stunned, silently caught every sound in the raw air. The look flies in the heights. The ceiling is far. Something else appears in each floor. The grass climbs up under your feet. No trace. Everything is hidden. But they may not notice. Oh-oh-san. As soon as he scent of danger in the air and whispered that he was not worth a hurry, suddenly Karen's voice sounds. She calls him. 2 silver wolves appear among the thick grass. A young man asks the girl to do nothing, and in the meantime, long predatory claws slowly unfolding the rustling greens. From the darkness, goblin with long arms and ugly face, he lives near the dungeon. Silver wolves are quietly stepping near him, as if goblin were just walking his dogs. 2 wolves and goblin, poured with a threat, were preparing to rush. Karabashi quit Karen. Depart. She nodded and whispered, "What's next?" The hero notices that the wounded, limiting in the grass, to fight such scary. It was only necessary to whisper the name of his partner, as she immediately captured the meaning in every breath of the room. Careful hands change to a fist, and wolves fall under a flurry of attack in the air. The hot breath of the battle, the wolf flies, and in the eyes, fire. The blow flies to goblin. It is angry, and with the roar of the weapon begins a fierce fight between Karaboshi and goblin. Their struggle raged further. Strokes, screams, sweat flaking. The air is bitten with tension, and the nails squeeze the earth to pain. The sharp edge of the girl cut the air. She jumped from the side and struck goblin, and he was hoggling and scared. Alongside the smell of the rot leads to the girl, and the hero screams Karen to run. His voice breaks the silence and erupts the air. A sudden stroke with a knife from the back, the metal of the verse rushed, and goblin roared, rolled with dust under someone else's hand. Having waved again, he firmly stated, "It would not allow it. Not now. Never." In the air the tension is hanging, as if the thunder is about to sound. Finally, goblin collapsed to the ground, and the warrior drowned on his knees, inhaling dust and peace. The quiet voice of the hero reassured the partner. Everything is fine, just the level increased, so it became more difficult. Increasing it is wonderful, and fighting with them alone is only time to waste. The tactics changed. The hero plunged his hand into a backpack, tension in the air, and the girl hesitantly asked what he was looking for there. Suddenly, slippery acne appears. The hero gets them into light, and the heroine asks again. The young man replies that these acne is allegedly protecting against monsters. Karen is surprised. Why it is so late? And in response, only silence and sighs. The clash was delayed longer than they thought. The punishment is extracted by another eel just in case. The guy is worried, asks the girl, or everything is fine, and it trembling with disgust, the verse whispers that everything is normal with her, though slippery acne is still sliding on her skin. The young man states, he also hurts his shoulder from fish. He is calm, and the heroine is surprised. Why? Partner Karen advises to grab acne with both hands. One attempt. Just a harsh voice. It is impossible. Keep it firm. Acne in your hands. Sleep only nodding. The search is ongoing, and the voice raises a friend. Be alert. Something changes in the air of the authorities, Karen catches himself thinking. Karabosha is already more frightening than these wolves. On the other side, sent by the OES lying in the grass, she begins to wake up. Her face flashes anger and slowly, with scratched hands, tries to crawl forward. The awareness came suddenly. The broken left thigh pulled up with acute pain. The body of the languages increased to the ground. To move, not something to run, no longer had power. A few uncertain movements, and she whispers that she paid expensive for her stupidity. If the medicine, or at least did not dare to pursue here, the name of the silver noise wolves. As soon as the wolf skin is darkened, the value of such prey is increasing, and in the depths of the earth, darknesses were increasingly. It seemed that in the Mitsubishi store they find the best, and it gives it an advantage over others. At the Viper Akane station, everything subsides, and here, after long reflections, everything is thoughtfully announced its decision. She got a bottle with trembling hands, dreamed of feeling a sip of water, but opened. Frozen. Inside only a void and dry sound, like a sigh. Subaile, thoughts were spinning. No crumbs of food, no drops of water, only a void around. Only a special mask that hid the smell of the body rescued it. Smile slid on her mouth. Why lengthen life if no one is looking for as usual as she? There is no point in vain. She quarreled herself for reckless actions, arguing that she got into a dead end, even worse if everything is completely bad and shame on her. Imagination drew predatory monsters that sneaks on all sides, and then their sharp teeth are absorbed into each shred of the body, leaving only pain and panic. The horror squeezes the throat, and the cry breaks out. Someone is. Let me go. Silence swings air like a thick fog. In response, no sound. A shrill scream for help to thwart the air. The girl was convincing her breath, not wanting to dissolve in the darkness, but suddenly her, and even more of her, a creature. A real monster. Fear squeezed his throat. Ooh involuntarily closed her eyes and heard someone's words. Here's where. The voice was human. It opened the eyelids, not believing that it was not a dream. At first, a sprout died out of the grass, and then it is a spooky face, like a shadow in a morning haze. Among the wet stones, the ropes and slippery acne slides, from their movements in cold water, I had frost on the skin. The woman went back sharply. Karen whispered that she had hardly jumped out of fear of Karibabchi-san. Sanpai lay on the ground, unconscious, and suddenly a fiery pain crawled into the body, and she sifted, sighing, began to wake up. Finally, the mind clear, and the world around became clear, transparent, like spring rain. I immediately rushed to get acquainted with Oisan. He called himself an adventure seeker. Without the title and name, he said, they came to save her. Senpai kept his breath from surprise. The earth is cold, falls again, and the young man quickly asks, stand, not painless. It is very difficult to wear you. He eagerly shakes her by his shoulders, trying to turn to his senses. The woman opens her eyes, suddenly scattered. The words fly up with whisper. Do not come. You are a monster, she repeats stubbornly. Let it be better killed immediately than to humiliate her body. In response, Karaboshi advises her to gather and not lose his spirit through a light smile. Yui did not understand, and the guy again explained. Together with Karen, they took the task to find her. So both now here. The question of the task was again, and the young man added that colleagues from Mitsubishi were already waiting for her return. And these words made the eyes of Senpai moisturize. The woman looks at his feet with surprise. Says the pain has disappeared. Karen quietly admits that she has already used the restorative ointment and asks whether it has become easier. Already standing, she smiles. Yes, it seems she can go on her own. The ladies, leaning her head, asks what to thank, because even the leg became easy, but everything is already gone, and it is no longer necessary to care. It sounds restrained, clearly than just thank you, and everything subsides. The hero suddenly suggests, well, we move? And he receives consent, but at once the woman is stretched. Take the eel, take. Subai shudders with horror. All together came to the gate, live acne, slippery like night rain. The gates are called a deaf knock of the elevator. Only a few floors are open, and they will have to go. Karaboshi states, here is the gate, and behind them is the surface. Oisenpai rejoices. Hope swells in the chest. Acute back pain, and Karen falls face into cold grass. Here's the heavy breathing of the one who has attacked. Karaboshi and Sanpai turn, call Karen, and in response, as if from afar, a voice is heard. You finally met. Two giant swords squeeze their hands, and the faces hide under the mask in oblivion. The past between them sounded so quietly that even the memories dissolved in the castle. In the air, the danger has frozen. The creature becomes a fighting rack. One attacker is swearing a bow. The other, turning to the boys, quietly warns not to move. The cry escaped in Senkai. The attacker flashed next to the joke. If Musada suddenly repays to that store, she will empty. And if the order goes to other hands, it is unlikely to do something. Ladies, frightened, asks if people will stop coming to the store now but does not believe in it. The attackers laugh and throw that she understands everything too late. Senpai asks whether they have been angry with monsters and slammed them. In response, only malicious silence, and the other pulls the bow of the bow. Karaboshi sighs. Enough. Then we were rescued by Masazuju-san. A sharp voice cuts air. Why do you do it? One of the malefactors shrugs. Is it so unclear? They wanted to revenge, and the guy was confused without understanding anything. One of the armed mockingly talks, made us a smile before everyone. It is not possible to endure. It is time to answer. In the memory of Sanaya, the same humiliating past flashes, and Karen continues to be motionless, as if she had frozen in the middle of silence. Women's voices sigh in vain. All this is in vain, nothing will change. The hero pulls the mask, and the attackers just smile from below. They indifferent whether it is evil, because conscience is silent. Sunpai has added quietly, "If I tell it, you will not only lose a license, it will not end so easy." They only asked in a stunned, "What? Does she really think she will get out of the dungeon?" Weapons are rattling over his head. The guards squeeze the sword's hand and do not bring her eyes on her eyes. Lars, with a predatory smile, approaches the sheik, promising to touch 2 girls as a reward for work. A friend throws him, "You have only one thing about one," and then sharply grabs the Karen for his hair and states that she takes her for herself. Another shrugged and noticed, "Does he not think that OEC is no longer young?" The partner smiled and quietly confessed, "That is exactly what he tastes." Lara's feet lowered over the Karen. The voice is gently playing. "Now, when you are 18, we can give birth to a baby. Tell me how you feel. I will help you feel the joy of a man to live without me." Kara saw his fist. His dagger shines in his hand. "Where you go, pick up the sword. Whisper to Lars." Subai pale. Her palm grabs her mouth. It seems worse. The laughter of other adventurers rolls around the moon. The scum sounded muffled until he noticed the Karen opened his eyes and shouted so that she did not move. And Lara said, "The goat in the mask should be removed." Lars, with a swing, beats the Karen trying to get up and throws angry, "Lie down!" The girl flies, exhales through his teeth. Fear tickles the skin. The smell of the cake rolls with the kitchen, and the screams merge into anxiety. The son rushes and, without looking back, rushes to the police. The hero disappeared, and in the eyes of others was surprised. When he managed to break free, "If he is at large, we are ending." The voices were nervously, and then ominously promised to give the girls to the monsters in the bottom. Finally it came. "Hide! Hide!" They decided. It is necessary to hide the evidence quickly before the police appear. Then they will believe that he invented everything. Lara agreed silently with that. Lars, with pain in his voice, said that in the evening he would wave his sword in Sasuke, but, saying goodbye to Karen, he raised his weapon, preparing to hit the girl, and Shopai, scared, feeling dangerous. The blade shines dangerously near Karen, but the hero strongly approaches Lars. This step stops him, forces him to hesitate, to sharpen for a moment. Affected by breath, Sunzoiso and Lars watch the Karabosi rush forward, covering the girl. Travelers ask where he came from. The hero asks Senpi to raise Karen, and the woman calls the boy's name. In response, he turns sharply. His eyes are serious. The voice is firm. Short shout, and attackers rush forward. One burns the Garia to shoot, and in response whistles the arrow, piercing the alarming silence. Arrow with crack breaks in the air. The indignant voices of travelers are pouring around. The young man with a happy smile praises his plant. The girls quickly slip into the elevator. The Russell door closes behind their backs. Seeing how the girls slid in the elevator, Karboshi blossomed in a smile. In her heart, she locked his joy. 3 angry seekers rushed to look for a hero when the young man calmly stated that he was standing in front of them all this time, and he also asked if they were not pumped at all. And when he puts on a mask, one of them explodes. In the eyes of the boys, emptiness, only the question, how did he find himself here? They said reproachfully that he apparently hid all the time, but the hero calmly replied, "He stood here from a little without stepping." The guys ask, well, how many more times? No obstruction is terrible, nothing is restrained, but nothing throws anything that he did nothing last time. The boys laugh, too generous, probably waiting again for the help of Musa. The hero summarizes, if so, everything is clear. Ready and confident, she can handle, but she just laughs, asks if he does not joke, and even Karaboshi looks surprised. Isn't it a joke? He sits around, asks whether it was a joke when Karen was injured. Lars sighs, they say, by chance, just an evil moment. Think, and forgive. The hero only watches silently, the heart is staggering. Asking a blog is also a joke. Shikama asks what the hero is talking about, and he leaves his analysis. 10 angry comments, 6 readers, and 3 new ones. Exactly as much as they have. They sigh in turn, sympathy plays on their faces, capes about readers and comments, and instead of insults they hear quiet thanks. The hero gently says that it is enough. The upset Karaboshi verse swallowed the words about his blog as the deaf roar came from above. In the air, it was anxious. Something suggested that it is marked by a monster. In the air, alarming breath, hearts were crazy. Everyone suddenly felt, now something would happen, so we need to run as if the earth was burning under his feet. Smoke stepped above the earth, and in his gray curtain came the other shadows of the monster. Scary, like a nightmare. The street was circulated by the Hoblin Walker, and Sikama, calling them brazen creatures, rushed to wave, slamming loudly through the air. A ring of enemies is compressed around, and the tension grows. The hero throws the skills into the game. The weapon in one hand flashes with skill. Someone asks in surprise, "Already the entrance has gone?" Just in case, he presses on the panel. And in front of him there is a new description, which the world has not heard. A crowd of monsters surrounded the elevator tightly. Karaboshi shows a feverish finger there. Run away. But the boys say that he is not a commander. At this point, a wolf is rushed at the Jackum behind, clicking his teeth. The shield and the sword blink in lightning. It resists desperately. Every blow rings in night silence. No one was surprised how a boldly seeker crashed with the monster, and all the others immediately rushed into battle, clapping weapons and shouting. The adventurers gathered in a pile, stuck their feet on the ground. The swords flash at dusk. The monsters are roaring and sizzling, and the hearts are pounding in the chest. The hero understands that to survive on the 8th and 9th floors, friends and skills are needed. He promises to defeat the monsters and return, and 3 repeat again. Just say what to do. Haru knocks another blow and throws words. Less self-confidence. There is no time for relaxation here. Goblin happily breaks the arrows, smiles with the corners of the mouth, and even the smell of the crack is seeped by air. It enjoys every moment. At that moment, the silver wolf throws Harry on the floor and gets his teeth in his hand. Partners fade, horror and cry cut the silence. Lars appeared with the sheik. There was no living soul around, only deaf silence and heavy air. Crowds of monsters twisted around the ball, and 3, holding their breath, caught every sound. What happens now? Lars rushes to the burning with the sword, shouting that it is already nearby, but the Pupiga whispers quietly. He is already here, and the burning, with blood on his lips, does not breathe or respond. The tears do not stop. Lars and Karabos became confused, and Shikama looked at a breathless friend in horror. Her heart was squeezed with cold and silence. The heavy air smelled sad. Larsa had a frantic anger in his chest. He rushed through the roar and shouting to Shikamo because the hero immediately noticed his trouble. Wolves surrounded Shikamo on both sides, the wool on the busts sticking out. Low growls were stuck around the deaf. No soul was in a hurry to come to the rescue. Fortunately, the hero has time to help and asks Shikam why he is so frightened. In response, the guy shudders and explains in a trembling voice. He has never encountered so many. The army of monsters appeared in front of the eyes. Not a fiction, but a real crowd of monsters. And if not held together, all leave their souls under this difficult sky. I am alive, and my friend also, he whispered. And at this point the adventurer is raised, frozen for a moment, as if he returned to life from only one sound of voice. He rushes to fight against monsters, murmur that all this is because of the hero and let him silence. And the hero, without paying attention, announces, "We will reach the gate, and we will be saved. You will have to stand side by side, though it does not annoy," he says. Each of them squeezes his fists, preparing for the battle together. Gradually the boys move away from the circle. The sneakers are lost in the dust, leaving space for silence and tension. He runs up, panic in his voice. Laura is faint. It's impossible. Rushes with pleasure in the look. Why? How did it happen? Why is they no less no matter how much they destroy? He asks. No nod. Even after 300 killed, the number of enemies does not fade away, as if new ones sprout underground. The hero notices. The dungeon swallows dead bodies in a moment, but the space does not expand. So the local monsters come to life again. And this is no longer a simple gate of monsters. The boys froze in stunning. The heart is buzzing with anger. Shikama rushes straight into the band of monsters, asks what it is, but they are caught in a moment without leaving him a chance. Only Karibosi remained among the ruins and smoke. He looked at Ray and promised confidently. They would choose from here, even at the cost of everything. The look is sharp. The fingers are inadvertently squeezed. You need to look more closely because this crowd is not simple. Somewhere here, the very nucleus, and as if he finally managed to catch his eyes. It seemed at first. The appearance of monsters is associated with the tumor, but they do not arise from it. Goblins with the oaks are already growing nearby, stepping closer and closer to the guy. Hidden by goblins, the tumor seems especially dangerous. Karebu feels it with a bowel. Rest. He slowly pulls the mask through which muted breathing is heard. Dwarfs remain behind. In the heart of the cave, the sword rises up. He whispers, "Let it end," and collapses on a terrible tumor. The nucleus cracked in half under the blow of the hero, and a dazzling flash escaped from him, stunning the roar and smell of heat. All the monsters are stunned. The level jumped nothing, and now it is feverish. Sweat flows, and the eyes run in anxiety. The explosions bite the monster in turn. The guy falls around. Tears are burning on his cheeks, and he only looks closely at the fragile flower that leaned against his shoulder. In the thoughts of Karboshi there is a ray, inadvertently smiles, casts a look around. The bodies are silently lie. They will not take either time or the resurrection. Everything succeeded. They should gather the strength, reach the gate, and Karboshi puts on the mask again. The elevator door dissolved, and there was a detachment inside the voice. The boys always kicked the nonsense. The police caught them again and again, and the eldest sighed. Not a heroic story at all, except to change something so difficult. They decided that at any cost, it is necessary to grasp the company, Shikama. They barely arrived. The elevator door dissolved, and before the eyes there was a picture that the brain was stretched and the heart squeezed. Ahead of the dust and roar in the whirlwind, a whole flock of monster was pushed, and the leader of the soldiers quickly threw the team, the crossbows, to battle. A voice came from the crowd. He asked to stop, and a man looked out of the leaves and masks. The commander, surprised, looked silently, and the stranger sincerely thanked for the salvation and called himself a traveler. One of the fighters asks what to do with him and whether he is with Sheik, and the commander sharply, through the howling of sirens, shouts, "What is with the chicken?" The hero replies, "It was not possible to save." The soldier draws the commander's attention to his hand that lies at the feet on the floor, as if forgotten during chaotic events. "Commander," in-chief quietly promises help. "Arrows can hurt, but there will always be a way to retreat." The hero nod. "I understand. Let's try, even if everything smells around." The restrained voice of a gray man calls to raise weapons. Nothing more valuable than human life. And suddenly he notices a slippery eel, twisting under his feet. Finally, the young man lands near the fighters. The earth swells under his feet, and a clear team is heard. "Everyone back. Turn around." The elevator is smooth, full of dull light, and everyone around the guy passed hard. Does he go to monsters with a short sword? And his mask? Isn't it charming? Does not give strength? The questions were flying one by one. Is the monster plant? The guy confirmed with a smile. Tamed her. A surprises and surprised looks around, as if it were a joke. The gentleman said quietly, "The conversation will continue above," and he thought hero's the hero. Ordinary in view, and he was able to withstand the crowd of monster and even won. One of the fighters suddenly remembered that he saw that the heater of adventure was standing nearby. None other than a legend. The commander turned to a famous boy, but he only surprised his shoulders, not understanding what fame was referred to, and others assured that Masatatsugu-san accurately noticed him. The shame of red watering the hero's cheeks. The tongue was confused. The BDSM mask escaped, and the crowd closed closer the circle as if the eyes were glowing in dusk. In the room, Karen slept quietly on the bed, and near, like a shadow, she sat. Karabocho, as soon as she went down, immediately asked how Karen was holding up, and Senpai looked at a familiar voice in surprise. She was quietly apologizing that she had left him there, and the young man thanked him for the care of Karen and said that everything was fine, but the woman did not have time to treat. Karen suddenly moved, returning to her senses. The girl opened her eyes, around a quiet, no familiar vote. Karen carefully wondered if it was Karabosha. Heroine jumped sharply, recognizing him. Her eyes were filled with warm tears. She looked away. Even the air asked if everything was okay, and Senpai said quietly, "It is not necessary to move so sharply." The Kurbit asked the woman how she feels, whether it was bad. In response, he heard about a torn wound on his back, already lubricated, and a slight dizziness from blood loss. The strong armor saved the worst. The blows were ringing on the metal, and their rage was breaking like a wave against a rock. Nevertheless, no son survived the monster parade. The police said before his arrival how he fought. The heart-shaped heart suggested Carmino that this guy could avoid suffering. But now everything became his world, his pain, his choice. She confessed that those adventure seekers received his merit, and she did not escape punishment, and asked, "Do not be upset, San Chenna." The young man thanked her in a quiet voice. The soft city breathes at night when Karen Verse confesses. The guilt lies on it. If not her wound, everything would be different. Forgiveness not to get, but if the girl was more careful, maybe everyone would be alive. And if she had time to evade, the hero would no longer have to save her tears and life. She apologized to the carving, the sand, but her friend only looked surprised. For what? The heroine confessed through a powerless tears, worthless, not worthy of any forgiveness. She squeezed, whispering, if she had not been here, all this would not have happened. And suddenly the interlocutor got a blow to the head, until the ringing in the air. The hero threw the girl sharply. Another stupid word. And you get. Karen quietly asked him not to give secrets, but Ness added, those guys would still find a reason. She even to imagine her, if she had not appeared on time. The guy's fist standard to the white. His lips trembled. He admitted, he did not protect, relaxing, and that is why she was injured. The voice is a sincere apology. The heroine denied, they say, she became on the way, but the Crabo shouted, if even more power. No one would have died, he had a lot of pain, and Karen's cheeks suddenly grew a hot tear. Memories are painful. It was necessary to decide, to help, and to save, and it stood away. And now in this silence only he is, no one else. It was at that moment that Karen reached out and touched the void. The skin felt the cold, the echo of the invisible, as if touched the shadows. Breathing overwhelms the breast. The hero proposes to grow together, become stronger, and the partner only nod. In his eyes, the consent and desire to the new road shine in his eyes. The steps sounded on the dust. They walked further, slowly, silently, absorbing the silence and warmth of the sun. The screen flashed with cold light, and Karen, plunging into silence, slowly flipped through the lines of the hero's blog, and with each word, her heart became heavier. Drug alarm chewed his cheeks. In blogs, his emotions poured the river. And where did it disappear and restrained balanced sauna? She looked at the screen again and froze. Happiness twisted him on the bed. New readers found the way to him. And even the body was filled with force, as if after a long sleep. Under his post, new thoughts appear one by one. Every language of a secret breath in a deep night silence. Before the icon with the information of the gun, the fists squeezed his fists. His gaze slid along the score of skills. And when he touched the uncertain secrecy, something cold like the shadow moved inside. It was 3 weeks from the day they found Wyson. He was indifferent to improvements, and Karen boasted. Without even spending skills, she still became stronger. The young man explained that some abilities appear. Just try. The girl laughed, having feel a gentle hope and admiration. She told how she curved her magic. Now even a strong spell will not make the staff break into her forehead. Karaboshi smiled. The girl's efforts have already smelled like a real victory. In Bryn, the girl greeted the guests with a sincere smile, and recognizing his familiar faces, suddenly faded, and her gaze was blurred. Akana asked not to approach her when the heroes have no business. The air was already hot, and the Karabos broke out. Can't you invent something else? The girl cast a short look, the insulting slid on her face, and then the cheeks flooded with a blush. She confessed that she was worried about them. Karen was surprised with a smile, and the guy was only puzzled. Akana's bloody smile was in semi-thawed air. They say, thought, until you were. Haruka had already died. The guy broke out, clenched his fist and grumbled angrily. Then time to fix everything. 10 minutes passed. The hero triumphantly demonstrated the prey, whole piles of bodies under his feet. In the crowd, Connie shouted that he would spread his shop, and at the request of the number of the young man calmly replied, 5,000 corpses. The confusion of a girl, only a month brought in a month, did not explain why he wanted to see her. He thought a cunning smile would blind them, and the owner whispered. Her heart sinks in tears. The fragile maiden hand trembling on the calculator buttons, adding 5%, promised. Seeing the final amount, Akanai bit her lip and froze, and the hero watched this silent scene carefully. The girl exclaimed that their amount exceeds 3 million and accused of theft. An incredible figure, so the guy only sighed, deciding, apparently, she just calculated everything wrong. Makani Whispers confessed that she would be happy if it was a mistake. The owner of the store leaned on the table, lacrimally sore in her work, and Daruka came closer and asked to choose armor for them. In the eyes of the girl, a spark caught fire, and her lips quickly asked, "What do clients want?" The guy said, "The goal is now on the middle floors, so he needs a strong armor and Karen is a complete set." After the group's attack, they had to prepare, and Akana clenched his fists. promising to return her money at any cost, and Haruka warned dry, "You will not get anything without hard work." The girl took up the case, and the guy pushed her. "We need to try more." The boys were already heading for the exit when the store owner shouted back, heard between the shelves. On the tablet, only the red ears of Akane. She thanked for Oiko, but Haruka still noticed embarrassment and, without losing his eyes, asked to finish everything until tomorrow under any conditions. The air was buzzing from the battle. The heroes raced from the floor to the floor, greeted the walking eggplants on the 6th, and the 7th woke up the singing rooster. The 8th floor met them with a fragrant melon, a calm silence and safe monsters. The juicy fruit was easily divided with each other. Suddenly Karen, noticing on the partner a necklace of feathers of the defeated rooster, she frozen in place. The heroes returned to the city, attracting the prey, and Akane only sighed, seeing a bunch of treasure. Again, all the shelves were made by Haruka. The guy wondered what she was thinking about the trophies from the boss. The girl told about the stone among things. "You will barely touch it." Immediately hesitance, as if alive, and warm the palm. It could even be taken instead of kitchen fire. Next to the dull fire of Akane got the stem. A whole meter of this plant. 10,000 yuan, she said. And the guy was buried. She added quietly, "She was weaved for bows and strong weapons." The saleswoman took a feathery necklace and a red ridge, something incomprehensible, wrapped in confusion in the air. The girl silently turned her gaze to the traveler, looking for an answer. Akane's necklace glittered ominously. She glanced carefully, and said that she may have been cursed. Added, "The guy had a rather strange taste, and he, faded, denied the probability of a curse." The girl just reminded, "Do not grab everything in a row, think better." The chain of shimmering in the hands of the saleswoman. She smiled cunningly and said that everything is not so easy. Maybe this talisman adds agility? The guy willingly agreed. It would be great. With suspicious laughter, the girl got the order form. Her voice was easy and sure. Yes, everything is clear, she would handle this task. The unwillingness to look at Akane's performance was read in the eyes of Haruka. He called Karen and moved to the exit. But the owner of the store cut them the way, asking at least to listen. Managed. A dagger appears from the case, the same one that the hero could not lift. Kaboshi squeezes the arms firmly, with a slight movement raises it on an extended arm, like a feather. The young man twisted the knife in his hands, testing a few techniques, and smiling, saying, "A little heavy," but his hand got used to quickly. Akame noticed that these weapons were created for Haruka, and the hero caught her opinion. Karabos turned and asked in Karen whether she liked new clothes. The girl smiled slightly, saying that it is not easy to move in it, but she feels true joy. The new outfit lay on his shoulders with pleasant weight, slightly flashed in the sun. But for this he had to say goodbye to 3 million, which had almost felt in his hand. The partner heard the sound. It is time to try new ammunition on monsters, because after the store, Connie pockets were buzzing with void, and the boys had to work desperately. At the entrance to the dungeon, Karen looked around and asked if they would go to the 8th floor. But the gun was gently answering, "It is time to move on." They would descend on the 9th. The partner nodded, but the eyes were in doubt, whether she really wanted to taste the melon taste from the 8th floor again. Going down, the heroes plunged into the rustle of tall grass, which hugged from all sides. The whisper of Haruka came. "Perhaps a new monster is ahead. It is worth keeping the ear acutely." Karen nodded, and suddenly the rustle on the left forced her to warn the partner. The Antictor escaped from the grass, stood on the hind paws. Karen squeezed softly with delight, it seemed to her. This creature is infinitely sweet. From his movements the soul enveloped a warm, trembling motion. The long tongue of the animal rushed sharply to the girl. She froze in surprise, and Herrick lightning rushed to her. The new dagger easily cut the tongue, and then the life of the monster. The skin was torn like thin paper. The guy was surprised by the power of weapons and recalled Karen. The cute animals also remain monsters. She apologized silently, and the hero only nodded. It's time to move on. Ahead of the fire of the eyes of Antimeter, the monster broke out at dusk. Enemies were attacked by flocks, but friends destroyed them without any difficulty. Finally reaching the last point, Karabushi felt anxiety and tension in the air. A real monster should appear here somewhere. His heavy breathing in silence was almost heard. Karen banged that against the backdrop of those creatures. He seemed a giant, and the young man silently agreed with her. And at this time a ant, legged, with a human posture, a cold shouted in his paws appeared from the shadow. The characters froze in surprise. The monster turned out to be semi-human. Even with weapons in their hands, muscles pull the skin. Haruk sees how Karen trembles. She is frightened by the difference between her own strength and her might. He told the partner, "Their weapons are in vain against the monster, and Bosch's punishment does not see the weaknesses of the enemy." The girl asked what to do, and the young man said, "A direct attack would only bring trouble." Before the girl was Garuk, the first to dawn to move to the giant Murahoida, who was frozen, waiting hard. The monster, catching the impulse of man, was glowing and twisting the spear. The hero did not expect such a sudden lift. Standing closer, he saw the monster bigger. The anti-region stretched the weapon towards the Haruka and hit sharply, and the young man managed to catch a dagger. The jump up, the weapon rests on the enemy's spear, and the monster lightly avoids the blow and leaves a burning scratch on the hero's face. Haruk bounced, and something sharp broke out near his ear. The beast shook and rushed directly to Karen. Starry, rushing to the partner, he did not have time. Karaboshi ordered Ray to distract the monster, picked up Karen himself, and, without looking back, took it out of the battlefield, and the anthill only followed them silently. Hardly the guys were comfortable. Kruk exhaled and advised to change the style of battle, but the old man to hone further, not to forget about him. Silence was entangled by Karen, something zealous of the soul. The girl recruited her partner and asked why he saved her. The voice trembled from incomprehensible anxiety. The whisper has passed the city like a shadow, through people to flicker the tired rangers, knocked down in the torn cloaks. Kigamitz stopped, returned to his own, and said that great trouble was waiting for them. The boys look, and the girl asks why. Karen squeezes her shoulders. It has cold fear. Is she really powerless? Isn't anything worth it? The hero gently says that he is not ashamed in difficult situations, and hears. Karen quietly asks if they are really partners. Yes, this is true, the guy confirmed, and his partner trembled from the insult and asked why he did not trust her in the most important moment. The surprise was on his face. She had confidence in her thoughts. She could really handle herself. Tears shine in the eyes. The voice trembles. She looks directly into the soul of her lover and asks only for faith in her. Silence prolonged. Breathing has frozen. Karaboshi is called, asks how to proceed. A girl with pain in her eyes whispers, "Let her fight with her pace," for which the hero only looks at her. Squeezing his fist, the girl insisted, "Fight and don't think of me." But Sonic exclaimed that Karaboshi would not be able to. How he is indifferent. Karen's voice sounded loudly. She said through anxiety that she was asking him because she had to cope with herself. The obligation to protect Karen at any price seemed to him unchanged. But now the boy became clear. It is impossible to prevent her from opening her own wings. Before the battle, the hero sighed, squeezed his fists, and decided. It was only necessary to believe her and fight for himself. Listening to his heart knocks in her chest. The battle between Nothing and the monster broke out when Karen rushed forward and hit the monster. The offended creature turned sharply, and the young man, swallowing anxiety, threw out a mask, showing a true face. The Karboshi blade passed through the heart of the monster. The beast fell immediately, the dust risen, and the earth under it trembled. He closed his eyes, his monster shake his head, as if trying to get back, and in a moment he stood again before the boys, whole and intact. The girl barely audibly spoke to her friend who used the magic, and the hero should not stop. The lightning blow, and the hero said, looking at the enemy, "The previous meeting proved what a reasonable demon you were, so I will try to turn this trick against you." In a few months the monster fell into dust, powerless, spread between their brothers. The joy flashed. The boys were circling, bouncing as high as if a wave of happiness lifted them over the world. They sang their hearts, and the air swollen with living energy. Suddenly, the girl notices the lists and calls her boyfriend's gaze. There are spears of different lengths. The guy replies quietly, "These weapons are not ours. It is impossible to take." She, without hesitation, points to the little ones. Karen grabbed the spear and Rhea gently pulled him to himself. Then the hero noted that the plant with the girl behaved was not good. Having considered the spear, the young man said he would handle and leave him. The partner only nodded, after which both of them called someone from the middle floor and moved forward. A light breeze smells of boughs, rustles in the grass. A friend enthusiastically says that here is incredible, and Karen agrees. Yesterday they wandered the dungeons, and now they see the sky, and all this is just on one floor. The trail did not know where and attracted the look when the panel opened. The guy noticed something strange. quickly called the Karen, and both, holding his breath, froze in surprise. The letter F, hero, all in excitement, broke out on the scoreboard, finally received a divine gift, and the air trembled from the anticipation of something unknown. The smell of a new gift wandered in the air. The partner asked in surprise that it was for a thing, and the punishment of Bashi gently answered, then blessing from heaven. Such a gift also had Musatsugan. He is found only on the middle floor. It captures. The hero touched the unusual fabric, trying to understand her secret meaning, and Karen, with trembling, wondered if there were no gods who rule over such mothers. The heroine asks, "What about her?" The human figure flashed on the panel. The young man confessed. He does not understand anything. The girl nodded silently but thought, still better than a cold fabric. In a moment, the data on the panel changed, and the heroine was happy to look at the partner. And near Ray, she was surprisingly wrapped in her breath and as if lost. Waking up, he brewed the fragrant coffee. The couple bubbled in the air, sat down for a laptop and, flipping through the blog tape, suddenly noticed something unusual on his page. With unexpected beauty in the heart of the young man, tears shouted like crystal in the sun. Kirboshi's cheeks rolled down drops. Excitement took the mountain, but he forced himself to keep control and hurriedly read a new message. An unexpected greeting appeared in the chat. The man apologized for a sudden letter, and the hero rolled a wave of surprise. It is difficult to believe that Kagamitsu-san turned to him, although he did not consider himself known. No movement made a joke. To imagine Hokkaido without bears, crabs, and Kagamitsu. The man accepted it as a compliment, but the hero asked confusedly, "Why is he here and what is happening?" Kugagitsu asked if the guy had heard about the monster's invasion, and in response, Karabosha replied in surprise that he was hearing for the first time, asking which floor it happened. The 10th of the gentleman heard about the success of the hero, and decided to join the campaign against the monster. When asked why he was chosen, he heard in response, "There are rumors that he was already struggling with their invasion." Thoughts were confused, and finally admitted. He recently rose the step higher, but fear, suddenly the strength of his strength, squeezed his chest like a cold wind in night silence. There is only one way to find out. The man threw. There is almost no time left. It is necessary to act immediately. The air squeezed alarm. Kirboshi sighed. He could not cope. Even the 10th floor did not reach. The man nodded sadly. Everything is clear. Sorry. But he believed, once the hero would become famous if he learns to strategy. The outbreak in the look, and the guy already agrees, begs to accept him to the masters. The voice trembles, as if afraid of losing hope in the silence. The silence died down. There was no call. Only the girl opened the door smoothly, greeted, and the guy, a little confused, answered and introduced himself. Kagamika's hand shermed his hand. The shelf of his gaze did not touch anything. The hero suddenly felt like a shadow near the glow of the interlocutor. Initially, shooters are stepped into the bench. Yoshimbeki, behind them clicks Van's sword, and Dorneku easily rotates the spear in the palm. Everyone throws a short greeting to a newcomer. The space is filled with a rip of weapons and fragments of laughter. The hero asked if everyone was so modest here, and the interlocutor only shrugged his shoulders, not catching what was talking about. Kagamayatsu noted that he had heard about his wonder, and seeing the boy closely is a completely different feeling. In the soul, the idea was, that's what is the point. The interlocutor touched the mask and carefully asked if he would be noticed without it. The hero quietly agreed, supported his gaze, and around, a shadow of tension and squeezed breathing. To state the guy that this is not the case, the interlocutor asked what exactly. The guy shrugged. No skill, just from birth. And the comrades asked in surprise, "You really disappeared?" Kagami whispers who understands this desire, because he always dreamed of becoming a real ninja, and in the eyes of the hero a surprise broke out like a spark in the middle of the night. "I could not disappear," he sighed, trying to catch the missing air, and the interlocutor smiled shyly. "He was lucky, and me," quietly added the next. The slight laughter of Becca has taken off in the air. She feels, it's time to start the meeting, and the boys support it. The gentleman quietly reminded the desire to involve the guy in the mission, and the hero asks what monsters he will have to face. The man spoke that cannibals would be stepped in the parade. One he overcame himself. Hunting on the 14th floor everyone knew as their 5 fingers. It was not difficult, but a real storm would bring their boss. In the darkness of the 30th floor, the scales rustle. A man lodge appears, a rare semi-human among monsters, with the movements of the reptile and the cold look of the predator. The heart pulls, the hero asks in a trembling voice, whether it is really the 30th floor, and confesses he does not imagine what he can come in handy. He asks why their choice fell on him. The exclamations rose to him. Only he could do it. And the hero glanced in surprise. A glitter partner whispers in his eyes. He wants glory for herself, wants to feel a triumph. He asks if there will be such a simple one that voluntarily climbs into this meat grinder, where he smells of blood and fear. The shock has swirled. The guy froze. The look is confused, the heart beats loudly, and the silence around seems to thicken around. The long speech ended with a calm outcome. They decided to take only the most necessary, so that it would be easier, and the hero became clear that the choice was declared. Inside the pendant, the thought was not necessary to win the battle. Becca promised to retreat if it gets hot, and Durenik added that sudden attacks will help reduce enemies and survive themselves. The hero confessed that he worked alone for a long time, and it is unlikely that he will immediately feel a team rhythm while his hands are still accustomed to silence and his own decisions. The hot heart of the young man pulled him into the very center of battle side by side with the elite, where the steps were heard, iron and smelled of sweat and dust. Kaigamits's hands closed in a puzzling gesture. He said, "Perfectly." And Becca felt a quiet joy as if someone had touched her heart. He was thrown. They will not have cannibals with cannibals, and only the wind in the head of the hero twisted even harder. "What?" he asked, breaking away in his dreams. At the table, under the scraping of chairs and the smell of coffee, they discussed that they would have to deal with everyone, and the hero was only whispering permission to act himself. It was clearly not the best decision. The new moon hinted, "It is necessary to distract." The interlocutor again assured, as before, support will always be nearby. Kagamitsu noted that their survival is still only on it, and in voice, fear and hidden force swell. No extra thoughts. A Kagamitsu, though it is a simple adventure seeker, speaks sincerely, without superficiality. Now it is clear why the best of Hokkaido responds to such respect. It was a chance to compare their strength with his own, and he said loudly, "Well, 7 days before the operation began," they told him. "By that time you have to get used to the monster of the 10th floor. Tomorrow you will try the strength on the 8th, so get ready thoroughly and do not forget about it for a moment." The hero promised Karen to leave the dungeon for a short time, allowing her to explore him when he pleased. The partner nodded in silence and thanked. Her voice merged with the echo of the stone walls. Things flew into the trunk, as suddenly a voice was heard behind. The guy turned instantly, leaving the box halfway. The main flower clamped in his hands, like a treasure. The hero said goodbye, sat in the car, and went. The girl only looked after him until the engine disappeared deaf. When the Kagami 2 team appeared on the first floor of Chicago, they are passionate about the glances, the rustle of clothing, and muted exclamations of the hobby. The outstretched hands cut through the air, and next to someone opened their mouths from surprise, as if passionate about the bird's dawn. The mask nodded the crowd. The feathers whispered quietly. The smell of makeup and anxiety in the air. Under the mask, tears rolled on the cheeks. Someone whispered, "All is well. Do not be afraid." The guy asked why. "Because even from Kigamitsu," and San admitted, "I would envy you, my friend." Only the appearance of Kagama, the piece of the verse, drops to the team. The tension seems to dissolve in the air. One of the boys is barely smiling. Seeing Goblin, they asked if it was the mysterious boss of the 9th floor. The hero refused to help, wanting to observe, a model of behavior that was worthy of imitation. It seemed that the comrade made the previous monster so quickly that the young man did not even have time to understand. His friend was already calling Yoshi and Vanna to bury the carcass, echoing voice among the bitter field smells. The sword of Kagamaso cut the monster. The blade howled in the air, the metal flashed in dusk, and the smell of hot blood. It is amazing as everything flashed, but he caught, in every movement of the team, experience, confidence, and accuracy. The vigilant look noted that it was necessary to delay the weapon that was just grabbed by Yoshi-san, as Kagamaru-san had already broken the enemy, even before the boss understood something. 3 friends returned to the hero and asked how he felt. He smiled, said, "Wonderful," and assured he was ready to beat further, though his heart was beating faster than excitement. The teenagers stepped into a modical crowd. There were smoke tongues, drums, and the monsters danced between the lights and the smell of sugar cotton wool. "The task is to destroy the monsters," again asked Karebo whether it is possible, and the partner just smiled. "No, you will not be able to." And in response he heard a quiet, "I must. There is no other way." The order is to start, but there is no hint in the captain's voice. Caribou caught him for his elbow, even kept his breath. Did not hurry, she whispered. They will hear us. The end, he whispered, and the guy in the alarming shadow asked what next. Then a friend nodded. They say, he will see us here and soon. The arrow breaks out of the eagle, a sharp sound in the air when Yoshi releases it forward. The monsters broke out of the darkness, and Yosha explained that the arrow should be pulled on themselves, separating the monsters from the crowd, and the Kaga Miku, looking into the void, whispered that his turn is now. There is no point in meaningless heroism. Death will only complicate everything, cut off an adult voice, and the young man accepted this bitter truth silently. All views are chained to Kagamitsu, and the hero asks Rei to intervene. Perhaps the newcomer team willingly support. The commander's eyes glowed as a surprise. For the first time he saw such a crazy, bold battle technique. The hero's movements were shining like sparkles into a storm. Friends assure that it has something magical, like a fire that gathers everyone around gentle warmth and unexpected stories. The attacks of the guy do not lose frantic speed. The movements are sharp, like flashes, do not subside even for a moment. She had to see many fans of weapons, but looking at him, cannot but mention, in the eyes of knowledge, in movement's confidence, he is a real expert. This new friend seemed to catch every movement. The eyes carefully capture even the barely noticeable breath of light. Asked how much time he was here? The guy smiled and answered. He was beating with them for a minute, and his heart seemed to be ripe after the first blow. Suddenly, the guy's movements become superfluous, nervous, and Becca whispers anxiously, if so goes on, he may not survive. Kagamitsu stopped for a moment. Did the alarming question in his chest? Did he make a mistake, choosing this path? Everyone noticed how nothing fell on their knees, and began to whisper. And when they saw a monster nearby, they discussed that he needed to help, to save immediately. No one was waiting for the void itself to break out of their rest and rushes to the monsters, like a frantic wind at night. Kaboshi nodded softly, asking another pack. His fingers were eagerly knocking on the table, and in the air she had a barely catchy nervousness. On Kegometsuya, it is surprised to ask how many heroes' hands have already fallen by the hero. Isn't it too much of life? Kagamitsu caught up with the hero and gently said, today, they say, let the bold dust and fatigue settle with the sun. The young man falls in front of him, like a rapidly cut tree, even the air around this fall. But by surprise, one of the monsters rushed forward, booming and cutting the air with sharp claws. It seemed that the smile did not come out of his face, the eyes glowing with joy. The movements are lungs like a dance, and a quiet laughter is heard in the air. The new order is to drive the monsters, until the fire of the young man extinguished the fire of power, and he does not fall from the exhaustion. The rhythm of the battle accelerated. The movements became rapid. The guy easily beat the blows, as if drops of rain were draining on the sword. Kagamatsu's eyes broke out with curiosity. How did he do it? On their planet, he stated that nothing became key, and in the air seemed to dance the void. In the fog of consciousness, light broke out. A mote called to itself, and when the hand reached forward, a friendly face of a friend bowed above him. Kagamitsu shouted whether everything was fine, and the hero jumped sharply, catching his breath in a confusion. He did not have to fall in the middle of the battle. His friend spread his hands and muttered what was with him for the first time. The hero with a glitter in his voice assures, his beloved idol was under control, so he succeeded. And Kigi laughs and winks. And did you have time to think that he did not survive? Pale, like chalk, Haruko nodded. Comrade touched his shoulder lightly. They say, to go to the goal. Everything was fine, and then carefully asked what the battle was remembered under Karaboshi. He began to say, it seemed that the battles with bandits were taught everything. But cold steel in the palms and every moment of battle is still a test from which breathing accelerates. Yash and Van watched as a young man a lot of attacks. He confessed that he recalls the movements of the team and honed his own style on the move. When the gaze clung to the ray of light, he was quiet inside, and the palm still remembered the trembling weight of the dagger which he just lay in it. A clumsy pause. Kagamitsu only offered to return home. The hero, sliding his gaze in the sky, asked what hour. The calm partner replied, the next day, and Haruka wanted to hunt with a smile. He added that he could go himself, if the team has other things. But the captain smiled in surprise. Everyone would go together, and Yasha thought with relief. It is good that such a strong man with them. The house met Haruka with silence, and the screens were surprised. In the comments they wondered how he could hunt for 9 hours after such a battle. He wanted to break a glass at a table of anger. Stormy discussions risen around his style, the echo of the thought. They say the fighter has something from Van Gogh's Sovia. One added that the adventure-seeker often disappeared, but she was reminded that she was side by side during the fall of Haruk. The commentators rose about the number of monsters destroyed. Someone threw more than 200, although usually the team overcame only 150, not taking into account those who returned again. Someone asked if such elusive warriors in the world remained. In 2 days, Karaboshi hid underground, and the guy already felt the approach of a great battle. Thoughts were bent in his head like an alarming bell. The overgrown grass hugged his shoulders when he lowered and quietly opened the information window. In the afternoon in the camp, everything would be noticed immediately. And now the eyes were reaching only to the divine gift. The coins went to Ray, the hero specified, or not to pay her 2 points for the divine gift. The flower was quietly shaking, and the guy with a frozen breath pressed the button. As soon as he chose the right skill, the news was in front of his eyes. The maximum was reached. He was given the title of the Keeper of Underground Treasures. The name of the bird was covered with unexpected surprise on the face of the food. In ancient Egypt, the god of creativity was taken care of by artisans. His body was painted green, so he was called by the god of vegetation. And with Ray they unite something in common. It is the touch of spring that awakens life. The world has become empty. Everything around has lost its meaning. Even the air seems colorless and heavy. The thought was squeezed by the throat. If his gift tissue is hiding traces, then at the highest level it will become completely invisible, no soul around. The hero shook his head, whispering that even the gods were not so cruel. A light smile, a calm voice. Your skills have grown, Rie. It's time to try them. Aim at carefully, every movement, like a breath of wind. One arrow affects 2 goblins at once. In the air, stretched bowstrings are still ringing, and they are already falling in dust. Hope quietly pulsates in the chest. Now it seems more possible to survive on the Mon Parade. The defeat is not an option, and the day of the battle is quietly stepping past, leaving the thirsty expectation. Karabosha is looking for a Kagamitz. Someone blinked in the crowd like a shadow, and the guy stared, catching in the air tense whispers and the smell of other people's perfumes. Super equipment. Becky with Dorn glowed with excitement. Their eyes sparkled with a new mood. Not like daily. The detachment was stuck in anticipation. Every movement dreams. The rustle of gear is heard. The strokes of steps and the smell of oil are mixed with anxiety. The boxes full of acne rolled on the floor. Slippery skin nipped and let a shadow of a wet fish smell. It was only necessary to lay the acne in rows on the ground, mowing, slippery, moving, and at the end narrow the ranks into a thin funnel-shaped passage for terrifying creatures. No one guessed. They fled only through the wild, unmanaged world around. But somewhere in the air of the bodies trembled. Something remains untold. Will everything go according to plan? The hero thought of how to get a monster into a trap, listening to the echo of his own steps in night silence. Finally, it subsides in their heads. They do nothing here. They are superfluous. You will have to fight, but most of the monster will just rush by without noticing its presence. And then a thin squeak that was squeezed into the air came to him again. The memory returned suddenly, like a cold wind in the dark. Awareness comes with the question, what to do with the boss? Kagamiku is responsible for himself, and the young man whispers, squeezing his fists. I am not in vain. I will be able to. Mitsu from Tekken asked how much acne could restrain the monsters, and in his voice he felt anxiety, and the air around seemed to be squeezed in waiting for an answer. He replied that it would take another 3 hours. The flow of stream, as if stretching in silence. The heavy echo of the word lost in the air. The void has begun. If there are 540 people in the hall, then every minute you need to cope with 3 or 4. The counter in the head ticks. You worry about how to cut. Karaboshi asked if the boss could hit the boss. In response, they only shrugged, if he wanted. And the hero only asked to believe them, because Ray will be taught full. The shock mixed with laughter when a strange flower began to rush in every warm-smelling potatoes. A deaf knock on the ground, light dust and exclamations of surprise. The young man nods and whispers. The flame in his heart does not subside until he got there. In the crowd, they said that there were few people for the parade, because there would be a boss himself, and no one hinted to take help. The strengths are easily trapped in each other, as if light penetrates the morning mug and opens special, hidden from others. Faith sounded in his voice. There were real elite fighters that could become the best, and he cheered them with all his soul. The loud voice flew the air. He exclaims that the fight is boiling in the middle of a bundle Sinziuk. The detachment rushed on the offensive, and the young man grabbed the chicken and squeezed it firmly in his hands. Frightened, she was scratching frantically. Breaking out of captivity, a crowd of monsters rushed on them. The earth shuddered from stupidity, and in the air was heard an angry roar. Yoshi asks what happened, and the hero says, "The chickens seem to break," and suddenly a friend exclaims, "The monster is already near." The monsters were getting closer, but Rai rushed into battle, fragile and strong, like a flower, and Yoshi did not hold admiration. "What is it incredible? It is enough today," he whispered to the flower, and then asked Yoshi-san to protect him, as if looking for comfort in the silence of the evening. When you go into battle, the account in the head, 5 seconds to an hour. Wind air. He catches his breath for a moment and thinks how much he will withstand fear and chopped. His body trembles from fatigue. How much else will it stand when the forces melt like the snow under the sun? That's all. The monsters are silently scattered on the ground, the body behind the body. No breath, only heavy piece of air. The thoughts of Yoshi were not released. Did he move to Kagamitsu already? Finding no rest, the guy watered his plant, feeling bitterly. It's time to take care of himself. From acne pulls a sharp stench. The boys are in surprise. Have they been fighting with a lizard for 3 hours? No thought is distracted. The look clung into the battle. All the movements and the smallest breath of the enemy slide on the nerves. Care becomes acute. As if the blade, the wonder covers it. 3 rush together. As if a flock of predators sharply tears silence in half. The tail of Diranek slammed the air. Becca shuddered, still echoing this sharp slap in the chest. The lizard sharply rushes to the Kagami of the coup. The claws are clutched on the ground. Each movement is full of anger and hunger. The names are anxiously flying from the mouth of the brothers. They are looking for their mentor. Voices tremble in the evening. Opening the panel, the Karabushi is lost in the assumption what is hidden there, but well understands. Now the MIP hour, the sauna should survive at any cost, and this is its urgent task. Finally, the hero comes. It was not a Northie who lost the measure. He had to check his own skills feverishly, feeling a slight cold and nervous tremor in his hands. And when in the video, his secrecy grows from 2 to 3. A short silence flashes in the air. It is time to miss yet. Something is invisible. The palms were sweating. It was necessary to calm down and invent the plan. Because even with new levels, the boss seemed insurmountable, and all the talents of the mentor were resting in only one heavenly force. The hero squeezes his fists and murmurs, "He will solve everything only in the battle. Even small mistakes do not say goodbye." The invisible fabric comes to life, and one thought is throbbing in the head. It must be overcome. This mechanism must fall. Karabachi squeezes his fists, looks intensely in front of him. It is time to act. Thoughts take off in the air like anxious sparrows. No blow to the enemy is amazed. The enemy's strength of Kagamitsu asks himself where his comrades are. Or is he really the last one who still holds, and how much he can hold alone? He adds that he does not want to die, and he will not give his comrades to death. Let his heart pour and his eyes burn with determination. No creature watches the battle as closely as he himself. Fear has long settled inside. The same sticky cold is barely noticeable to movements. A few years ago, a voice sounds, "Why do you follow me?" Alien names dissolve in the air. In response, only a cunning look, they say, "You just got to our eyes." They were invited to the club, promised a party. Not suitable, they say, such a noticeable figure to bypass the holiday. With this sign, the hero went to Sapporo, and became worse. Hiding in the shadows like a ninja, he watched from above and suddenly thought that he may be shining. The huge creatures near the building looked so truthfully that the smell of makeup and the hum of the film camera seemed to him to play the imagination. Maybe they shoot a movie here? Seeing scattered human bodies, the man pierced the scream of horror. The throat briefly, the fingers shuddered. The air became heavy with fear. The monsters did not release the prey, and the young man gnawed the thought, why does he see and feel it all around? The hood barely hid his face, and thoughts ran forward. Where to go? Where to hide from the invisible danger? Not understanding anything, but already feeling evil, he should guess about the fate of relatives. On the way, he noticed how the gray wolf in the blood was tearing a person into pieces. The wonder, and insects are monsters. Even the girl in despair looks around the corners, looking for salvation. And here the family is covered with comfort. The husband protects his wife and daughter, and the thought of warmth. Well, when they protect, and suddenly the monster breaks the defender from the embrace of peace. The wife sharply pushed her daughter and rushed to her husband. The heart was pounding, the voice of trembling. "Stopping it, I beseech." Suddenly, the young man rushed forward, trying to intervene. His movement cut the air, and in his eyes the desire to change everything broke out. The wolves were already circling near the defenseless, but the hero with one gust attracted the attention of the monster to himself, as if tossing them a chance to salvage among wild howl. As soon as the legs touched the ground, he rushed on the side. The wind whistled in his ears, dry leaves rustled under his feet. Suddenly, the girl threw a hammer just to his feet, not attacking, and giving a chance to protect himself, and the metal was staring at the ground. But the guy did not know what to do with him. The wolf's gaze stuck into a metal grate at the top. The predator jumped up to it, and the hero below with a hum in his voice called the beast to himself, tempting on the fight. The wolf rushed forward. Sharp fangs blink, the wool trembles, the young man squeezes the hammer, preparing for the rise. Karaboshi broke out in his head. What was before and what now? On that day, the hero felt his ability to protect the most expensive, even at the cost of his own life. With this hot heart, Sakasen came out to become a shield for friends in the noise of the battle. While Garuki was circling in the dance of the battle, arrows in the air, someone from the shadow released them directly into the monster. It hurt in the eye, and then her newcomer suddenly realized everything. The monster has quenched. The air shuddered from the first blow. The hero is convincingly looking for who did it and how to fluctuate, retreat, or get to the end. The shots were still pouring on a monster. Here's a moment for a jerk. A fire of hope broke out in it. But will the spirit rush forward? There is something behind him. The blows slide in vain. There is only to distract the beast, grabbing the air and restraining his breathing. Focusing on his series, he may not have time to catch quiet attacks that sneaks from the sixth point. The first blow, and the blades with a deft gnash faced. The guy felt the powerful power of the monster. It was rude, sharply, with a nervous breath in the dark. Anyone who is behind does not rest, but it is impossible to lose from the field of view of the hero. And suddenly the tail of the creature sharply cuts the air. Haruki fell. The heart went down to 5. It will not be possible to restrain the enemy for a long time, he thought, and baked through the noise of blood. Let the shooter hurry. The hero jumped up and twisted into the battle. His fists whistle in the air, breathing hot. The fragments of bricks are clatter under his feet. The weapon knocks on the scaly back monster. In vain, there is no harm. The strokes are only sliding, leaving no trace. These shells like a stone. A different way is needed. The tail whistled abruptly near Garuki's face. He managed to dodge, even a moment, and the danger could be deadly. The next moment, the spear turned in the air an arc. The monster only slid the edges on the guy's cheek, leaving the burning scratch. Jumping back, a hot heart is pounding. It is necessary to gather. Fear here is not a place. Confidence breaks through doubts. The tail of the monster suddenly flashed a glitter. The hero immediately saw it, immediately hit at that moment, and heavy scales with a crackling were stuck from the tail. Waving the sword, he caught a moment. Light flashed in the air, and it was in this glow that the target could be amazed. In the fight, this light flashes on the bodies of enemies here, there, on someone. You hit a radiant place, and the enemy falls like a faded light. Suddenly, a new glow broke out ahead. The heart was crazy. All the puzzles formed, and he moved to the enemy, swallowing the hot air of fear and determination. And in the next moment he cuts his tail. A deaf sound is heard, and in the air a noticeably sharp smell of blood. The roar of the monster tore the air. It rushed to the hero, and Haruki called, "Kagamitsu-san! Beat in the neck!" The next moment the blade whistles in the air and stuck into the neck of the monster. Fly drops of blood. Hear a deaf moan. Without strength, it falls to the ground. The moment is stretched, and the captured glances have frozen in silent surprise. Haruki and Kaga's hot breath broke the silence when a cry suddenly broke out of the hero's mouth. The earth met him with hot dust. He fled, and the system suddenly floated before his eyes. From now on, a new skill has become his achievement. The bar was cheerful laughter. The glasses were ringing on their hands. The winners tasted triumph. The joy played in their eyes, and the beer smelled of freshness. The bar was buzzing with conversations and laughter, smelting coffee and smoke. Everyone here caught a moment of joy and forgot about worries. Someone talks about a terrible massacre. The girl asks who had the enemy. Kagamitsu-san shrugs. He does not remember. Only remembers when the tail of the monster flew. He heard the silent voice of the void. The controversy broke out between them. The words flew, as if sparks, until the waitress had come and said that she had brought a fragrant chicken curry, from which the spirit of spices floated on the hall. Kagami Tusen assured that they did not order it, and the girl charily replied that the cook was their fan and prepared the dish simply as a gift. Someone's hand grabbed the hero's mug. "Mix me a cocktail," said the cheerful Homans, and the drunken Kagamitsu-san laughed until Haruka remained a shadow among the noise, and no glance slid on it. When they left the bar, the audience looked around in surprise. Haruki was still standing nearby, and steps were swollen next to him, and now it should be dissolved in the crowd. He was not noticed. He slid into the shadow, hiding from his views until everyone looked in the opposite direction. The bitterness squeezed the hero's heart. He looked in the sky and quietly asked what god turned away from him so mercilessly. He just stood nearby, before his eyes, and around, as if a wall of indifferent faces. No one noticed that a transparent wind hid him. During the battle, enemies do not notice him, and among people is the reason that everyone is silent, as if its smell hangs in the air. What is a divine protection? A creature wrapped in a fabric invisible to the eye, moves through the crowd and strikes, as if God from Egyptian legends, the god of overthrow, who sees weakness in everyone. They say that the world was pouring out of his eyes, like the spark of the east. Who really is he? Leaving the dungeon, the girl breathed cool air and noticed in surprise, the temperature here is completely different, and in his thoughts she twisted. How many days did the Kabozon depart? The network has controversy about Mon Parade in Chika. They say, a man in a mask that rescued Kaidomitsu-san. It is definitely Karibusha-san. Though no one believes, and he is capable of such, and she wants to become as strong with the gift. But at first the path to power is still far. It decides to sell everything found, buy equipment and hone movements to shine. Inside the store where Akim was resting in the shadows, she gratefully swallowed the cool, because the heat from the outside is sticky to the leather, and the girl immediately felt, today it is especially hot. The girl turned to the seller, asking her to sell her product, and carefully climbed into the bag. Fingers rustled among things. Akana wondered if she was hunting herself, and heard a brief confirmation. The seller looked as if she was living, leaning his feet into the emptiness, supported only for her own courage. The smell of surprise and images enveloped the air when the girl asked when the Akane was referring to, talking about her indignation. Her answer is a straight line like a shot. A gap is not planned. Akane, who is she? The girl shakes her head. The smell of evening air hides the words. Aqua states, nothing here is a rag, and in response she whispers something that smells like truth through the quiet air. His successes are just crazy. The hunter's abilities bloom, and the forces are only strongly stronger. Will it be a superfluous burden for him if everything lasts so on? In the corners of her lips a shadow of reflection trembled. It seems that this thought was already wandering in her head. It is time for the girl to think about her own destiny. A cold handle of weapons trembled in her fingers, and her heart was constantly pouring, casting doubts. The scream pierced the air. Akane does not dare to say that, has no right to it. Suddenly, a wave of energy exploded from the girl. Loneliness broke. The counter flew to the priests. Magic scattered outside the dungeons. How did she do? A new level or gift from above gave her strength. Somewhere in the canyons there were shrill screams. The smell of anxiety was caught in the air when she carefully wondered what she blamed before Mr. Mercury. Akane promised to take revenge on her death by Mr. Mitsuri, and in her voice she was swollen. They brought them into the street fresh wind. It smelled of rain and a little noisy in the leaf. The girl apologized to Mr. Maruri, and Akage said deftly, apologies not to return him. Did the fear hide in her eyes? Did she beseech for help again? The girl denies this, but the scammer asks with a smile, show what she is capable of. If it wins, it will bring a box of juicy mandarins, and the girl's mind will break. Akama is extremely strong. Earlier she was interested in her and scratched her on the internet about her power. In the city, they say, Akana is a real sales warrior, and its real power is to find and ignite the talents of those whom no one knows. She has grown more than one hero worthy of the best, and it's time to see her power. Akana rushed forward, in her soul the determination to prove that it was worthy to be near the Karabashi-san. But suddenly the girl waved her hand, and a sorcerer's force, like a cold wave, hit Akana. It was thrown so far that the air around it and the earth under it was shook from the impact. The girl rushed to her. The words of the questions escaped with anxious breathing, and when Akame broke sharply at the level, lightly sighing, slightly dissolved in the air. The saleswoman broke into a cry. She was indignant. It is unfair. She had no idea that her stick was shooting, so it was not credited. Warm hand grabbed the girl and pulled in an unknown darkness, and in the air flashed Why waste strength when real hunt is waiting in the depths of the dungeon? The head almost broke away, but the strength in it remained enough. The real power was throbbing in every movement. All of her breathed in her unbrokenness. She suits this newcomer more than a girl. And the girl stood with trembling hands. She did not pull it to the dark dungeon. Akana whispers confessed. You live real magic. And at that moment the girl did not hold back his tears. In the opinion of Akani, this feeling is that such power cannot be relied on. It is too unpredictable, like a roar of thunder, which is heard somewhere behind the horizon. The saleswoman asked to demonstrate his abilities, and experience and wise advice promised to make her stronger. The girl sincerely thanked her for the fair support. The voice of quietly blossomed in the air, and her eyes glowing with gratitude. In the door, the smell of a familiar house touched the cheeks of Haruki. He entered, breathing quietly with the warmth and calmness of his home. Everything is bad. Worse is not. But here, Kagamitsu-san remembered it in the blog. 5 more added the page to the bookmarks. That's it. A barely audible rushing of the path to recognition. In the dungeon today, the shimmering light is Karen there, and Garuki noticed it. But before descending, he moved to the store, pressing a heavy wallet. The heat pressed on all sides. The sun was burning without regret. There was nowhere to hide. Going inside, he asked why the door was so tightly closed. Before the eyes, Akan and Karen, they tremble, pressed to the floor. The guy admired by anxiety asks what happened to them. Haruki asked in surprise why they gathered here, and his voice hoarse melted in silence. The hero asked Karen what happened, and she replied, they tried a different workout, then ahead of the 10th floor, and Akane nodded to her silent. He decided to go and see himself, and when he went down, he asked Akane quietly why he went with them. But only she smiled slightly, nothing surprise, and did not let go of Karen. When Haruki noticed that a friendship had already had between them in his absence, he turned and asked the girl about her equipment. All this has developed Banma, but competitive products cannot be used. The girl sighs. Their company does not produce such things. These are battle and protective tanfi with roaring blades like a jet engine. The metal wing of the turbine flicked in the light. Each line on it seemed to be breathing with power, and the explanation of its shape caused a sincere admiration for the hero. Akane noticed. The hero was distinguished, shone with lizard lat. Every movement of the bends of the metal of alien armor for a man. Such armor should restrain the cutting strokes. But the hostile blade can sew the fabric, so every movement requires care and tension. She asked if it had fallen out of the boss. He breathed the find, because only he could create an armor in the detachment, and said with a smile, now he would become a ranker. He asks why they went down to the dungeon. Akane is quietly confessing. She quarreled with Karen. Their conversation was abandoned by an insult that is still squeezing her heart. The magic heard it, and they made a choice for hunting. It was there that she felt that she was pulling her down, and the hero understood. That's what it was about. Mitsubishi now views her as a candidate for a new support, and the heroine has been surprised. The company agrees to support a traveler who does not even belong to the ranks. Maybe it's all about that magic? There is nothing certain about the stick, but its answer was sharp, like a blade. Ricky sighed and said that Karen was a good guy, though he was offended. The girl apologized that she only chose him. She would like to smile at both. Smiling, he asks not to take it to his heart and asks if there is at least one advice for him. In response, the girl shakes her head, categorical and quiet. No. Although they are able to fly into the sky with a balloon advertisement, only one and only breathes here, in the middle of silence and wind. The dark corridor of the 10th floor met them with an ice breathing, and the hero turned and asked quietly whether the girls were going on. He was answered. He is the first. The hero caught their views in confusion, breathing the anxious smell of the unknown, not understanding the causes of this attitude. Just from the ground a giant monster was slaughtered. It looked like a giant worm, and the dust was raking, breathing hard. The guys, burned by the screams of the girls, have frozen, and the hero had fun. How sweet you are. The fist flies into the soft body of the creature. It bends like a rubber, and the guy understands. It will be in vain to beat a stick. Nothing will change. The shrill cry of the girls swept in the air when the fear gripped everyone. One of the monster was eagerly reached for Akanai, and the young man understood instantly. Only he can save her. A sharp blow to the thunder thundered, and the guy pierced the surprise. It was magic of lightning, not ordinary bad weather. The punishment stood still, squeezing a stick in her hands, and only her gaze pierced silence. Suddenly the forces left her. She fell, exhausted, and Haruki and Akane froze from surprise. When she opened her eyes, she felt the gentle warmth of the knee to the cellar holding her head, the dry crackling of meat over fire, the aroma of smoke and spices. The hero, without rotation, nodded Karen. She no longer sleeps, and said with a smile that he had not seen such a skill. "Do you really eat it?" the girl asked, looking at a tangle of worms. The guy shook his head. "No, such meat was not for us," and wrinkled from one idea. Following the storm, the waves are thrown out by Lucy, maritime creatures from the city of Isakari. They are ugly in appearance, slippery, with a salty smell of algae, and their taste is incredible. The marine freshness splashed with the shell in his palms, when she suggested that she sniff, and then stretched out the first piece. The girl was surprised, and the guy said that her contribution was greater than them. Karen thanked the boy, and the aqua with condemnation wondered where her share. In response, the guy only shrugged. She did nothing. "Strong. Why did you hide among dummies and hats?" She confessed. Fear was shaking her heart. But all the views suddenly got into Karen, as if the air became more difficult. The taste of this dish touched the soul, and at this time tears rolled on the cheeks. She also had to taste. The next day, Haruki wondered if Karen used the magic of lightning yesterday. The girl nodded, and the guy quietly asked how much time she had such force. She is sure that everything has changed since fate gave her a miracle. One morning, their hands were brewed a little fragrant tea. The hero wondered, why did Akane see her magic? The request was to keep the secret in the air, like a squeezed whisper. The guy felt that something important was hiding here, and suddenly he realized how much he did not know about his long-standing partner. "I agree. When the gift of God blooms through the body, the muscles also gain strength." The guy said quietly with the girl, "To turn on or not?" And Karen nodded, her voice merged with silence. After the pause, she quietly asked the boy to stop, and the hero asked why, and she said, she wanted to raise her level, without assistance. Imagine how the strength grows, like a strip of skills in the game. First, every effort is heard, and then, when the limit is passed, no work can no longer push further. The hero answered quietly. Everything is clear to him. Every word, like a bell, responded deeply inside. While the thirst for power is burning, it is unreasonable to leave it unattended. What now irrigate the earth with sweat and blood will warm up in a cold moment when life will push into a dead end. All you have to do is try, and everything will become clear. Whispering, he called the worms and nodded Karen. It is time to surprise. Let them see what she is capable of. A little time passed, and the heroine realized, so became fascinated that even the boss got. Karen is surprised to see Kaidias withdrawing with him with one blow to him, because their bodies are wider than a meter. New skill? He just smiles and denies. They say it is a simple attack, ordinary, like a bamboo blow on water. The girl felt something wrong. It was not like a normal attack. In the air an alarm was faded, as if it was harder to breathe. The strange gift to reveal the weaknesses of enemies seems almost heaven, and now it is difficult for him to call himself a person. Karen does not know about it. There are many reasons. In particular, blades are obeyed poorly, kriegsstabati movements, Kutz technique. The wind played with dust under his feet when the hero decided to look for Dodzio. Karen asked about it, and Haruka mentally sighed. If she started going there, Karen will have to go hunting herself. They will not notice me here. The guy was drizzling softly, but the hero broke out and rushed to the girl. Let it repeat it loudly to be heard. You can learn differently, the guy is convinced. Not only in the gift, but also watching the other people's parties, even if you do not keep the stones in your hand. The hero suddenly said that the girl is a real genius. His voice burst with delight, and a smile blossomed with a bright spark on his face. Once it inspired him insanely. Imitation of the skill became an engine in his heart, forcing him to move forward, as if wings grew behind his back. With the noise of the chair, the guy stood up, squeezed the knife in his hand and felt the cold of the steel. Fingers lay down exactly as it should, and thoughts had already rotated the future blow, placing his hands in their places. Indeed, it is so efficient. The area of the impact is wider, and the blade has more time to accelerate and gain strength in its path. One movement, one trifle, and the whole attack changes. Even the breath of the wind cuts the air in a new way, and each whistle is already the other. But this is not enough. People have their own reception. One lightning attack, a sharp flash, and the enemy falls, leaving no effort. The breath is leveled, the step is given in the air, and a fresh label appears under the foot on a warm tree, still smelling of resin. He sighs and moves again, feeling a slight taste of determination on the lips. A frantic gust. and everything flies around, and under the steps of the girl, a cracking of debris ring. This look slides on boxes and branches, looking for a semi-dark mask that smells of dust and silence. The outlines of the videos from the video pulled in memory. Haruki kept attention on his arms, legs, every sharp occasion, collecting strength to attack. Hundreds of ringing paws easily fell under his blow, but his heart was tired. Everything was pressed, everything seemed too heavy, and he understood that it was impossible. As long as the hands do not take to move until the skill becomes blood, the workout does not stop. At the exit from the dark dungeon, the dawn light slides on the walls, and the fatigue never allowed his eyes to close. The sadness of the shadow behind his back. The gaze slid on the gray scale of skills, and here the surprise cut off the thought. As if a light wind among silence, he suddenly understood something important. There are two ways to grow a small price skill. Collect experience and improve skills. But if you do not take place, the ability to dry the wasteland, how to fill this void? The glasses are shrinking in the palm of your hand, but the eyes are already sticking together. Before throwing them, you need a short sleep. Waking up, together with Karen moved to hunt. They overcame the formidable leader of the 11th level. And in a moment, the steps go on, to the 12th according to their plan. The steps brought them to the open field, where the wind moved yellow, dried grass, and autumn gold was rustling under their feet. The gaze slid to Ray, and the verse came from, "What happened to you?" Inside, everything is squeezed from a strange feeling. There was no such thing. He asks Karen to leave, inhales deeply, carefully opens his detection area. A swarm of insects began to thicken around. A thin whistle of the ball was enveloped, until the air trembled from tension. Karen covered her head, screamed. The guy recognized the creature, and Ray, without hesitation, whistled with stones. Before his eyes, a giant moist similar to a regular locust, and grows up to 70 centimeters, and when he jumps, heard a crack of wings in dry air. Locust Ray is at odds with the blood. It is angry, like a field under a storm, and those hated insects are crunchy on the teeth, with the aroma of the sea and a strange resemblance to shrimp. Swinging their hands and catching their ears, they tried to chase insects, but the darkness of the winged creatures was all thickening without resting. After giving the team before the retreat, they broke out of place. Under the rustle he got up, and the hot breathing ran to the exit. Somewhere a flock is rustling and the whole rustles. He flew into one spot, and he, puzzled, cannot get worse on what these rustling creatures attacked. Words torn from the breast. It is necessary to stop this swarm. He throws a Karen against the background of hum, which grows like a thunder behind the wall. The ears crumble under their feet. The guy yells not to touch his dinner, and Karen looks at him in surprise, as if he does not understand where these words come from. After the dinner, the hero suggested that she heard a quiet smile in response. She wanted to wander a little more and catch evening adventures. In the smells of fresh baking from the 8th floor, the guy decided she liked this dessert, so he asked not to be labeled. In a damp darkness, the girl felt. Karaboshi-san grew up like a smoke of a cold that seeps into each breath. He barely feels the distance between them disappears. The failure grows again. Since then, his abilities explode, fly up, like a spring stream. He wants to become stronger, and as soon as possible. Even if she fought until dawn, it is still not enough, and inside the flames burning inside. The palms of the palms slam the cheeks. The thoughts are bitter, like wormwood, fleeing for the horizon. And even one step to get closer, he did not gather. The sudden rust made her to turn. Silence was ringing in her ears, and something rustled somewhere behind. Treating with centipedes for the second time, Haruki feels a new confidence in his breast. Experience, like heat, spills on the body. The dagger discharged in the air and plunged into the ground near a little flycatcher, which trembled with horror. And in the air a passionate heart of fear was stabbed. The hero rushes forward, but his shell is strong. The blows will only rustle in silence, leaving no scratches. A moment, and the monster dissolved in the air, leaving an alarming rustle in the grass. Haruki felt a rare prey, and holding his breath, moved after. Under the stone, in the dark and the dampness, he found him, already raised his sword. And suddenly, like a gust of wind, Ray restrained, touched his hands. The flower was quietly begging not to offend her. She was not evil, just the guy suggested that she could be mistaken. Suddenly, Ray gently pressed the beetle to his chest, promised to take care of him, and the hero quietly asked that the beetle himself was thinking about it all. Garuki's question about friendship was again, and the monster in response quietly grunted. A good hosting sound. The guest's words remained unclear, but the hero warmly accepted him to the team and reached out. Friendship always opens the door. The soft creature climbed on his shoulders, rubbed his nose, and the hero inside something joyfully pinched. Such tenderness seemed incredibly touching. A strange creature opened its peculiarities. The guy was surprised to catch unfamiliar skills, some saw for the first time, and his heart was killed faster than surprise. He decided to call the creature. At first whispered multiple, but the writ slammed the stone on the ground, as if the word wounded his ear. Suddenly the thought, let the West, in honor of the lead, the Roman goddess of fire and comfort, that every night it will warm the warmth of her name. Again greeting Vesta, he threw stones just into the guy with a swing. The fragments whistled in the air and short blows were heard. Fresh air wraps the cheeks, and Akana says quietly, no one will spoil this morning. It is too light for sadness. Nature itself will take away a premature life. And suddenly the girl notices something on the roof, between sunlight and the wind. For her, it was not just a west, but a death to her, from which her back pulled her back. In the dark labyrinths, Sinziuk's death was hidden in the shadows. The striped death biteers slide so quickly that even experienced fighters do not have time to breathe, as sharp jaws break any reservation. Akana is puzzled in the space, not understanding why she was here. Quickly runs to the door, knocks and wakes up a newcomer, and when he goes out, he asks alarmed, what's going on there above? She whispered softly that it was a deadly bite, and such creatures should not see the sun and breathe the surface. The hero reassured her, west with them and the flybots, wringing the wings, arrange hunting for pests. He seems to be warming in his heart. Most likely, the fact is that it caresses grasshoppers, those who harm the green shoots and leaves, protecting the plants from the invasion. This is only the advantage. The Aquama is shaking his feet from surprise. Haruka lifts Karen's map, and holding his breath, fades for a moment. She wondered what happened to them. The hero answered. West, a rare flycatcher appeared in their team. He will now guard the house. Probably she wants to prove. Wolves are the best home guards. But the wolf immediately falls into the eye. And who still wakes up behind the house, like not a fly? Karen thought that he would bring a real wolf more interesting. Sighing, she says, it is only necessary to turn away for a moment, how something happens to him. Hot dust of the 14th floor is not yet a verse. And Haruki whispers Karen. Her divine gift grows like light in the dark. Apparently, it was after a battle with the boss of the 13th floor. The guy advised her to spend points, but she only answered quietly. She wanted to go on her own. The steps are heard in tall grass. The heart shrinks. Every movement causes anxiety, as if the whole space is breathing in traps. The whole earth is recessed in the water. Maybe in front of sea monsters, and maybe ordinary fish or at least frogs. There are rumors that they are delicious. Something wet suddenly got out of the water, and the newcomer, holding his breath, whispered in whispers, what was it? In the dark hands, a meter skew. Black, slippery, with 4 pairs of eyes instead of the usual. The guy felt immediately, this creature is not like ordinary store. Sharp movements of the hero defeat acne. Karen wipes the salty air from his face, and the guy smiles, announcing, today, there will be Unidan for dinner. The dog grunts. Do not smoke the kebabs under the windows. Hans whispers, to wait, you will definitely not regret. The girl sighs. Because of you, the grass is all sticky and slippery. In the hands of the hero, a bowl was steam. The fragrant aroma rose up. He asked if she was interested in finding out what had fallen from the boss of the 14th level. To the touch, these creatures are slippery acne. From them a sharp smell that scares monsters stronger than in the processed, and the torso bends in a rescue dance. Karen was offered to taste the eel. She gave up rapidly. Ray only shook her head. And the West with a crunch chewed locusts. Smelled of tropics in the air and toasted exotic. On the 15th floor of the garage dungeon, dry air burns the lungs, as if the sand and the heat of the desert. Suddenly, something invisible makes them alert to listen. Karen wondered what she was, and in response she heard, it was something bad. The body ran a cold shadow. A bitter taste of anxiety settled in the chest. A large figure was not swollen to them. The shadow slid on the ground, and in the air there were anxious echoes of steps. In front of them, a real wolf. The skin trembles. The wool shines in the moonlight. The boys are frozen with fear, in the eyes of their only shadows of horror. After the last meeting, the hero thought that he no longer wanted to fight this enemy, but now he felt joy. The guy was already in a battle stand, ready for a new fight. How much of the strength was it added after that meeting? How much else can I get closer to the monster? The heart shrinks. The legs themselves carry forward. And finally, their views intersect. The carefree punishment of Bolshon, like a spark, eyes shining, the movements of the lungs. Even the air around it seemed fresh, and Karen could not help but notice that thirst for life. The weapon squeezed in his hand, and Ray railstones in the monster. The hero did not stop. The battle boiled. The clatter of iron and the shouts cut the air. The blow! And suddenly someone's voice crashed sharply into the air, forced to shudder. The lightning discharge broke out. Karen hit the monster, but even thunder did not hurt him, only paralyzed for a moment. And silence hung in the air. The monster is swollen too quickly for the sighting volley. Karen felt it. The partner gave a signal and whispered that he will take attention, and she should strain his will and shoot as soon as the sign. The girl nodded silently, and the guy stared at how the werewolf moved restlessly, watching carefully at each of his gesture and breath. Suddenly, the ray of light blinked in the darkness. A weak place of the enemy broke out in front of him, like a wound that was smoldering. The room sharply rolled around the room. Karen immediately act. In the next moment, the sky broke out. Lightning hit the monster. The air trembled from the hot light and explosion. Exhausted, he sank to the ground, and around the boys laughed happily, rattled with heels and shouted with happiness. Mutual praises were involved, and suddenly both the cold stood in the cold. It became unspeakably difficult. Every new level is more terrible than the previous one. Ray from Karen is exhausted by the disease. Fortunately, the wolves did not appear, and Haruki advises to stay closer to the elevator. A foreign movement is heard somewhere nearby. Looking at Mount Vovklakiv, Karen smiled. They seem to be overwhelmed, but the experiences, though, the trophies shine everywhere, and the battle turned out to be perfect against the monster. Everyone fought in their own way. Someone flew like a storm, the other moving quickly, like a shadow. With everyone, you are with a new creature in different battles, where the sound of shocks is different. Even the air smells in a special way. Karen felt a real interest. In her voice, sparks of delight sweeping, as if something new and exciting smelled in the air. A week has passed. The hero suggested to seek another place for hunting. The boss was never found, and suddenly the bright light cut the darkness and flooded their face. Casemates illuminated with soft light, as after the death of the first boss, so everything happened again. But who won it? They roared. Everyone tried to guess. The guy carefully noted, "Guessing is a futile affair. The truth should be found." Through the morning fog, the silhouette erupted. The steps gently swollen on wet grass, the air was filled with anxious rustle. The darkest night remembered the name, Shigur Saken, the strongest among all that they once climbed to the top. The hero did not hide as a surprise. The girl stood here, and her steps were timidly rustling with leaves when she approached the breathless wolf. And then she touched Garuki's chest and whispered quietly that he was already captured. Barely palpable warmth in her fingers, a spark to the touch. Karen's heart jumped when the wind whistled in his ears. She finally found it and could not quench from this crazy speed. The girl carefully asked about rumors. They say the mask hides his secrets, and in everything, whispering people, his name sounded. The hero asked Karen with rumors, and she said she saw something online. The guy asked them sharply to explain what was talking about. They said that he destroyed the crowd on the upper level on his own, fought with Kagamitsu, and also conveyed his amazing abilities from his mouth. Through the air, he rushes with a whirlwind of the tentacle. The scales mirror the blows, and the guy denies everything to the last word. Karen asked. In the air, a slight aroma of coffee is in the air, and she smiles and assures that the description is perfect. The knees were subjected to despair in the chest, and he barely whispered that he was this mask. Sugar-san challenged the challenge for the second time. A duel outbreak. Haruki's voice came. He offers to fight right here in the darkness of the dungeon. Karen exclaimed whether the guy was really at risk against the girl, and he said, she was only for the sake of it. Karen reminds, it is impossible to fight between travelers, but the guy shrugs his shoulders, promises, don't worry, everything will be as if we were just playing. At this point, Shiguri-san needs. Light steps rustle on the floor, the smell of freshness and the expectation of a new start dance in the air. Haruki smiles and notes that the battle with the best railj is rare as dawn in the mountains after the rain. The hero asks the girl whether her sword is the same bloody Sakura. Iron shines like a tear, attracts in the dark. What a wonderful, dangerous things these swords. Only masters dare to take the katana. Weapons obey those who have perfectly possessing movements. Shigur says, he is a 5 shika sword. The partner called him a bloody Sakura, quite by chance. It's not about at once, rather an excitement that trembles in the air. The girl is not preparing for battle, and the guy is already glowing with an impatient fire in his eyes. Haruki asks Ray to signal the beginning, but the plant is rustled with leaves. It is clearly not liked. I am sure that the battle will not last long, but you want to catch how Shigure moves, at least a little to learn the smoothness of his step. Ray raised his hand and shuddered the moment. The sharp signal cut the air, announcing the battle began. A moment, and the cold blade of Shigoris's sword slid to the boy's throat, forcing him to hold his breath. He looked into the void with a deaf look. The shock pushed the whole body. Karen did not understand what had happened, and the guy sank on his knees and whispered, "It is simply unrealistic to copy it. A completely different league, an elusive height." And it was confusedly clung without realizing any meaning. She is quiet, but confidently asks for another battle. In the air smells of tension, and the wonder of the boy is bitterly knocking in his temples. Confusion is read in every movement. Again and again in the mind's lightning of the fight, the bitter taste of fear on the lips, like the moon of steps in night silence. The first stroke, and Must-kun inadvertently shuddered, she noticed. So far, no one, even Masakugu, has not time to get away from her Shukichi on his first attempt. And the mask not only repelled the blow, but also in silence rushed to evade. If his dagger at that moment flew in the air to her, a sharp, cold, poured death, everything could end completely differently. The defeat was almost inevitable, but it is she who wants to test. Greets opponents and wants them a good game, although deeply inside is convinced. The guy was just lucky. The battle tightened. The difference in the skill of Karen's skills to the depths of her heart. She caught herself when it finally ended. While Shigurzan had a difficult breath from fatigue, suddenly Haruki's hand stopped the girl's movement. A ringing blow stuck in the air, leaving tension and silence. In her movements, Chaguri noticed special. He felt the body obediently repeating every disturbance, as if he became part of this rhythm. The next moment, the girl's fist flew into the guy into his stomach. He grabbed him and fell deftly to the ground, lifting a little dust. From a young age, the girl dived in the secret of Ie Edo, went on a journey to become stronger, and a heavy sword in her hands became her key to a new power. The humid air of the dungeons squeezed the breasts. The stone floor was ringing in the steps. But it was here that the muscles burned and the body strengthened with every movement. There was a group of like-minded people in Chibi, and she went on a trip to find out about her craft everything. The smells of distant cities, the hum of roads, a sense of skill in every movement. Wandering, she captured the whispering of the wind, the crunch of branches, and the murmur of long streams. At the bar, she caught the fragmentary, whispering voices, the smells of wool and bitter beer. There they argued about someone in a mask. She asked the men to share the story. An interesting excitement was lit in the breast. The heart jumped, as if it had already felt something special in the air. Rumors of it were rushed around. The name was even for the Masakug. And only now it became clear what the whole whisper came from. The girl was fun. The arms attached her to new discoveries. Everyone was amazed. Her hands stretched even more. I wanted more. Covered with bruises, he lay on the ground, and Karen, stuck his palm excitedly, asked not to give up. Her voice trembled and heard in silence, like his last request. Shiger's health is not asked. The girl pours the recovery potion on him, and the aroma of herbs immediately fills the air. The guy is surprised that she had spent such a potion on him. They say, let her consider it an apology for a too strong blow to the arms. I thank you. I learned a lot, he said with a grateful smile, and she thanked in response, and between them circled the warmth of new knowledge. The smile blossomed on her face. She confessed that she laughed sincerely and for a long time. Farewell words have already been melted in the air, as Haruki suddenly asked the girl if she could go to Tokyo. She confirmed. Chichao was not yet, and the guy was just interested in. Soon her steps and hearts are madly torn before Shinjuku's release surgery. She flew to him. The hair flew in the air, the voice trembled from excitement. What was happening here? The girl whispered. The next moment, she drops on the chair, sighs the verse and confesses. Even she did not know that. The internet is buzzing. They say, Masatsuga-san resumed beacon. Maybe San will sweep through the train to Shinjuku and join them. Feeling the aroma of adventures in the air, the hero asked what she would do, and in response he heard a gentle voice. I would go to Chicago. That was what was conceived at first, and in the air the smell of the long road. Everything is settled with the Masakug. The hero nodded and added that the more people are nearby, the calmer in his heart. Shigeru got up, cutting off the conversation. Masatatsuga was understood in the monsters. She had nothing left here, except to listen to the rustle under the feet of an old crack. Karen from Haruki read on the internet, Shigure-san and Masatatsu-san came together in a duel, and the first, under applause and excited exclamations, won. In the Mazesuga Mazag, the monsters tremble as soon as his steps are heard. Shigure is a master of duels, smart and fast. But together they are able not only to release Shinzyuk, but also to achieve the impossible. According to Shiger, Sansa had to approach and thank the stranger for revealing to her this secret. Karen asked if she was sure that everything would be fine. The guy only shrugged his shoulders. He did not know the answer himself. Suddenly from the horn, Akana came out. Her laughter was breaking in the air, and she asked the boy how he was after such a shame from Sigure's son. The hero asked what she was busy, and in response he heard, "I am preparing for winter." In the air the smell of fresh wood. Summer is sharpening the forest, and the sun of the hardware quietly warms his back. The hero turned and moved to the house, in passing Karen that it was time to cook dinner. It was already heard through the silence, as it would smell warm bread in the house. Suddenly, Akania grabbed the man by her hand, asked her eyes not to pay attention to her, quietly asked for what she said, and added that she had something important to him. The newcomer was curious to find out what order he was waiting for him. The coolness of the quarry of Nakasatsunai breathes the dungeon, and it is there that she calls them to go. Haruki is surprised to not turn to the local, but most adventurers are now in Shinzyuk. Due to the surgery for the release of the beetle, all the tasks for middle-class travelers were postponed. The message almost smelled of frozen dust, and seized in silence, silently holding his breath. Bakan does not say that all this story with Shinjuku is evil, because otherwise the monster will be told throughout Honshu. However, other cases cannot be forgotten. Without thermal stones, do not decompose the armor. If the surgery in Shinzyuk falls and the adventurers diminish, the workshops will turn away. Steel is orphaned, the stones will not become, the armor remains a dream. Haruki noted that all this would be a real darkness. That is why Akanian insisted on his help. The guy nodded, sighed, and agreed. "How much do you need?" His voice came. 100 kilograms, she answered. Returning to Karen, he asked if he would join. She was silent, and about the shoe, immediately responded. The hero understood everything. The guy jumped into the car, the engine thickened, and he dissolved on the road, and Karen just waved him after, swallowing dust and trembling air around. On the way to the house, the cane rolled down under her feet and whispered gently. Karen was late, and the girl had to wait until her heart broke from excitement. The buyer thanked the saleswoman, and Iconium, meanwhile, dreamed of teaching Karen so that her son was glad to be able to be gratitude and felt gratitude for her. Karen feels calm, knowing what he goes with her. She says to himself, he has no longer succumbed to her. She barely stepped into the dungeon. The shadow had a locust, and the giant worm swallowed it. Only a thin rustle of wings went out in the dark. By this time, the hero has already stepped into the dark maze of Nakasatsunai. The steps are echoed, and in the air the smell of old damp. This place seemed to be empty for a long time. But around, other people's faces, almost all newcomers, only a few have an average rank. He wished himself good luck to one of them. The rest of the adventurers looked back at the Vesta, who made a variety of pranks behind the shoulders of the main characters. The flower blossomed on his back and the breath froze, surprise in his eyes, and the boy had already flashed an adventure. The brilliant impulse knocked him out of the battle, and when his head turned, a creature from which was drawn in an inhuman and cold. The threatening appearance vacillated it from all, but inside it turned out to be surprisingly good, and it scared even more. Haruki wished him good luck and rested for his own fear. The hero believes. In 2 days he stepped down, over the floor, quickly, with every step hearing a slight knock on the stairs. It is unfortunate. The protection did not manifest itself, perhaps because of the simplicity of the dungeon. He wondered what power she seeks, and it heralded even greater hardness and unwavering. Haruki moved further, inhaling the bitter smell of smoke, listening to where thermal stones hide. Karen turned to Akana timidly. "Is it not dangerous to trust Kiribosasana alone?" She replied, "Quite possible." Karen fired for the forums yesterday and felt loneliness, but Akana sighed. "A guy there is simple." Karen explained why so. "There are 2 reasons. A magic backpack is weightless, and still a sharp vision and a lightning reaction always help him to notice everything around. In the memories of the girl Kirabushi in the second part of the battle, every movement of the son of Shigur reads, he catches each breath. But this does not end. Only a few months ago, he stepped on the path of adventure, and it was impossible to manage the skillful, rapid movements of Shiger during this time. The technique slipped like the wind through his fingers. The impatient was confusing Shiger, and he, watching, gradually repeated each of her movements. In the eyes of the boy, Akana caught the spark of the mystery of his rapid growth. These stones lay down in their hands, and Karen felt at once all the puzzles fell into place. While the police were questioned, asking who before them, Gariki answered, an adventure seeker. They ordered the mask to be removed, and at that moment, the hero dissolved in the air, like a shadow in the morning haze. The verse documents were rustled in the hands of men. It was through them that the noise in the forum risen, and the hero asked restrained his papers. Frightened, they apologized to wait, shaken his shoulder and wished not to stop. Let him accompany luck at every step. Looking in darkened eyes, the hero could not understand what his fault was, because they even wished good luck, or perhaps quietly worried him. Increasingly, passers-by look on the street. It seems that it is already recognized, so it's time to cook a loud holiday. One of the police says he talked to the one who wears a mysterious mask, and he confirmed it is worth removing the mask as it becomes invisible. He seems to be trusted. When the twilights thickened the air, a terrible mask suddenly hanged in the door, as if it were blowing in a darkness, and a quiet, forgotten voice died. He wants to sell something. The most frightened was died in fear, shuddering even from the rustle of their own breath. The wonder. He has attracted 25 kilograms of warm stones. So much she has never bought so much. It is said that the musk kuna alone could not collect 25 kilograms of stones. A day becomes only 5. The hand quickly tired, sweat flows on the face, and in the shade, the grass rustles. Spoon for a spoon, the girl tastes the chicken with soybeans. A strange day melts in warm spices, a noise of spoons, and a quiet sigh of the window. Smoke climbed into the sky when Haruki threw firewood, and West with Raya laughed at the fire. The aroma of fried meat poured around like festive warmth. Masaga, Beacon and Shiger came into the room, shaking his hands, and Beacon felt the relief as he was warming in his chest. I finally see you alive, Sagigur. So much time passed. He asks where she is now, and he learns. As soon as she got a sleepy shring, whole and intact, Bacon believed in her words when she assured she would not come. The co-compound threatened. If he forgets to charge the phone again, the swords will fly to the trash. That's where she rushed here, and Beacon called it all sweet. Masaga advises with someone in order to extend, just in case. The boss, like a double deer from the 24th floor of the dungeon, has a special attack. Touched, you are paralyzed, as it happened with Bacon. Sigurd asked to explain, and the Beacon said that the legs of the languages had grown to the ground. It was impossible to move, as if after a sharp pain or torn muscle. Is it a curse? He just shrugged his shoulders, not sure. Maybe hypnosis. The medicine did not act one by one, but only a panacea gave relief, like a sip of fresh air among anxiety. The Beacon smiled. Quit a joke that it was not a healing supplement, but the squirrel saved. But he just sighed and finally asked for seriousness. Segura asks in a quiet voice how many symptoms last. The answer is going on. It has been a lot of time. While he was collecting all possible medicines, time was drawn, and slowly, and Suhar calmly explained what role he should play in this case. Masazumig explains. Everyone will become a circle. They will rush together. And even the girl will go on the offensive. The busy expectation swells in the air. It is necessary to run if the deer spit out the purple lump. A bad sign. And when the monsters appear, it is better to leave them to those who are not afraid. The Beacon insisted that she does not look from the top because of his young age, and Masakugu confidently stated that everyone would act clearly according to the plan. No one denied. The door closed behind Shiger and Baikon. The guy remained in the darkness, where the walls were echoed, and the air smelled hard with dust and old books. He leads a journal of conversations carefully. Every word, every breath remains on paper, so that if the capture fails and someone perish, it is these records that become a thread for further decisions. Do not sprout. The future of Japan trusts them. With the heart that listens to the silence of the sunrise, the Western cannon suddenly cried out, seeing the ropes. The hero thought that the worst battle could not be imagined. When a weapon is in his hand, a hard armor back behind you, and a slippery eel before you. West, the same monster that cracks shields and armor. But try to give it agility, and the movement will become awkward. It is awkward to him, as if on other people's legs. Lightning flashed behind. The hero had a heart, as if Karen had squeezed and caught him suddenly. Previously she fought, and now holds force, cautiously controls her, changed her destiny, became stronger. So why could Karen from Akana never be able to go this way? The relief of the hero was warmed up when he finally managed to break through the harsh 14th floor. In the air it smelled of victory and sweat. A slight anxiety swept inside. Haruka and Karen looked silently, and the Akami asked if they also felt this invisible echo. Something changed in the air. The barely swollen cold stuck the skin. The ants ran on the back, and the hero tried to understand the cause of this unexpected tension. They proposed to postpone the workout. Akana only nodded by consent, while Karen asked what happened, and the seller, exciting his head, suggested that he had a rare species. It was quiet. "What will we do?" the guy asked. Ekin and threw it without hesitation. "We will run." It sounded simply and logically. If it is a rare beast, let everything be decided by an experienced adventure seeker, the guy suggested, and the girl agreed. But suddenly he noticed the movement and whispered to everyone, immediately to the ground. In the middle of the morning fog, the silhouette of the beast with spreading horns visible. The boys realized that it was a deer. Kaney warned, "It is dangerous here." The guy was wary of asking what she was in mind, but she explained. The deer came from another dungeon. He is usually found on the 24th floor, but whether she did not know so, she did not know. A rare beast can be soldered by crowd. Haruki and Karen are surprised. The hero throws the girl with the question whether she will overcome him, and Akana is quietly recognized. No, he will not. She sighs and remembers. If there was another person with the same attacks, maybe they would change something together. The hero asked to submit a request again. She nodded. It is possible, but the adventure would now be interested in Oiko. Now it is not in her strength, so Karen asked what she to do, and the hero calmly assured. She would be the focus of attention, all the views and invigorating smiles, for her. The cane shook and asked if he really stayed. The guy nodded. He would look after Heli. Karen put her hand on her heart. "It is dangerous here," she warned. The anxiety squeezed her breasts. Haruki acknowledged that the feeling of evil did not leave him. The deer stands quietly. The ear trembles. And it seems that the animal just exists in the forest, does nothing, only breathes in the rhythm of the morning wind. He tried to collect a little more information for the distribution of points, but a window of the system suddenly broke out. The protection of leading manifested, forcing her to choose her glasses immediately. Suddenly, a little god Sinshu emerged before the boy. The same guard with the scroll of the treasury of Japan, the owner of the cessation of evil, the patron against the diseases that chatting in the insect. When one detail in the system forced the boy to think, thoughts were scattered from the Ree's rich blows. She whispered softly as if the wind. Now everything is clear. She would also be lifted to a new level. Among the crashing of the branches in front of the deer, the wolf erupted. His wool stirred in the wind, his eyes were burning, sharp claws are only waiting for the movement. The wolf wasted, and the deer greedily inhaled the frosty air. The breasts were lit, as if there was winter. The black ball is born straight in the mouth. The guy inhale the air, not understanding anything, and the deer sharply releases a shot. The black mass immediately envelops the wolf, squeezing his movements. Suddenly, everything was melted. The purple tangle hit the wolf, the hero is convinced. Victory for him, and the deer became stronger in his eyes. The fear is squeezed inside. This rival is the worst of all. Time will pass, he will not be equal. What to do? Win it now, or risk, and not spend all your strength. He drives away the fight with Hele, as if an annoying mosquito. Here is not a time for stubbornness. Even with a power board, it is not easy to defeat the monster of the highest rank. It is important not to let go, until the last ripple of time, until the heart counts the last moment. The stairs are in the dark, the day after day is erased in memory. Karen thinks that 3 have passed. In the silence of the dungeons, warm memories of Karaboshi. Whether it is whole there, at large, pulse in the chest. The bitter thoughts were shimmering in her head, but she drove them away, convincing herself everything was fine with him. When she reached the desired level, the gaze caught the newcomer. He stared out the window. His eyes shone insanely. His lips whispered something indistinguishable. The young man noticed how Karen returned. The girl asked if he rested, and in response, a bitter laughter came. 3 nights without sleep, a little thing after years in the yoke of office slavery. Karen asks him to rest, and he barely smiles and says, everything is well with him. A wonderful toning drink obtained from the jar refreshed it, and Karen gently informed, The request was accepted, and the smile slid it with a voice. One is only himself, and from that the soul rustled dissatisfaction like dry leaves under his feet. Gratitude for the unified support is throbbing in the young man's heart, but the belief in the change does not come. Karen quietly, with a touch of anxiety, reports, "The offensive on Sinziuk will soon begin." The group gathered Masatatsuga, Beacon, Shigur, and a few more people tight. The smell of coffee, a hole of voices, and a feeling of an invisible event that will happen. Real masters gathered nearby. In the air feels strength, and confidence burns the guy from the inside. Now the victory is quite real. The palms slammed on the cheeks. A cold drink sharply burned the throat and rolled inside. The results were so striking that he had no doubt about victory. Haruki assured Karen, he will follow the deer, and will still leave her a traveler who needs to be held. The voice cut through the air. The guy asked in the vest whether she would really dare to taste the drink. And suddenly something invisible, bizarre, swept the heroes, squeezing the space around. The bodies have fallen into the wet grass, the thirst for blood. Can the fallow deck be sore? The scream is opening the air. You run now and look for a acne. The guy throws words to the girl. His cheeks are burning from anxiety. Late. The deer is already approaching. The muzzle is opened. In the air is thickened invisible energy, and Haruki shouts the name of Karen, interrupting the rustle of the grass. The young man rushed, covered the girl with the body, and the purple fluid sprinkled into it, baked the skin with the smell of ozone. Hot flow envelops Haraki, and the name of the hero Karen with a trembling voice pierces the air through tears. Karen whispers, "Kraboshi." The name sounds in the air like the breath of the wind between the damp walls. The mucus flowed down his skin left by deer, and the girl looked in confusion. He saved her, but what to do now? The light steps of the deer barely rusted on the damp grass. The girl stood, holding his breath, and still hesitated what to do next. The creature again struck the strength, and suddenly, with a lightning movement, she rushed at the girl. She had time to bounce. The ball with a deft knock fell near her newcomer. The steps of the steps echoes in the dark. The girl escapes, distracting the monster, because she is not able to fight, and Karbushi at this time remained on the verge of danger. Every step was reflected in his thoughts. She was always under someone's wing, always behind someone's back. She was afraid to act, only fled, like a shadow from her own helplessness. It seems that nothing has changed. Even the shadows in the room are the same. In memory there is a long-standing case that still hurts quietly like an old wound. In the care arena, the feeling that the last trimester suddenly broke off. The students collect things and hurry to leave the school, and the teacher only spreads their hands without finding an explanation. He threw hotly, "Faster, follow me." And already the palm disappears in the roar of steps. A thick spirit passed past the house. Then in the grass the wolves shook a person. He waved in pain, and the air crashed from wild cries. The girl did not have time to find out what it was. As the teacher dissolved in the air with a bloody cloud, splashed with dark drops and smelled with iron. Something unknown, squeezed into the wall, hoarse breathing with a hot wind slid around his neck. The heart was pounding. She pressed against the wall, barely breathing and begging for salvation when someone's voice sounded in the darkness. The father rises, protecting the family, whispering them to run away while standing the wall before danger. The wolves rushed to their father, and the mother, trembling, pushed her daughter. To run, not to look. That day, the quiet rustle in the windows stirred with the void. Mom and Dad went forever. Running pulled Karen into the fresh present. But suddenly the earth slipped out of her feet. It stumbled and fell. The air was filled with a quiet grass and a deft blow. The knees rest on the cold floor. The alarming breath grabs the air. Tears bake cheek. Karen does not want to lose anyone, especially her newcomer, and whispering uncertainly, "Is this end?" There was a voice inside. "Will you stop just that?" The girl shuddered and whispered mentally, "Who are you?" The man said, "Even for the sake of winning the monster, or for the sake of someone's life, she did not try to take the risk." Karen recognized this voice among thousands of others. Sometimes he was shadowed, and the voice in the air asked if she was able to be someone but an empty mask. The girl said it was not true, and the man asked, "What you were afraid?" She sighed and answered, "She scares the most. The weakness takes me the most expensive." The man, sliding the air, flew closer to the girl and whispered to her. He asked if she was able to give everything holding down for these feelings. The girl only surprised her eyes, without understanding his words. He forced her to put on the altar and body and the soul and life, and then whispered, "Whether she still seeks power, Karen only nodded and quietly confessed. She wants to preserve those who are the most expensive for her. He advised her to be stubborn, not to sacrifice, because the fear of losing the most expensive and her weakness would allow him to pick up everything. "Stretch your hand, take my hand," he said softly, "and the uprising against despair with me." Gradually the deer approached the girl, breathed hard. The rage flashed in the glitter of her eyes. The hoof was lightly beaten against moist grass. Suddenly, something stopped him. Karen rose and quietly, but confidently stated, she would give nothing more to this world. From the very thought of losing someone expensive right before the eyes inside the cold, as if the heart is shrinking with horror. It will never allow it to happen. This time, it should become a shield for everyone, and it was at this moment that lightning cut the sky. The deer was mowed with a cry and the smell of ozone. The creature fell into the dust, the earth shuddered, and the girl stood, not believing that she won. The heart was so loud as if it could escape from the breast, and here the memory of Caribbean Shy broke out, like a touch to the heart in the middle of silence. After all, Haruki suddenly appeared, surprised to breathe, and whispered that Karen was striking with her coldness. The girl looked confusedly, asking him still alive, and he barely smiled and asked not to put a cross on him, and the traveler remembered. He recently lay his mind in purple spots. She confesses how anxiously it was in her soul. He lay still. The face is covered with earth, the skin of the redness, and it seemed that the last breath would disappear. The tears suddenly escaped. The cry thundered in silence, and like spring rain, brought her a slight relief. The warm smile touched his lips. His fingers were gently spent on her hair, and he thanked quietly, his voice for a long time in the air. The breath calms down, Karen asks. How did you manage to survive? The guy only nods at Vesta in the look of gratitude and shadow of past fears. The defender was quarantine. He covered him with a blanket, hid from the world, giving quiet security. She wondered if she needed time to focus on strong magic. The girl nodded, but as soon as he fell, a powerful power of the whirlwind escaped from her hands. Karen explained that she did not let go at once, and the guy shrugged. Wasn't it when she turned? Did it happen? The unexpected success stunned her. The heart has accelerated running, and the palms of the palms smelled with anxiety and enthusiasm. The damp dungeon hides the voice that whispers from the darkness, and every time, answering, she feels a powerful force in her chest. The gaze slid on its characteristics. Divine protection shone at the maximum. The roar of thunder is the patron saint of her. The god hero of the Mage, in the myths of the Ain, is known as a human god who appears among people with a crashing of heaven. He fought for humanity, giving the world the silence of peace, as if protecting heaven for the one who was looking for a friend with Hokkaido. And suddenly, a strange sound was involved somewhere. The deer trembled, trying to get up. The needles were crunching between the pines. Karen did not believe that he was still alive. Despite her crazy blows, the guy stands, like a rock, tart to the last cell. Karen called him in his name, and the soft anxiety of her voice swept through the hum of battle. She asked to turn the accumulated points into magic. With the experience of power becomes more, and to cope with it is increasingly difficult. He had to do it, and her companion felt at once. Something changed in it. Confidence appeared in gestures, and anxiety appeared in his gaze. Yesterday her hands were shaking, and now in her eyes a solid fire was burning. Determination replaced the former alarm. The guy boasted. The points distributed, but one gave good luck, under the joy of laughter of the heroes who were already racing in the whirlpool of battle. Karen with Haruka steps towards the deer. Breathing tense, the earth trembles under the hooves. In the air the fragrant aroma of raw and fear. He came up with but felt too difficult. He would not be able to impress to go unnoticed. The concern was a thunderstorm, and the lightning struck in the heart of the deer. The smell of wet wool mixed with the ozone. The air subsided in anticipation. In the head of the hero, the thought of the power of the Karen, another offensive, and the defeat will not be avoided. Suddenly, the monster howled, scattering the splashes of saliva. The unknown squeezed the fog when the girl whispered, "Look down," and something cold was under her feet. The shadow crawled quietly from the ground. The earth was barely breathing with dust. Something unknown emerged from the depths. Wolves suddenly emerged from the ground. Their fur was the same color as the shadow that shimmed before her eyes. The Whigs understood everything. They not just win the opponents, but erase their silent, leaving the shadows instead of the face. The deer turned others into his doubles. He now controls them, like shadows that follow his every movement. The hero whispered, "Karen, Now let's break through and rush to the stairs, and those who weave behind the back are your care. Karen, West, and Ray were helped in the battle, and Haruki did not keep up, though the curses threw into the beard. The monster is multiplied without end. Their new shadows are rustled in the dark even when they are not overcome. The air was thickened as if before the storm. Karen was in the ring and felt everything rolling under the slope. The enemies are circling around him, and the girl is cursed, cutting the darkness of lightning outbreaks that are moved from the monsters. The wolf jumped forward, the paws slid on the ground, his teeth flashed in dusk, and in the air smelled of rawness and wild wool. But at once, there were guys who overcame the monster, and the stranger said that it would really be interesting. In the air, an alarming when Haruki recognized Kagamitsu and her husband. He leaned closer and quietly asked if everything was fine with the main character. In the air tension, the hero quickly asks Kagamiku why he appeared in this place, and in his voice heard alarming surprise. He replies what he heard. Haruki is looking for salvation, and words are hanging in the air, like an alarming breath of wind. Karaboshi smiled interesting, asking if he really took up the case. In response, an impatient voice sounded. The reward is looking forward, and the hero, like his brother, assured he would still give a reward. The amazing rushed around. Such Amit stopped, wide-open eyes caught every moment. The heart was beating loudly. The breath was captured by every unexpected touch of reality. The smell of the mountain pinched in his nose, sparkled around the air. He asked the brother what it was for the attack, and in response he heard whispers. Here was witchcraft. Real magic. Haruki warned, it is a secret and no one can tell anyone. Kagamitsu was surprised to keep his breath. Magic really exists. Suddenly, he looked at Vesta and asked if it was difficult to pull all this burden behind his shoulders. A new friend appeared nearby. The guy confidently said, his name is West, then we are together. The cold breath hangs in the air, and Kagamitsu is uncertainly looking for his eyes in this chaos, as if his shadow is lost in the midst of screams and metal rattles. The girl's magical power is mad, and the rank is striking. Even a beetle with a flower would become powerful, but in everything he decides the air, so transparent and invisible, but invaluable. His movements are no longer flying, as before, the strength was blowing, and the time after the battle with the lizard passed very little. Did he really have time to gain experience? But despite this, he continues to move forward. All you have to do is get confused. Everything will go as dust. This deer is most amazed. Its signs are repeated by the one mentioned by Masatatsuga and others near the bulletin board. But why is such a rare creature found in Tokyo as often as Hokkaido? The thoughts of the unknown now are superfluous. A flock of wolves is no longer growing. Their habit has a limit, and if it were not for dark purple saliva, this deer would have no more than the lizard. They should be connected with air, and the victory will be behind them, as a thunder after a lightning flash. First you need to get rid of the wolves, and only then, when the deer remains, attack. He asks Haruki not to let him down. Suddenly he rushes forward and asks loudly, leave it! The thought of Kagamiku's advice did not go out of her head. Only a boss, the rest is not for you. Let other swords ring around, and you do not look out of your goal. The hero's heart rejoices when warm, light words are heard in the ears, like a sunlight in a cool silence. All forces will rush forward. The path to glory throbs before the eyes, and each nerve is tense, like a string feels this call. The mask flew from the face, sliding the opponents. Looking for vulnerable places, shining spots blossomed in the bodies. His gaze grabbed the weaknesses of the werewolf. A thin strip of light trembled between them, like a thread on a hot skin. Now the hero chose only one path and walked it, as if the smell of fresh earth after the rain. In a few monsters, the monster fell one by one, shouting shouts and roar. He dealt with them lightly. The ray of light suddenly stood in the way. It broke up, as if a shadow had grown before him. It was necessary to gather, he thought, inhaling on full breaths, until the air was noisy and shadows moved. Karen noticed how Karaboshi Sensei was rushing forward, one against all. Then the boss was waiting, and that the passage of the Cyromanians, as if not a wall, but a solid brown wall, was waiting. The heart is pounding. You need to invent something, to do something to save it. And what will help you at least a little relief of pain? One day, Akana noted that the main thing is to keep the area under control and shoot aptly. And for her, it was a completely new, unknown game without any experience in the tricky plans. Faith in itself flashed in her eyes. The weapon rose in her hands slowly and confidently as the dawn breaks the night. Kagamecha felt anxious. Sparks broke out in the eyes of the girl, and instantly the discharge flashed through the wolves. The guy froze from surprise. The name of Karabachi-san broke from her lips. The silence broke out. the guy said. Gently noted her courage. Everything became ideal. The ability opened to the hero the vulnerable place of the deer, and he felt the salty breath of the wind that trembled in the air along with the tension of the moment. He swung, but the enemy shrugged, slid to the side, and the wind whistled in the void. He has time at a moment. The heart is pounding, the breath goes down, shyly apologizes for the delay. Still echoes his apology in the air. Although Karen's thunder has seen more than once, now the strength and tension in her gaze became truly dangerous. The air seemed to ring from tension. The beast rushed forward, the branches were shaken, but the guy jumped sharply, and only the wind touched the sleeve. He called Kagamitsu, and Ira just got a boss. The bell of the swords and the heavy breathing drowned the signal. The fierce roar broke the air. The boss flashed again and released a blow. The energy of the energy flicked straight into the guy, but the West immediately replaced and took the blow on himself. Ray put her shoulder to Friends. A quick movement, a short word of support, and a mild hope was hanging in the air. The arrow burst into the air and struck the monster in the eye, and the young man whispered praise, a gentle, fragrant flower. The chief opened his weak place for a moment. The hero quickly as a lightning struck, but the failure caught up with him by surprise, like a cold wind. Using the moment, the monster threw away the weapon and clenched a wild, crazy smile. The smile was on his mouth, a calm movement, a shining knife in his hand. No muscle shuddered. The next moment the hand flew, and the fist painfully tightened into the chest of the barefoot. The cold shine of the sword, and the head is pulled out. The blood is difficult to drip on the ground. A sharp metal smell twists in the air. The monster was dead to the ground. The guy stood side by side. His heavy breathing broke the silence. The breasts went with a hood. In the head in Guika, everything floats from the drunk fog, and suddenly it darkens before his eyes. He faints. Kondao shakes in a tent, inhales dust, and sharply seat into the darkness. Karen disappeared in the dungeon for a long time, but also the Calcari of Masua followed, so if something happens, she is also alert. In a dark dungeon she sighed, diligently spoke of her help, and Kagamitsu-san stood high, like a rock, on a pile of those wolves. He said quietly. Everything was over. As if the last letter fell under the touch of the autumn wind, the heart in the chest froze. She was late. And now his words have become piercing unrealistic? Ruthless reproach. The girl flashed, and Karen just smiled this scene while her newcomer slept nearby, hearing nothing but a soft breath of the night. Akane tears shine, softly flowing through the cheeks, like rainy leaves rustle in the wind. Its appearance was to be loud, but why everything went unclear, because it did not destroy. And behind the gray wolf, his breathing tickles his neck. He won him effortlessly, in one movement, as if the shadow flashed past, and he froze in confusion. Kagen Sturtsu wondered why Akana appeared, and Karen was treating the wounds of the hero. He thanked her, and assured that she was now feeling great. The girl was strongly moving to Keinai. She needed help now, and the guy stayed to talk to Kaga Sturtsu. Kaboshi thanked Kagamitsu, but he just waved his hand, they say. No words needed. He just did the same as during the incident in Chikano. A moment. And the question was, why did you clutch with the boss? Haruki said that he ordered him to win. Kagamitsu also denied everything without even looking. He did not allow such a dangerous case. If you destroy the werewolves one by one, the victory will come without loud blows, as if the night sighs from relief. The barely audible exhalation escaped in Haruki, as his companion squeezes his cheek and whispers, "It is not necessary to sigh, because victory is already in his hands." Kai Mik nod, and most of her helped them the magic of Karen. She was breathing near as spring. Its dangerous nature has already been heard in the warning, but it still rushed through the roar of a thunderstorm, where the air ranged with a spark of risk. The punishment whispered that in the battle of her arrows always found a goal. He felt peace and moved confidently, and his friend, holding his breath, said that they were incredible. The muted light barely touched his shoulders when the traveler rose and voiced, "Time to go, urgent affairs will call on the road." He asked the young man to remain silent about the battle and not to put it on the network. Any word would destroy the chance to gain magical knowledge, and Haruki confirmed it quietly, hiding anxiety in his eyes. And Kagamitsu went away, leaving all the protagonist. The girls looked surprised, not catching why the boy so painfully struck someone's departure. Karen is wondering how much you can earn on the fur of these werewolves, and Akana shrugged. Everything solves color. Now you will not even call the estimated price. She cannot buy them back. It would be honest to reduce the price, but it can be a big loss for him. Thinking, he decided to leave the grade with him. The most valuable trophy is the skin and powerful horns of the deer. The wool is strong and rough. It is almost impossible to get it, because it exceeds the power of even wolves. However, weapons are not suitable. Fragile like a shell, crack from the first blow. Akana easily cut the horn. It smelled of raw earth. The guy asked in surprise why it happens, and she explained. The defeated deer changes the shape. That's the wonder. The hero dreamed of them and tears flowed on the cheeks. Another moment ago, it seemed like a wonderful weapon in the imagination, and suddenly in the air struck a spicy aroma, forcing him to alarm. The guy reassured the girl, "You can finally rejoice, because for the first time in so many years, they will be able to taste the dreamy treat." Kugamitz stepped into a secret room. Here it smelled of dust and silence, and the man met him with his eyes. In the shadow heard the whisper of the wind. The door barely opened. The stranger threw the words about Sinziuk, and his unexpected appeal made the owner of the room to shuffle. The operation was successful, but did not find the leader himself. Masatatsug confirmed this. Only colorless monsters, who rolled around, were released from the shadow, without leaving his owner. Kagami was quietly saying that he already knew how to wake up the boss of this level. His voice trembled, like the air before the storm. The lost deer hid in the Hokkaido dungeon, and when the mask team united, they repelled with it. The spinners of purple fur from the inverted wolves will be brought to the laboratory of Echebich for a detailed inspection. It is necessary to find out immediately whether it is true. The question about the doubt came from the boy, and the friend answered calmly. It is all because of the dungeon. Nothing is surprising. Further in the conversation, the sky was smooth, and both agreed. In all the dungeons, it is one thing. Perhaps that is why these dungeons are intertwined with each other, as if the underground roots of an old occult tree. There is no evidence, but it is not possible to find the reasons either. Everything is frozen in the silent, where the truth is shaking between the shadows of doubt. There are many riddles in the dungeons, but if the boss is the same, it is hope. Masatsug squeezes this news in his fist. The wrong step, and everything will sink in chaos. Kugamitz was thrown. He leaves his friend because it will break the trust, his and the whole team. The easy gate of the monsters among the dark dungeons is frightening, and few travelers will decide to argue with this. Masatasa only believes that the guy is not mistaken. Musatsug asks a friend to pass on to the Ira team something from him. It is unfortunate that nothing remained for himself, although he fought with the boss of Sinziuk. The man quietly asked the guy about the team of Ares, who defeated the boss, seeking as if looking in the darkness of answers between the shadows, and muted Homon. Before the flashing screen of the Masakug, he thinks his finger on the keys. In the air, the name of the Ares command was hanging in the air, as if it would tremble in silence and waited for an answer. The mention of Chicago broke out in the mind with the words of Kahu Mitsu. They say, they already met, and he looks like a mysterious mask with a dagger in his hand. Memory unexpectedly touched a man like a light breath of wind. Something important flared in the mind, with a warm flame, illuminating the shadow of the forgotten. Suddenly he straightened. The words fell hard. Finally here. All in the shadows, higher than they could imagine, with each movement, a real threat. The doors were quietly squeezing, the smell of dust and trees in the air, and the room swarmed the shadows of various things, each with its silent history. If this is true, he is good at all to have such a fighter nearby. The power does not frighten, on the contrary, only adds the desire to get it into the team. The gift spins in his hands, smells like a new fabric. The secret of the pressure of the boss must be hidden deeply. Kagamitz should be silent, and the man is already deciding to take the risk. The heart pulls forward. The meeting calls, and it already smells of the road, the alarming rustle of steps in the chest. The package with a deaf knock was landing on the threshold of the store, filling the air with the smell of cardboard and distant promises of a new one. The views of the heroes stuck in Akan, looking for answers, but she just shrugged. She is unknown what everyone was asking. The boxes were waiting with the names written by hand, and Haruki quietly winked with Karen, and offered the first to raise the lid. Inside, the ball was hidden, a smooth, still warm from summer air. The mysterious item puzzled everyone, and suddenly someone noticed a note with the smell of fresh paper. It is a new thing, but the assessment remained a mystery. The unknown was alert. The words from the note filled the opinions of Aquin. She whispered whether it was true. The guy has confusedly clarified the cause of such a reaction, because it is difficult to evaluate something when there is even a crumb of information. She has not heard this voice yet, alien, like a quote from an unfamiliar book. The note wrote how to open this ball, and what happens. A mystery, because it seems that the sender was already at risk. A toy of machine gun, alien and unpredictable. All the same, even if they try to understand the content of the alone now, it is unlikely that something will work out. But Karini from Haruki still carefully opened the envelope. Rustling paper, as if breathing. The bullet dissolved in the girl's fingers, inside. A void, and a careful look of the adventure seeker grabbed an invisible shadow that rode around. Silence broke off when her hand plunged into a ball. Someone threw. It was like a charming bag, and suddenly Karen pulled her palm out of her palm with a wave. A bracelet glittered on his wrist. The guy asked in Karen whether she knew his importance, and she only answered in confusion that she had no idea. She is convinced that he leads her Manu properly. The energy of the wave transfused through his body, spilled heat. A protective amulet has appeared for him. And now, when the turn of Haruka, he is dying in anticipation of the weapon. A mask flashed in the box. The girl whispers that she scares, and the air shrinks from the invisible fear. Cursed mask. Karen finds a note. He asks to accept this artifact instead of an apology for the disaster that has been caused once with Shagam. After a mission in Sinzyuk, there is a meeting and real apologies. Tears roll, the young man shatters. I am not a mask, I am the heir. But glad that Masatatsuga recognized him. Karen has already kept the instructions found carefully. A mask capable of hiding the appearance and making invisible, the hero threw away and ordered Akane to get rid of this rare legendary thing. The smell of a gift from the Maskud's gug rides with the wind. The girl asks to calm down and not throw such wealth. But the guy mutter, I will put on and immediately I will be able to. The hero and no idea had a terrible gift from his hands. The cold from him tickles the skin, tightens the room with a shadow and an invisible threat. Masakug thought, this guy collects powerful masks, and sent him one. But instead of gratitude on the guest's face, only cold disappointment. Akam confessed that the thoughts of him were not released, and after separation, Karen nodded silently, and the hero denied sharply. As a result, the mask got the rail, touching her palm with cold, wet wool. The claws flash in the dark. These wolves rush like a storm. In their roaring voices, the strength of the real leader is heard. After the last battle, having received a new level, the hero feels, now they can all be scared. And Karen nods, in the eyes of the consent. Step by step underground, everything seems new, as if the air is thicker, and no secret functions are flickering in the skills diagram. Everything around it seems familiar, but something unknown plays in the air, and it gives it joy. Meeting with the unknown gives lightness and excitement. The punishment was advised to warm up the girl. The voice is gentle, like a blanket on a winter night. The hearts knock louder as they rush forward, cutting the air with a cry and a shawl, just in werewolves. Ray's attacks and Karen with lightning were woven into the power of the battle. The guy felt as his own strength with each blow rose to a new stage. Acute pain pierced the chest, and through the whisper of the wind, a wolf was silently broke, closer. A quiet growl and heavy breathing squeezed the air. Ray pressed him firmly to the chest. Her breath was barely heard in silence, smelled of a tree around and whispered night. Karen abandoned and asked what happened. The guy shrugged. He did not understand himself, and the pain seemed to disappeared. He took a deep breath and moved on. In the battle, the pain again flashed inside, as if the hot coal touched the nerves. The painful pain was shot by every muscle. Karen felt it even with a look like someone feels scratches of frosty air on the skin. The guy's knees were cut into gunpowder. The weapons were splintering on the ground, and Karen rushed forward, but within a moment, the wolf was quietly side by side, hissing in night silence. Returning to the store, Akama pulled the air with the smell of dust and asked what happened. The guy wiped blood from his lips and whispered softly, he was beaten. The merchant asks to thank his comrades. Because of him they had trouble, so he seeks advice. In everyday movements, everything is fine. But during the battle, the pain squeezes sharply and suddenly. The current of the current penetrates the whole body, as if someone is pulling every nerve. It was once like an attack of ischias. The girl remembered how when he worked before the exhaustion, but now everything was removed with his hand. When punishment asks if there is a remedy, he seems to catch hope and dreams of getting him at least a drop. Akana asked if he was ready to leave the adventures behind and say goodbye to the smell of smoke and battles that were still swelling in the air. The conversation was wrapped in the fog, the meaning slipped out of the lines, and the guy caught in the air only the scraps of words. I ask, enough jokes, he says, but in response a quiet voice. It's not a joke, but true. The hero was gently questioned. Why is it all that moves her? In response, the AK seems to sigh inside. It's all because of his condition. The guy says he won't go, but the girl whispers, "And even if you stop being a man, will you stay?" The hero engulfed numbness. The sight of the sight, the sound around the verse, and even the air became thick and difficult to breathe. In the air, it smells of change. Rapid growth immediately has the price. Ordinary creatures suddenly become monsters, and this is only a side of your lift. The shock covered Karabosha, and Karen stood as if numb from surprise. With each level, the muscles became stronger, and the monsters as if they were poured from the same invisible source. A mystery that no one found the answer. This body has changed. After dozens of victories over the monsters, it is unknown what will happen next. Experiments prove that an ordinary animal becomes a monster if it is constantly fighting. Probably, in his body, there are the same changes as the animals during the experiment. Inside the buzz of anxiety, the skin remembers the touch, and the heart knocks out an alarming rhythm. In the voice of trembling, whether he really became a monster. It was barely audible in the question, as if the touch of cold had slid a room. Tears roll on Karen's cheeks, and she shakes her head, shaken and muted. No, that was not, no. The cane and advises, "It is time to retreat, otherwise you run the risk of turning into a monster." The guy asks who else has such symptoms, and she answered calmly, "Among the few these signs, most are growing rapidly as he is." In the memory of the boy broke out. Level. At the maximum. He wondered if it could be cured. Akage gently explained that there is no drug, because it is not a disease or a wound. The guy realized silently. There is no hope. In the eyes of the girl played curiosity when she returned to the boy and asked quietly about his further steps, as if she wanted to understand where to take them this day. He replied that the adventures of life would not have enough. He wants to rush forward, to hear the wind in his ears and to feel the earth under his feet. The pain is hampered by every movement, the forces leave the body, and the fear of bitter. It will become a monster capable of harming a comrade or even defenseless punishment. Akana asked if he was still beating, but the hero was silent. Only his eyes were tightened. The girl smiled at herself. She didn't think he could be so naive. She is familiar with his pain. She feels every movement of his soul and keeps a secret in her heart, which he can only open a look. On the crunchy map, her finger stopped exactly where the Kamui couple dance over hot springs. Somewhere there, in the dungeon, hot water breaks out the source. There are rumors that bathing here protects against transformation into a monster. She only thinks whether this warmth is washed away by energy or something else. He jumped up, grabbed her hand, and thanked it hot that she shared the truth. The lips whispered not to hope for anything. The warning pierced the air with a sick anxiety. The determination squeezes in the breast. It is necessary to act now, it decides, and Karen promises to go nearby, joking that herself can become a monster. The guy only shrugs. Without accelerating the levels, it is impossible. Karen noted that, how to leave it himself, he would clap for hours in hot springs. Who will take care of him? The guy was muddy and without shaking what she was about. A smile touched on her lips. If you lie down in the water a little more, then the wounds would come down faster, he said. And if not, there will be water or something else. Akane asked Karen to watch the small, but only nodded confidently. She could rely on her. They stepped up to the hot springs at dawn. The girl, hugging the hat, exclaimed enthusiastically, and the guy, leaning on the open car, smiled quietly, breathing the warm aroma of the couple. The timid smile irradiated his face when he reminded Karen of the true purpose of their arrival. And only a moment. In her eyes a understanding broke out. The girl exclaimed that she remembered everything. A 2-story building full of shadows and secrets emerged from the thick pines. Karen with a satellite was frozen at the door. Hearts fought louder than the wind in the letter. They were ready to enter. The reception rack is suitable for a couple. The air breathes with steam and a slight smell of sulfur. The girl is welcome. The administrator smiles and gently says, "Here, Kamui thermal waters are here." He asks for a single. The guy, awkward, quietly confesses that they are not. The suitcase struck the floor when the alien shadow slid into the room, and the thoughts were itching in the head. What will happen when others know about it? The palm of the hand is compressed. A decisive look. "Indifferently," said Haruki. "One must gather and move to hot springs." Near the hot spring, the pairs climbed to the sky, and before his eyes a fairy, tale landscape unfolded. Stones hugged by the forest. The guy froze on the edge, inhaling a couple, and getting ready to step into the water. On the plate near the hot spring, Karabosha read, "The water washes fatigue, treats muscle pain, returns mobility, and gives the beauty of the skin. Surprised to break into it, in the voice of distrust. The warmth of the source lured the hero during the undressing. Something whispered that the pain and tight hand can remain in the water vapor park. Let his mind, and detrimental. His heart waited for a miracle. Finally, hot water hugged the body, and Haruki sighed with relief. The skin flickered from heat, and steam chips their nose, bringing the sweet aroma of minerals. The deeper it was immersed, the generous the body and head wrapped the soft, pleasant warmth, and wanted to breathe deeper, listening to the pulsating silence. The warmth was slowly pouring inside. It was relaxed in the spring air, and looked at one point, enjoying it. The cheeks were gently blossomed from the park. A sleepy pleasure in the air stood a viscous, hot fog in the air. The air smelled of medicines. The chest pulled the pain. But thoughts focused only on one thing. Here, he had to find healing. Haruki's gaze mully on his chest. No changes. Mentally confessed to himself that he did not feel anything, and hesitates. To taste spring water or not? It seemed to him, another sip. And the action will become more powerful. And maybe it is worth a massage. A strange creature was squares nearby in the bath, spraying water and noisy cheerfully. The arms reached out to the bath, where a strange creature was spinning. Anxiety was drawn in the air. He intended to act. The creature froze, wide-open eyes flashed by anxiety, as if the cold breath of fear went through his skin. On her cheeks in Haruki, a timid smile played. Maybe. And the creature followed him with anxious, worried about it safe to leave him alone. Suddenly something flashed in the field of view. He turned away in surprise, and the girls nearby, catching this look, even forgot to breathe from surprise. The girl in yukata was surprised. In her voice trembled in her voice. She did not understand what was happening and looked around in a confusion, looking for an answer. At dinner, she asked if she tasted a newcomer of hot spring water, and he smiled quietly. It is nice when they worry about you. The girl's eyes narrowed. With irony sounds, they say. Now he will have to follow him further. Haruki sniffed, verse, agreeing. Now he will not be able to hide. Under a spoonful of noise soup, the boy sighed, and a strange creature next to the look and anxiety in his eyes caught every movement, noticing indifference in each gesture. She looked at how he was swallowing the hot broth and inhaling the couple. She was gently interested in whether his pain was relieved. With a smile, the guy replied that so, the wounds seem to have subsided and the pain recedes, it became lighter in the soul. The cheeks lit up with joy. The eyes glittered with happiness. The news of improvement filled it with warmth and sincere, sunny smile. She was delighted. She exclaimed that she was incredibly happy, and suggested not in a hurry, to cure him to the end. Haruki nodded with a warm smile, as if promising spring. The ringing laughter of the girl crumbled around, and it seemed to him the body had not yet learned to enjoy this sound, but maybe over time he will get used to. There was something of his own in his head. Chewing food, he caught himself thought. Isn't it worth the time to master the cold steel in his hands now? The newcomer and girls paid dinner side by side, sharing the joyful nyam. The aroma of fresh dishes and comfort around warmed the heart. A light smile ran on her lips. The heart rejoiced with every new step of his recovery, and she dreamed of a journey when the forces returned to him again. Subsequently, they went out to the hotel recreation area. The guests were wrapped in soft silence, heard barely pervasive laughter, the aroma of coffee and the peace of the cozy space. A bright poster suddenly jumped on the wall, and they had frozen, lifted their eyes, surprised the air between them. On the bright stand, an announcement of the campaign of destruction of the dungeon Asagikawa in Kamakotan was rocking. They are looking for desperate adventurers. An echo of the call is muted. The steps subsides at the billboard. The aroma of the glue is still fresh, but Haruka is looking for familiar symbols with her eyes. The girl explains. This may be an ad from Hunters for Monsters. It was then that the elderly man with the smell of tobacco on his clothes was slowly approaching, and quietly asked if they were also involved in the case. The man explained to the young man. The expedition to Kamui's dungeon was already reflected, but the defenders were still not enough. In the air, anxious anxiety in the air. In the night forest, it was brushed with rawness and smoke, and the old man continued to whisper. Kamui Kotan still hides the secrets. The monsters will still be drawn here, because the forest remained almost intact. He remembered that he heard local authorities promised awards for participation. Haruki thoughtfully scratching his chin, weighing this idea, and the quads froze nearby, catching every word. A light touch on the shoulder, and he turns in surprise. The girl meets his eyes, barely shakes her head, as if silently gives a sign. He looked at the noisy holiday makers, confessed to himself, too, I would like to be recalled, but immediately reminded, now the main thing is recovery. One of the men nodded with understanding. Sorry, and everything is right. When Haruki with the girl moved to the exit, the participant of the action exclaimed that he would certainly join, and a few more thanked and shone, maybe more. Haruki's ears heard a conversation about the composition of the team. The name of the Kagamitsa sounded sharply, like a metal note in silence, and in the breast, an alarm. Upon learning that the campaign participants would show on a famous blog, he did not hide the surprise. In the air was circulating anxiety, because the attention of the public appeared quite unexpectedly. I felt open blogs, a chance to become famous, only to defeat others. Then the sponsors will finally notice, and even the stars here catch a new wave of glory. The girl, catching tension in his eyes, was alert. Something in the behavior of a newcomer was disturbed, and the heart suggested, again the idea is dangerous. Determination, like a quiet storm, filled Haruki. He gave every crumb of force for recovery, seeking that preparation for the campaign had meaning, and every movement had a clear goal. While his hands were scratching among the gear, he saw an excited girl's look, and Metal tied the details of the weapon, preparing for the test. Ordinary days flew. Hot springs, rest, sleep in a tight 8. The fatigue remained, but a new relief was slowly blossoming inside. The morning filled the room with soft light. He sat in silence nearby, a creature in a bucket and a pot with a plant. A look slid behind the window, listening to the whisper of his own thoughts. The past has emerged in memory. Outbreaks of monsters, clashes, ominous threats, tragedies that clenched the body with a cold anxiety and rolled like a thunder behind his back. Squeeze palm, trembling breath, storm in the middle, and the thought is clear. Everything is well with it. The loud knock on the door cut the silence. The name escaped in the air. Harukini's shoulders broke up, and anxiety flashed on his face. There was a care on the threshold. The look is alarmed. The fingers nervously sort through the keys. The silence swells in the air. Important words are about to break from their mouths. Karen was worried about tomorrow's roundabout. She was not left with fear that he would actually go into battle. Barely holding on his feet, the hot spring gave Haruki for 2 weeks relief. The energy was swollen in motion. A confident smile was glowing on his face. He easily told how perfectly felt. Despite the confidence, Karen confesses, the anxiety does not leave the heart. It is unknown how many monsters will go, what they are rage, and even the forces of Garuki will not always protect against danger. In the silence of the warm palm lay on her head. So simple, but in this gesture gratitude and a silent understanding of everything. Returning to her in a soft voice, he recalled the Kimitsu in their team, promised caution and assured, there are always experienced warriors, so they are under reliable protection. Anxiety is quietly shaking in Karen. She already knew that Haruki would impress the world again, and with a smile asked to protect him and all of his own until he was absent. The next morning, the company gathering began. The hall was buzzing, laughter and exclamations mixed. Everyone was collecting things and sharing plans. The adventures were already breathing in the air. Some have noted that the name of Haruki on the blog of Kagamitsa is an accurate goal. The noise is guaranteed, and it was such a publicity that they were waiting after everything that happened. Paraboshi Haruki watched Kagamiku, trembling and hiding behind the trunk, threw his eye through the leaves, and the participants were only confusedly viewed without realizing whether the guy's goal was glory or the silence of the shadows. Several people recognized Haruki's surprise and whispers swept the hall, because the mysterious Mask-kun stood here in front of them, and Haruki quickly cheated in his thoughts. People were much more than he thought. Among the crowd, a surprise came. Someone exclaimed, recognizing a familiar face. Haruki, calm under the mask, attracted his eyes. A quiet hum, like a breeze between the leaves, ran around. The roar of voices, the glitter of weapons, a crowd of warriors was in front of the detach. Haruka had already drawn into this swirl, and somewhere in the air the expectation of the beginning of a large cleansing of the dungeon. Before going on the campaign, the commander urged to be careful and recalled the danger, and Haruki, shining his eyes, confidently stated that he was ready to become the first in the battle. In the depths of the forest, the malicious smoke burst between the trees. The air became heavy and intense. Something evil was approaching, threatening a sinister presence. The knight emerged from the shadow in black armor. Harsh, silent, his gaze pierced, and the figure heralded the fierce battle for everyone, even for Karaboshi Harukuki. As soon as the voices of the participants were heard, the words of support were boldly thrown out, and the air was charged with energy, and the two were cautious, and the audience had already wrapped their breath in anticipation. Kagamitsu, responsible for the order, was quietly introduced, and Becky nearby, smiling warmly, promised to count the results. In the hall were dominated by harmony and a light fuss. The hunt will take place on a Comic-Con among the forests, and the monsters will be displaced within 2 kilometers, he declared, and the participants, holding their breath, looked at the thick wall of trees ahead. Yoshi, Dora, Noko, and Wong chatted on the tops of trees and rocks, staring at the distance so that no monster would slip out. There was a spacious landscape, and the smallest rustle was heard among silence. The judges monitored not only the monsters but also the participants, all that no tricks, and each team had a level of chance. 3 simple rules were made from the owner: not to interfere with others, not to let the monsters beyond, not to be spell. For each point a simple color illustration flashed. Both the participant and the team were gained for each defeated monster. The 3 best teams had to receive awards. The expectations were already in the air. The instructor announced the start of the competition, gave the participants time until the evening, and urged to be vigilant and quickly prepare. The air even thickened from excitement. The starting whistle came. The participants rushed forward. Their hearts are pounding. The feet beat the ground. Everyone wants to break forward and prove their skill. The unusual ease filled Karaboshi's body of Haruki. The heart sang. He wanted to fly forward, and he rushed with delight. A quick step, and already breathes in the nape of a monster. A horn with a cotton rabbit. Confidently draws force from hot springs that have recently burned it inside. Finally, the sword flashed brightly in his hands. The monster fell with a formidable roar, and the first victory exploded with joy in his chest. The test finally gave his trophy. Stripping deeper between the pines, Haruki remembered how Karen and his friends acted without instructions. Each movement filled him with passion and firm confidence. Meanwhile, the girls from the team were vividly discussing a strange company of monsters in the forest, and eventually joked. Only Haruki was capable of such unexpected combinations. The girl rushed to stop the creature on which Ryo was racing, and warned, if she changes looks, people would take her as a monster and maybe shouted. A huge face with a face hidden under the mask tried to become invisible. But this deception caused only suspicion. It would not be possible to hide. The bow on the head shuddered. It seemed to her that she was moaning, and a strange creature was already moving away, smiling as if she had won. In the thicket of the forest, something unknown was shaking in the shadows. The branch crashed. The wind grinding alarmed the heart. It tensed, ready for battle. A giant bear escaped from the bushes. A salivary jet stretched out of the mouth. The girl felt a cold of fear and realized, before her, a real danger. Magic is inaccessible. The girl remembered and squeezed the ordinary staff more firmly, okay to turn him into a heavy, reliable stick. A wave of doubt clenched her breasts, but she rushed forward. A blow to the sword of the air, in every movement. The faith trembled that it was this moment that decides everything. The stick with a loud whistle fell into the skull of the monster, and the force of the impact immediately distorted the beast's muzzle, forcing him to bite and shake in pain. A powerful blow flies, and the bear does not fall. The heart of the girl gets in her chest. The surprise squeezes her breathing. She did not expect such stubbornness from the beast. Suddenly, Donaneko appeared from the crowd, gently approached the girl, and smiling, informed, "The bear was overcome. Your victory, I congratulate." The defeated beast was a regular bear, but still his heavy carcass could be handed out as a valuable trophy, and getting additional points. The participant explained, before eating a monster bear did not seem dangerous, but as soon as it ate it, the smell became unbearably monster, and that was his special wonder. The girl was advised to send the prey at the beginning of the journey to receive a reward. She nodded. Tired and despair spilled in her gaze like a shadow on the walls of the old forest. The girl lifted her head, anxious sparks in her eyes, so hoped that everything was well with Karbodanovachk. Near Haruki scratched the back of the head and exhaled lightly. Lonely near the river, in a confused look around. In the air smells of algae, heard splashes, and thoughts fall asleep with questions about what to do next. Near the Karaboshi River, with noise, the water broke, and the big fish streaming was spinning right in front of him. The surprise and the size of the beast left it without words. A familiar silhouette of the salmon monster appeared before his eyes. The air is briefly with the smell of the river, and the excitement has been shaken in his chest. Will he be able to catch him now? Imagination drew juicy steaks, warm pieces of fillets, gentle sushi aroma. And these thoughts awakened hunger and determination in the chest. Through the splashes and a hot couple, he rushed behind the monster, but suddenly from the fog he sounded a stranger, cool and powerful. Stop! A creature came out of the fog. A maiden body, a fishing head. A wet river grass was entrusted into the hair, and the voice, the ringing and pure, called, Chep, Spirit and Salmon Princess. Garuki, frozen with surprise, hearing this language. Even trembling with fear, he clung to her tail. The heart pounded, imagining the monster. She managed to crop. Just listen to the conclusions. For the first time, the monster was a mercy. This stunned Karaboshi Haruki so much that he allowed the creation to justify himself, listening to even his fragile, frightened breath. Sitting on cold rocks, the spirit in the likeness of a fish with a bitter tail, he confessed. Such a fate to be eaten. But first it should open an important. Haruki only nodded. The story will not save the fire. And the fish indignantly fled. The one who in the crown asked quietly to the Garrus whether he heard about Kamui's cliff. The Gunbid name seemed strange and alien, and he asked confusedly, swallowing the air from surprise. Far on the horizon, a steep ledge protruded there, through any obstacles, had to reach the princess, and in her voice a relentless determination was swollen. When asked by Garuki, she only shrugged and whispered mysteriously, which was the best princess. It was knocked out of the panther. But without asking further, he finally acknowledged. He, indifferently. However, the princess noted that if someone else, including Kagamizo, will go for a break, everything will become dangerous. From these words, the heart was killed in Haruki. He grabbed the idea hard. If everything happens, he will receive and scores for performance, and a piece of bread, the smell of which has already played a soul. It clearly pleased it. Suddenly, like a storm from heaven, Haruki grabbed a princess, and a wild cry of fear broke the air, as if someone had stirred up a quiet moment of her dreams. On the way to the cliff, the hero went gambling, quite openly weaving the sights from which the Russian princess trembled. The leaves rustled under his feet. He rushed in the forest, full of admiration, did not lose the pace even among the thick thickets. When he was moving forward, the thick forest seemed like a wall of branches and shadows. The roots were grabbed by his feet, and the path to the rock was increasingly lost in the green malai. Why, it was surprised, went so slowly. Overcoming a steep slope, the guy suddenly scared the Princess Salmon. Her sharp squeal flew a morning moss. The rocks were hiding under his fingers. He cleverly grabbed the ledges, not releasing the purpose of the purpose, despite the pain and scratches. In the blink of a jump from the tree, his movements were so incredible that the satellite was surprised and even anxious. Before him, not an ordinary person. The breath caught the breath. The height was impressed. And there were neither friends nor the Sam's family. Only the wind threw the dust down. They arrived just when the fish princess leaned, sleepy and pale, barely keeping afloat and whispering that he could lose consciousness every moment. When asked about the future, she, without hesitation, said confidently that she was ready to sacrifice himself to God. And in the air, there was a determination mixed with tension and trepidation. The legend came to life. It was here that the battle between the evil god of the ninth and the hero of the Samakura was cracking from their rage. And now the spirit is whispering. The elect. The elect is ready for the victim. The ritual is waiting. In the confused eyes, Kirabashi flashed as a surprise until the salmon fussed. The tails were rushing on the water, preparing for an unknown jerk. A bright flash broke the sky. The hero involuntarily lifted his head, looking anxiously at the light that spilled over the clouds, feeling the tension in his chest, as if the thunder is about to swept. In the air there is a mysterious shadow. Something falls rapidly, the wind is howling, and Karaboshi, frozen, monitors the silhouette closer to the sky. With a loud explosion, the object crashed into the ground, the air flashed from the impact, and Karaboshi rejected the wave back. He barely rested, squeezing the ground with his bare fingers. The ground with the crack broke, the cracks crashed everywhere, and Garuki bounced back, keeping his breath, not understanding what evil had just flashed under his feet. Returning, he heard every step of the hole erupted in intense silence, and cracks on the stone crawled further. The stones were pouring under his feet. The gun was over, and Karaboshi, holding his breath, saw the rock cracking, the crushed stones, the moon sowed the air. It was not believed that the mountain itself was destroyed. He was engulfed by horror. something invisible moving air in front of his eyes, his face frozen, and his heart tapped, as if he wanted to break out of his chest. A silhouette, like a ghost in the fog, emerges from the rock. The dust settles, and finally turns out. Something really giant was dozing in the stone. A huge paw with sharp claws emerged from the gap. The shadow from it lay around, as if there was fear and anxious anticipation of the awakening of an ancient enemy. The heart clenched in the chest when a scaly paw escaped from the stone wall. The horror slid on the face. Somewhere still did not believe in such a monster. A gigantic creature jumped out of the crack in the rock, a fish with a dragon's body, coldly in Haruki. The boy's breath froze. He became defenseless before her gaze. In the depths of the forest camp near the mounted monsters in the numbered sectors, the girl wrote down the data. The smell of raw earth mixed with the cool breathing of the forest, while she sat near the giant body. The girl approached the girl, asked the news, she replied, as soon as a huge trophy was brought, and a surprise and passionate exclamations appeared around. The girl, full of pride, explained that it was the Mascan unit who seized the prey, and showed a gesture at the people near the trophy, who whispered quietly and looked in her direction. Among the audience, someone remembered how the girl pulled the prey with a staff. Wet fur was rushing on the ground, and sharp eyes were watching her with interest. Such hunt would get into memory for a long time. The name of the Kekimits sounded in a conversation. One moment, and someone froze, and a girl with a notebook, smiling, noted, "Whatever Muskun did, he still amazes everyone around." In the room, two men whispered about the future of the Masakug. The first insisted, "The talent should not be hidden in the silence of the fields. It is time for him to go to the whole of thoughtful Tokyo." He assured that Hokkaido was called easy unreasonably. And if you leave the Masakug in the shadows, his talent will disappear with him, because real success awaits only in the capital. A warm handshake combined them in silent consent. In the air, attention is stressed in the air. Words will inevitably become actions. Hot cheeks, a confused look. A young man neither, spinning a handkerchief, and the girl, feeling compression in the air, lifted her eyebrows in surprise and asked what had happened. He nodded confidently, convincing everyone that everything was fine. But he was annoyed inside. Those words that were so lacked on time, baked like a heat in his chest. Having turned his eye on the situation, he anxiously noted that the masked coon is hunting for large beasts. But the rest is silently watching, in no hurry to act. The girl suddenly felt the weight of every word, agreeing, sharply turned. A feeling of anxiety struck in the air. Something invisible worried her breathing. The loud roar cut the noise of the crowd, and the sky twisted in bizarre whirlwinds. Everyone heard the heart fading away from anxiety. The signs that a new monster is rising near Kamui's rock, swept away with anxious whisper. All hearts jumped from anxiety and surprise. One of the leaders immediately began to call people, briefly throwing orders to find a liaison to react instantly to the alarming situation. In her chest, the alarm has grown, as if whispering through the noise of sudden changes. It was difficult to understand what was happening at all. While Haruki was approaching the cliff, a strange creature slipped out of a crack in the rock. The silhouette could resemble a mermaid. The hair tickled the stone, and the tail of the rustles with wet stones. A horrific creature grew in front of him. The scales shine, the claws of the sickles, the look freezes his back. In the air is sharply smelled by fear and threat. Kariboshi Haruki looked closely at a strange creature. A huge deer squeezed out of the shade, and suddenly a cold on the skin ran knowledge. It is something too familiar, like a boss dungeon, only differently. The claws of creatures with scaly skin were in the chest of Haruki, and his mask fell on the cold soil. Herbs detained the breath of surprise. The sudden throw of a giant monster. Someone's growls tears air. The warrior barely has time to bounce, the sword forward, and the cold look of the monster is already stuck in him. The monsters suddenly shook, and the alarming cold swept under the skin. Ordinary creatures did not lead themselves, so he frowned and rotely watched the miracle. Jumping back, Kariboshi saw the flames under his feet. The earth was lit, and he was surprised. He immediately bounced, feeling the flash of light only feeds on the alarming suspicions of the crazy forces of Monsvik. A barely noticeable smile was on the mouth of the hero, the monster frozen with his eyes. Kariboshi steps forward. Confidence in his eyes knocks the enemy from his feet. The warrior stared at the enemy, the lights of curiosity and excitement, nor a drop of fear. Only the heart was struggling. The eyes were decisive. The eyes were burning with the impatient expectation of a real clash. He rushed into the fight like a storm, and a creature like a giant fish was pushing directly at him. The mouth opens. With noise the flash of light erupts. Lightning is blowing. A blow to the blow poured on a scales. The flashes flew from his shell, and both shy, lightning, moved without a slowdown, as if in a crazy dance. The blow to the blow was flying from different sides. The scales glowed, smelled of fish, and the fighters acted more and more harmonious. The monster became more and more difficult to repel this offensive. Karbushi blade only slid for the target, barely leaving the trail. Grasping his teeth from annoyance, he hoped for a stronger blow, and the enemy had already turned to him, breathing hard in hot air. A sharp blow to Karibosha rejected Kariboshi back. He barely stood, squeezing his weapon, and his eyes did not break away from the enemy, whose tail threateningly twisted in the air. She rushed forward, cutting the air with confidence, and suddenly the monster flashed from his mouth. A powerful shine tore out. The power inside the creature only increased every second. The light was pouring from the mouth of the creature, as if it were preparing for a special blow. The air trembled from thick energy. Every second was silent in anticipation of the explosion. Assessing the situation, Kariboshi felt the hostile light cuts his eyes and interferes with hearing, and a long distance only enhances powerlessness, not giving the chances of an accurate blow. The fist is shrinking, and he rushes forward, rushing doubts, allowing only the will and power to lead through fear of victory. The heart beats madly. The hero rushes forward, the blade whistles in the air, and with a blatant cry he causes the strongest blow to the dark mouth of the monster. The body of the monster struck the ground on the ground, and from under the hero's feet, stones suddenly crumbled and dust poured out, so only a desperate cry broke out of the throat. The stone of Kamui began to crack and settle. The dust rose in the air. Everyone stopped. The tension hung in the air, because the ruins could absorb everyone around any moment. When the stones fell in the distance, one of the heroes noticed. A monster whose shadow had recently felt disappeared, and the team roasted whether these ruins were not related to its defeat. TSU carefully captures the meaning of words, trying to understand what is happening, and the team, when returning to it, is waiting for his choice. Where he will lead. In the dim light of Kagamitsu gave orders. He went to the destroyed rock to look for the wounded, and the team sent to the base to monitor the alarming piece. Everyone agreed in silence. The horror and confusion were overwhelmed by Haruk. He just looked around, not knowing where to go, and the fear of prickly cold squeezed his chest. Among the ruins he saw a black silhouette rising from the ashes and his heart squeezed. The holy corner died. Suddenly in front of him was a black ball. A mysterious, anxious, from which Taruk felt a sudden breath of surprise and alertness. The ball seemed to breathe a marine secret. Perhaps the wounded body of the underwater being gave birth to her, and he could not help but mention it again and again. The hand compresses the arms, the body is tense, the look is like a flash. Every muscle is preparing to take a mighty blow that flies with a storm roar. The thick black tangle struck in the chest, tightened, spreading the skin with a tart, tense foam. Feeling, something sharply plunged under the skin. The body was petrified in the center of the field, even the air around the surprise. Suddenly, a strange creature, similar to slippery fish, escaped from the body of the Carabox, leaving behind the wet mark and the alarming smell of the sea. The creature moved and hissed the punishment of Boshi. They say, the enemy did not want to be. His words were heard like a rustle of autumn leaves in silence. Paraboshi's hands grabbed a strange creature. He lifted it closer to the light, feeling trembling and hot breathing in the palm of palm, trying to understand what was happening. The creation feverishly assured Karaboshi of his innocence, drawing a completely different picture before him at first. The creature calmly explained. She was created to call the hero to meet with the Strajivsko, like a moon in silence was calling for battle. From the wreckage of darkness curled up, and Kerboshi looked silently at the warmed beast, catching every surprised excuse, which was broken through a hoarse breath. The creature thought whether the guy was a monster's servant if he so cleverly won him. Anxiety was in his eyes, and a sharp smell of fear was hung in the air. The fish died in the palms of Karaboshais, thanked him for the rescue of Kamui Kotan, and forgived everything. Blind sparks of forgiveness trembled in the water. The sunset was spilled with colors, and together they watched the soft, breathing field. The western sun touched the walls, and only then did the hero notice. The evening had already covered everything with long shadows. Suddenly the heart is brief. You need to return immediately. The steps became fast, and the wind whispered in the ears. In the evening air, Boshi's chicken finally approached the people and the old building. Around the smelling of smoke, and distant voices were sinking at dusk. The girl came closer, alertly looking at the traveler. His sudden appearance and the exhausted look embarrassed and surprised her. The girl fell asleep with questions where he disappeared for a long time, and her words were barely heard in silence, as if a light breeze touched the morning. The wonder, he learned that the competition, which he spent so much strength, ended earlier than he hoped. The fatigue rolled up with a wave, and just before the girl the young man fell, falling asleep in memory, as if the world suddenly disappeared under his feet. Something suddenly moved near the ruins. The sharp eye caught the unexpected movement, and the heart was anxious. The mask, with a frozen surprise, catches the look of a young man who has confusedly looked around, trying to squeeze. What he forgot here. Why did the steps bring here? The protagonist lay in the dust, begged to be spared, and next to the girl, despite nothing, she shared happily. You imagine, she won 3rd place in the personal championship. On the ground, in the middle of the dust, Bosch's punishment leaned forward and listened to how the girl whispers quietly that it was only a competition, a gentle voice calming his anxiety. The girl was captured by the story of the monster. She was cuddy to know more, and the traveler, still with the footsteps of the battle in her arms, told how long he persecuted and overcome the monster. Kagamitsa approached them, squeezing a mask in his palms, and asked Karaboshi if he really went to hunt for a monster. He heard a quiet in response. Yes, he went. The guy wondered if he would still be scored for the victory over the monster, and Kagamitsa answered calmly. Time was exhausted. There was no chance. Kagamitsa asked the boy about the destroyed rock of Kamui, and he confessed to a shy smile. He did not calculate his strength. Kagamitsa thanked Karabosha for the victory over the monster, noting, they say, from an experienced traveler, such a twist in waiting. Dissatisfaction with the shadow lay on the face of Kagamitsa. He warned Karaboshi, saying, the courage and recklessness of different things, so the boy should be remembered for care and acting. Kagamitsu advises the traveler to return and says, the girl was waiting for him with anxiety. Her eyes were burning with sadness. Sam, among the body of the monster, Kagamas hesitates. Now, when everything subsided, where to go and what to do next, carries the void and the smell of raw earth. In the middle of silence, with sticky bloodstains under his feet, he stood in front of the dead monster. In the air hung the smell of steel. The thoughts of the swarm were nurturing, looking for a way out. The hero stepped into the shadow of the evening, interested in the words of Kagamitsa in her eyes. The curiosity flashed. The light smell of flowers flowed from under her hair. He answered. He was ordered not to act relentlessly, and the girl, concerned about his appearance, suspected. Apparently he was bad. Silence exploded with a rustle. The moorhawk from the Carabont erupted quite close. His breath is difficult, the step ringing on the stone, as if it were challenging in the heart of the night. Moorhawk muttered to Karaboshi about his long-shaded life, hiding like a shadow under the waves. The girl watched the unusual creature in surprise and turned to Karabosha, asking for fear whether it was not a monster. The hero was confused in words, trying to explain everything, and in the meantime, she squeezed a stick in her hands. She is ready to find out the truth on her own. She did not hear excuses, slid her cold look, and began to act in spite of the plea of Karabosh. The girl stepped towards the monster. Her eyes gleamed anxiety. She needed to put everything in places and understand why this tension had emerged between them. The hot sun slid on the bulletin board. The names of the winners shone next to amazing stories. Some hunters happened to have bizarre creatures and mysterious adventures. The board appeared on the board of participants who lively mentioned strange meetings and unexpected adventures that happened just during the competition. The evening enveloped the room. Suddenly a voice came in silence. Someone called in the darkness, and the guy shuddered, as if the shade of another's presence touched his shoulder. The bright girl broke into the room, leaving behind a ringing laughter, and around someone was enthusiastically whispering about her inflammation, and every movement attracted her eyes. She was quietly explaining why she came, pretended to be ordinary, and looked at the young man, as if she wanted to protect him from all over the world. Under the dull light, the adventurer pointed to something hidden under the fabric on the floor, silently inviting it to touch, feel the cold of the subject and solve the riddle on his own. Under the fabric, a strange creature jumped, similar to the monster, breathed hard, moved proudly, and everyone felt, before them, someone is a special, real giant among their own. At the request of the girl about the origin of the creature, the guy just shrugged. From where? Unknown. The girl wondered why they did not use Becky's skills and replied, everything happened too suddenly. The woman in the hat held her palm on the fabric, breathed the smell of dust and nodded silently. The conclusion remained unchanged. The smile flashed on her mouth. He was waiting for such an answer. And the interlocutor warned. The monster in front of the extraordinary, powerful, almost level of ugly from the dark dungeon of Kamui Kotan. The woman said whether this monster really fell from anything, and pointed to the only footprint on her body, a sign that her guess was correct. The sum of the sum with the woman was discussed, whether nothing was able to overcome it, and in the end they decided, he has this power. And the feeling of relentless time hums nearby, squeezing the air. She reminded, to protect the sprout, the main thing, and if necessary, contact the headquarters. The interlocutor quietly promised to remember it, although he doubted the support at the heart, and thinking about tomorrow. Doubt in his voice, in his voice. The words slowly absorbed into the silence, as if something invisibly squeezed his heart. Karabaski slowly painted a bright meeting with a princely luce and quietly explained why he took her with him, as if he were still in the air of the echo of that moment. With a sparkling smile, the mermaid approached Mrs. Ray and confessed to her cozy among these people. The fish waved his tail like the first princess of Chap, and whispered, she got into the hands of a brave warrior. The strange flower in her hands attracted passionate glances. The petals shone, as if a tiny rainbow, and a girl, embarrassed, admired his beauty, and sincerely thanked Poseidon. In the rays of the light of Ray's face, the Queen Chepa was too reminiscent, and the guests were immediately blossoming. Not everyone was able to see the true beauty of Chepe. The Queen herself is quietly sharing her experiences. Rai wondered that the guy conceived for the day, sharply feeling the room came to life with a quiet rustle. Haruki replied that he was going to clean Kamua Cotton Dungeon. At the entrance to the dungeon, where there is always quiet at this time of year, unexpectedly a crowd of homons. Yesterday's event was still glowing in views, as if she had left a footprint in the air. The steps of the stairs thundered. The group went down, on a quiet, forgotten floor to improve the skills. None argued, all the goal united. Karaboshi, along with Karen, stopped here. The place seemed perfect. Comfort, lightweight wind, the air is full of soft silence, everything breathes convenience for their preparation. The girls sweep. The dungeon has only 10 floors, and they almost do not visit here. Too calm, there are no strong creatures. The space breathes with silence and emptiness. The screen broke out. The messenger of the evil god is defeated. The points were obtained. A new function is open for a special condition. Now 3 improvements are lazy with bright light, and the satellite listens to an explanation of the new tab in the skills panel. The characters have suggested, this new option is related to the pumping of skills. 3 new scores have already sparkled on the blackboard, but he still quit. To try, otherwise you will not know. Karen, with a glitter in her eyes, asked to distribute points to her magic power. She anticipated how his abilities would grow rapidly like sparks from fire. Before the step of the hesitation, her breath jumped. But the girl pushed. It is better to try than to regret then. Even the defeat does not hurt, and the lost 3 points she compensates with all perseverance. Caribou examined the changes, for a moment kept breathing and admitted, the result made a deep impression on him. He confessed that he always counts more losses than achievements, fear of making a squeezing breasts. Now she says, looks like a real adventure search. Karaboshi was the first to try a new feature. Karen stood nearby, but still cheered it up, and together they began to explore the skills panel, gently sliding their fingers on the screens. Listening to his condition, Haruki suddenly notices, after the score of points, the pain disappeared, and the girl near the whisper, as he feels. In the air, anxious silence swells. The body of the hero comes to life. The movements become slender, elastic. The fingers barely have time to touch the earth, every step faster than breathing. A short jerk, and the body flies forward. The legs themselves carry in a new lightness. The speed pulses in the veins. The movement becomes almost weightless. No changes in the body, but the feeling is surprised. Everything is different, as if the skin is catching new waves of air. The girl promises to return to his condition, and now focuses on her own skills. New points sparking in the skills panel, and the girl feels the power of magic is growing like a light wind in the spring. Amazing feelings spill in her body. It has become easier to control the magic. Magic no longer breaks out with pain, but obediently flows like a gentle wind. Paraboshi assures friends with a calm voice, they are not forgotten about them. It will be about to divide for everyone. The unexpected opportunity to give the points to others as if the vortex passed in Harukov. He froze for a moment, not believing that he could influence the team. In the arena, Ray confidently takes the mountain. In her movements, peace and strength, near Vesta is already breathing deeper. Her shoulders are straightened, and courage appears in the eyes. Kibroshi Haruk watched every movement. One thought as Mrs. Raya shines with light. The other caught a strange uncertainty in the air and recorded it in memory. Virtual panels flashed behind the back. The eyes grabbed the data lines. Thoughts were intertwined in lace analysis. Information about the chip broke out on the screen. Her class, abilities, a number of bright details. All this caused the hero to surprise and made his breath. The hero noticed that Chep not only shines with unearthly protection, but also the power to protect. The interest in the source of those gifts broke out in it heat. The gaze slipped on a newcomer. Details, movements, even breathing in the dark. And only after that moment did the group move on, into the depth of the Deaf Dungeon. In the hallway, the enemies dumped out of the darkness, and a little further the walls stuck thick, wet roots, smelled of dampness and old forest. The Battle of the Verse. The heroes sat down on moist grass, breathing hard, inhaling the smell of smoke and crunchy bread, which divided with each other, returning their strength under the singing of silence. The heroes were quietly talking. There are no strong enemies here, but under their feet are weaved slippery roots, clinging and pulling, forcing each step to beware. Karaboshi Haruki dreamed of a true opponent until the steps were deftly echoed in the dark, leading everyone to the deepest, suffocating level of the dungeon. Familiar home smells came to life, and everyone confessed. Let it not be delicacies, but at home the fragrant yagyatin, juicy with dimko. A real holiday after separation was waiting at home. The stairs from the roots and leaves lead forward. The heroes move through the plexus of the branches. Look into the expression. Green space breathes, smells of night dew, and silence tickles hearing. The lush branches of the tree are spread over their heads, tightly covering the entire space, as if a green dome. In the shade, a barely audible deciduous breath. The space opens. The leaves rotate in the air. The wind beats strongly in the face, and the roots under their feet crunch as if they hide something under them. The roots rise to the wall, heavy and damp. The characters suddenly feel how small among this giant world. The characters are quietly talking, in surprise to touch the fingers of the tree. Not the roots, but these branches created the mazes of the levels at which they recently wandered. A giant tree grows ahead, a powerful, like a giant, spread out branches, breathes juicy greenery and holds all space. The branch suddenly stirred, quietly stirred, and the hero involuntarily detained his gaze, feeling something invisible chatting in the shadows. According to the command of the protagonist, they are simultaneously disrupting forward. The boots are rustling on the damp grass, and the heart trembles in the chest. A test near the tree awaits them in front of them. The branches of the tree suddenly come to life, rustle in the wind, confused under their feet, as if intentionally locking the path and not allowing the hero to go on. The greener of a formidable tree rushed forward, whistling in the air, as if the predatory claws of a dull storm, and the cold wind annoyed the skin of the heroes. Boshi Haruki's punishment with a partner stepped on thick branches. Faces touched thick leaves. The path was confused in the green thicker, smelled of freshness and juice of the bark. Every movement was not easy. It turned out that the enemy was stronger than it seemed. Cold sweat on the temples, intense breath. But the team was able to pass this test to the end. Long conversations swelled in the air, and the heroes decided to return tomorrow. Now to pass the dungeon's tests outside the forces. The return plan was approved. In the silence of the evening it was dreamed of rest. The body sought rest, and thoughts were already collecting strength in the morning. In the circle of guests, between the fragrant dishes and the light gamour, the protagonist thanked for the treat, suggested everyone to try jigi sukun. And in his eyes, there was a genuine joy of expectation. He confessed for dinner how he had not tasted the lamb for a long time. Hokkaido's taste still lived in memory. Thanked the chefs warmly, and he just shrugged. They say thanks. The main thing was that the dish was succeeded. The steaming water envelops the body, pierces heat to the bones, smells of minerals in the air. This is what it lacks. It is relaxation and peace. The hero claimed that he did not feel the battle. No pain, only confidence. Now he straightened his shoulders, squeezed his fist, radiating strength and recovery. Finally, he shared plans for tomorrow. First to look at the floor, and then take up a giant tree. And surprise, like a warm breath of wind, appeared on the face of a friend. In a moment, the hero became anxious. A couple risen from the surface, and an alarming whisper came around. To be careful so that the random eyes did not be caught by surprise. Imagination drew girls in the park light of the bath, and he pleased heaven in confusion. How did he find himself here, among a couple and rustling towels, and even with such shame and confusion in his heart? Everything that happened was a coincidence. He was justified, and seeing someone's shadow in the water, stopped. Someone was there, and every movement was given in the chest. Only later did he realize that it was all the fish, in love with the rustling plowman, and sighed lightly, feeling aware of his unjustified excitement. The heart squeezed out of shame when he learned that the fish came to the source to feel his healing touch on her skin. Suddenly, he froze. He looked around anxiously. The shadow lay that someone would notice it in this form. The next morning, the thick weave of the roots met the detachment again. Garuki urged to move further. Karen, with fish and staff in her hands, felt they were ready to explore and open a new one. The branches of the giant tree hugged them when they decided for the second time to rise higher. They listened to the rustle, looking at the enemy, looking for the necessary properties and secrets of benefits. Haruti suggested to sell thick branches and roots of the masters, because the trophy of the boss remained the missing, and the team began to collect the wood. The axes of Lunko bolted into the trunks. A huge branch with a crack fell down, and Karen froze. Something unusual was visible in the shade. Haruki has already considered the wonder that looked among the roots. The steps took it to a shiny stone platform among the roots and rocks. Its smooth surface was attracted by the cold. Touching, he was looking for a secret hiding the local human creation. The smooth rectangular plate was distinguished between the tangled roots. Haruki and Karen stepped on it, feeling under the feet of the stone, and saw in it a rare artifact. Garuki noticed the perfect symmetry of the plate and a single seam, remembering similar findings in the tunnels, and Karen studied the edge. Fingers groped a smooth, cold cut. In his thoughts, a familiar image emerged. But suddenly the girl saw. The satellite's hand involuntarily slid inside a smooth surface. Fingers trembled from surprise. Haruki's brush knitted deeper into the thick, whitish mass of the artifact. And when the usual lightness disappeared, the fingers themselves pulled out the tool. Something stubbornly kept it inside. The cold ran on the skin. Both jumped sharply, noticing how a dark ant appeared at the point of touch, and the surface of the plate became silently and rapidly. Circaping and feeling the light in the palm of Haruka, they acknowledge that the artifact leaves a secret. Its mechanism is still waiting for answers and research. On the pop-up panel before the eyes of Haruk, a message shined. A giant black tree was overthrown, the first victorious conquest, and new skills are added like sparks in the dark. The message was notified. The energy of the nucleus is absorbed, and as soon as all the conditions are fulfilled, a new, still unknown option for improving the subject will appear. In front of them, like a living fire, the core of the dungeon broke out. The guy exclaimed that he was finally the core of their path. The stove was called a probable core, a source of energy that comes to life only in legends, because no one has seen its true image. In memory, Karen came to articles where the nucleus was equated with a precious stone, and Haruki only sighed. There are still no reliable observations, and still remains a guess. It seemed that the simplicity of the plate blinded the researchers, but vigilant eyes were staring at its rough surface without words, in search of a hidden meaning. The steps are echoed between the walls. The characters touch the platform, wait for miracles, but silence hangs in the air, leaving only the invisible breath of confusion. Haruka's palm touched the platform, and she suddenly came to life, shook, forcing both to shudder at surprise. The system responded only to Haruk, informed. He absorbed the energy of the dungeon. Nearby, the friend was surprised. The mechanism was silent for everyone except him. Suddenly, one thought broke out in his head. What? How is the chance to destroy all the dungeons of the world really exists? At first, the satellite did not understand anything until he explained. For some time in his window skills are burning a message. The energy of the nucleus of the dungeon is quietly flowing to him. The mouth whispers with his opinion. If he removes the last drop of force from this place, then no obstacle will hurt to fulfill the plan. The partner grabbed his hand, preventing him in a hoarse voice. Enough, a little more, and this energy will make you inside. Haruki realized that only by swallowing the power of the nucleus, you could make the dungeon dissolve in the air, as if it were not here. Pressing his back against the rustic walls, the adventure seeker whispered that he would try everything to reduce the threat, causing every sound carefully and without taking his eyes out of the little things. The easy touch of the Haruk's elbow. Step back. Karen looks at the hero, looking intently in the eyes of traces of influence of mysterious artifact. The girl thought, her contribution is small, but she will remain near, Because joint work is born only where several hearts are looking for together, and the opening calls more than one soul. When the first cracks break the silence, the Karen must flee from the dungeon without looking back, seeking to keep themselves and protect others from danger. Known calm in the chest, the Seeker stretched his palm and carefully touched the artifact. The felt heat spilled skin, as if the energy had already started its slow flow inside. The rectangular plate slowly sank to the stand. The notifications broke out on top. The energy was absorbed, and Haruki, having frozen, checked the responsiveness of his own palm. Having viewed the ratings, the adventure seeker stated that the dungeon will survive, because the released energy quietly transfused into the skills panel, not torn the walls. The girl realized the stock of the transmitted energy delayed the breakthrough, and Haruki confessed that he could absorb the charge and become a fuse, if necessary. In order to maintain a shaky balance, you will have to capture new territories. And in the imagination of the traveler already rustled alarming numbers of future pressure. The brilliant notification flashed over the interface, and the scattered pages of the conditions seemed to display a block. The accelerator of the awakening of natural talents. Arcee imagined worse. If strangers find this phenomenon, they would want to snatch it as an inexhaustible source and use the force. Soon, the interface quietly reported a new function. A gradual updating of equipment and things. As if someone gently grind the old to shine. A new tab of the option of improving objects broke out in the skills interface. This discovery captured Haruki, and his inspiration wings were caught in his chest. The panel appeared more than 3,000 points of improvement, and the first on the list for changes was a simple pebble that scratched the soul under the nose. The gaze slid from a pulsating interface to trembling shadows around. The seeker checked whether the function was working for big goals, and Karen confidently confirmed it. The new update of the list has brought a few records of the potato stone to mention the pot, and a book of Silver Wolf. The smell of paper, the rustle of the pages, the cold glare of the metal. Haruki's fingers slightly slid on the panel. The cell with the selected pebble shook, and on the screen was a query. To spend a minimum of points? He carefully agreed. In the palm of Ray felt a stranger, changed, alive, with warmth, and agreed to try it on a rough, breathing bark of a giant tree. When the updated pebbles were released again, a powerful explosive splash rolled along the bark of Wooden Titan, leaving a deep clump. The researchers froze from the unexpected triumph. Haruki decided that no shopping that would attract foreign views should remain unnoticed, barely breathing in the shade of suspicion. For a moment, the look of the seeker fell on the Karen. Her lips moved, as if something important would break, and all his attention was fascinated by her. The girl easily visited the details of the experiment, and Haruk, still confused in the resistance of her thoughts, barely collected the words for the answer. Inside him, the confusion. The desire to share the discovery fought with the fear of being under an unnecessary sight. Short internal calculation. And here more than 2,000 points went for updates. And the guy was surprised. Is it worth making so much for the sake of the experiment? The effect was ironic. In a new mask, compared to the old one, the eye almost noticed the difference. Only a quiet glare or shadow of the hint flashed in his gaze. Karen talked about the spent point. They say the mask became more reliable, and in her voice the warmth was swelling. The sadness of a friend melted for a moment like a morning fog under the sun. Finally listening to the dispute, Haruki took off his mask, focused, and tried to feel the difference between the tips of his fingers. The skin was waiting for a weak breath of change. Rhea with Cheppa was holding his breath. A dim light was flickering around the body of the seeker, weaker than the glow that went from Karen. The surprise is a strange trembling in Haruki's voice. Is this glow around Karen forever? The girl only nodded, silently confirming that the glow did not disappear. Over time, the young man realized that the mask did not change externally. Its refinement brought a significant ease of movement and increased the quality of the entire equipment. Haruki's eyes flashed, imagining how one day he could feel a real magical weapon in his hand. A sword that comes to life just like today's miracle. The block suddenly shone, like the sunrise. Bright rays jumped out of its smooth faces, and cracks swept along the ribs, and the strange hum filled the air. A complex circular circle blossomed above the stone itself. It flicked in the air like a radiant holographic sign, rotating smoothly in the light. The circle flashed, the light broke out and grew like a fire wave, forcing travelers to dive into the shadows, hiding behind the rocks. The radiant rod cut through the thickness of the stone layers, touched the naked roots of the old tree and drew the same light circle on the opposite wall. At first, rotating segments emerged from the darkness. The massive doors sprouted from the deaf wall. The stone slabs slowly diverged all the way, leaving behind a black vertical gap. By the efforts of the shoulder, the traveler pushed the door, hearing how heavy mechanisms were easily exposed, without the usual gnashing, as if the castle had long been unlocked. The hole opened a spiral course. Smooth walls with light concentric segments rose to the column, shining with deep illumination. Having passed a short route on the hull, the researchers are stepping on the mosaic floor. A quiet rustle of steps is heard, and they rise to the foot of the twisted stairs. The brother tried to understand how he was, but he, difficult to bend, only showed a nod. He still has the strength, still ready to go higher. The narrow spiral of the corridor stretched up, and the annular platforms appeared again and again. The dark gap under the stairs swallowed her gaze, as if she had a bottom. The stones fell on the next flight, but the narrow passage still remained. Carefully, sliding between the gray blocks, both overcame some of the lift and went out to a cool, open crack. After crossing the platform, the researchers stepped on the forest that noises over the dungeons. It became clear by familiar features. The trail brought them into the horizon of Kamui Kotan. The sudden rustle made an adventure-seeker strain. Just under the edge of a blown stone ridge, in a dark depression, a mysterious murmur tickled hearing. From under the thin layer of snow at the foot of the rock, a creature with fish traits was frozen silently. A familiar, as if from the depth of water, and winter air trembled around. Only the soulless body remained on the cold earth. The researcher saw it, and silence seemed to become even more thicker. Even before the movement in the air is ripe cold, a shadow was frozen nearby. Just in front of him grew a silhouette in heavy dark patches. A heavy helmet with a closed removal hidden his face, and a thin trunk ribbon at the base was eloquently emphasized the respectable rank of the owner of these weapons. Often, in the depths of underground mazes, at the call of the structure itself, invisible spiritual entities are born. Shadows whisper from darkness, as if the breathing of old stones. The fish-like creature that once sailed next to the group was also among the guards. But under the strong breath of heavenly power, she lost her former order and obedience. Once upon a time, the elder of the people gave the creature protective energy, and now it decides when and to whom to help tired travelers. In the memory of the creature, lightness floated. The transparent river carried it with a current. The water lured with freshness. Every movement was purity. The water spirit caught a signal from an armed researcher on the shore. Listened, felt. The level of the hero just answered what he needed. To fly up, listening to the call from the depths of her heart. That was what the fish felt when she understood that the meaning of her life finally touched her. Suddenly, a figure in a terrifying mask comes from the darkness. The girl scatters. The cry sounds ringing. The heart jumps up, and the air seems to be dying from this sound. He remembers how people whispered behind their backs. A weirdo, a non-fashion like a monster. Memories left a bitter taste, and a mixture of feelings in their chest. Meanwhile, the fish feels. It is easier with the girl to swim. To move in her presence is convenient. The waters are obediently discharged, nothing interferes. Thoughts circulate in her head. She catches her gaze. This girl is different. Something in her movements looks fascinating and keeping attention. In the memory of Pisces, the moment breaks, gently presses against the flower, calls her Lady Raya, and fascinated her tiny, funny brother. In memory, those fun moments come together. Laughter, jokes, warm voices, as if you wanted to feel part of this friendly circle again. When I take it, the fish still looks back, as if it pleaded to stay nearby for a moment, feeling the alarming trembling of water. On the cliffs, it lies with the wind, sadness in the chest. Soon they will have to say goodbye to those who became native, and in the air there is already a bitter separation. Somewhere in the valley emerges the shadow of the monster in black armor. The cold runs the backs of the heroes, around the right alarm around. The hearts are louder. It seems to be a magic force from him. The girl whispers quietly that it is the most dangerous meeting of all who happened before. Kairabusha Haruki notices a fixed monster and decides. It is not going to attack. The partner asks whether he nodded. The creature has not even moved. Understanding the danger, they decide to retreat. Haruki advises to wait and return when the fog of events is dispersed. In the back of Haruki's retreat, he calls a friend in a trembling voice. "We come with me." But in response, only empty silence and indifferent space. Chap suddenly fades, tilts his head and breathes air. Something in the ground alarmed. Karaboshi is amazed, calls him in the name. His eyes full of questions. Bright light erupts from under the feet, a magical circle flashes, the earth shudders, and anxiety will flow in the air. Everyone is dying, passionately passionate about. Under the armor of the enemy, magic broke out. The jet of the glowing lifted it into the air, and the air trembled from a near attack. The clawed hand shakes to the side, and the hero of the fossils from the surprise. On his face the confusion flashed, and under the lads there was a tension that was only growing. The dark armor flashed. The blow came with a lightning, the air cut with a whistle, and the wave of strength rolled so that the heart broke from danger. As soon as acute anxiety struck the interior, Karaboshi retreated, feeling everything flew out of control, and the creature on the shoulders is tense, ready for any solution. A black armor warrior torn forward with a sword. Karaboshi clung to the arms of the weapon, waited hard to strike, and his friend suddenly flew the sword up, slipping out of a possible attack. Hearing not good, the girl clicked the carbush scared. The alarm bloomed on her face. Tears shine in the corners of the eyes. Every trait screams about fear for him. Kara saw inhalation forward. The movements were caught by every intention of the enemy. The body obeyed, leaving no fear of any chance. The barely pervasive movement of the dark figure makes the hero's heart beat faster. He understands. Before him a dangerous enemy, and everything is much more threatening than it seemed at the beginning. The soldier in the brilliant armor staring forward, feeling the danger of breathing nearby. The name of the enemy remained a mystery, but it was no longer possible to underestimate him. The Dark Knight was going to a new blow, and Karaboshi, without taking his eye from the monster, squeezed his fists, understanding. He should protect both himself and his friends. The enemy rushed forward with lightning, crazy whistling. The small creature, shaking, looked wide open with eyes, clamped with a sharp cold of fear. In the darkness, the warrior watched the opponent closely. The gaze hid under the helmet. Metal lines tensed sharply, as if they were ready to break the space with its determination. The light trembling ran in the air, and each of them felt dangerous. The enemy broke out of place. Lightning rushed forward, erasing the distance to a meager moment. The warrior in the black armor rushed with lightning, swinging for a powerful blow, and Karaboshi, catching his movement, jumped back instantly, feeling in the air tension and predicting the trajectory of the fall. The satellite of the hero gathered in muscles and strongly rushed into battle. His eyes were tightly followed the enemy. The seriousness and readiness for battle were read in every movement. The blow after the blow. The enemies are circling in the dance. Everyone catches the moment and seeks to snatch the advantage. And the Karaboshi's flies, blinks in the light of the arch, rubbing from a new jump. Kaboshi met with a terrible fighter with a heavy sword. His heart was Gupalo. Each muscle tensed, covered with anxious expectation and a vigilant calculation of the enemy's strength. The next blow of a black warrior cut the side of Karaboshi. The body rose into the air and with a roar fell down, lifting a cloud of dust and stones over the wasteland. Despite the fall, Karaboshi grabbed his feet, squeezing his sword, rushed forward, sweat drained on his face. Determination, like a heat, remained in his eyes. Despair began to squeeze his chest. The attacks of the enemy became more and more fierce. Even the help of a friend did not destroy the protection of a dark warrior, and had to look for a new way to win. Karaboshi noticed that the enemy is not only strong, he slyly shakes the team, appears alien, acts carefully, thoughtfully, as if he chooses every step in intense silence. The dark warrior woke up force, and his figure increased in the very heart of energy. The space around the squeezedly shuddered, as if the air was ringing from tension and squeezing the lungs. The stick rose in the girl's hand, and Carl fell down with a deaf knock, and she, clamping his name in her lips, threw it through the noise, giving at least a moment on a breath. The girl conveyed that she was distracted by the enemy, and called the nod to Karaboshi. He came to his understanding. Time to flee. A surprise and confusion were read on his face. From the shots, as a hail, the character with the ears of the beast rejected the beast. The body shuddered, the blows were beaten, the air around the deaf roar. The hot air burned the lungs of Karaboshi. The forces left him with each other sigh, his gaze nervous, and the mind had not yet had time to comprehend how dangerous everything became dangerous. The attempt to get up is useless. The body seemed to be overwhelmed by lead. Thoughts whisper that the forces have not yet returned. Every movement is given with flower. The dark night cuts with force, a sharp blade fistula in the air, and in a moment the girl devolves back like a storm, leaving a sharp smell of iron in the air. The body hit the ground, leaving the recess in the dust. She lay on her back like a tite, and the staff escaped from her fingers and rolled away. In the crater, Among the dust and roar, the girl was faint, a fresh wound on the forehead, and the face as white as chalk. Everything around remained for her distant, fixed noise. The name of Boshi's punishment breaks from his mouth along with the cry of despair. The face is curved with fear and pain, and the darkness slowly flows inside the night, squeezing the air to the whole. When he tried to get up, his teeth shrugged, his legs trembled. Each movement was given with flour. The body was stubbornly listened to orders, as if refusing to obey the will. The sword blade flashed in the hand of a knight, standing immobile, strong and cold, like steel. A thick tension and a scent of thunderstorms hung in the air, as if the sky was preparing for a storm. The alarm was still alarmed from round. The eyes were desperate. And it was then that Karabowski was scraping, realizing that there were no a second left for reflection. The mighty blow of the knight picked Karabowski and rejected like a toy. His body flew into the fly, and the scattered earth resembled a rock after a lightning strike. The alarming voice of Karabowski cut off the silence, turning to the Vesti. But despite the tension, he did not shake. Only a barely noticeable sweat was going on his forehead, and dry dust rising with every heavy breathing. Far in the fog, the enemy captured the movement, and in a moment Vesta, tilting his head, made a shadow, attracting his eyes. The silence was torn, the deaf knocking of the steps on the damp earth. The blow of the knight exploded. The energy rushed to the tangle of plants, and the flow of light cut the field and left the shining strip in the air. The earth around shuddered from invisible power. Karabowski shouted, looking at the leaf ball moving away, his eyes filled with anxiety and impotence, and Vesta remained behind, squeezing his companion's shoulders firmly. Karabowski swallowed the air, swung on his feet. The comrade was difficult behind, and somewhere nearby the enemy burst, choking pain after the impact. The field trembled in a metal smell and anxiety. Suddenly it became clear. The enemy acted so cunningly and powerfully as if they were felt every step, and the forces of the whole team seemed a drop in the sea. Before the eyes, comrades fixed like shadows. In the chest, compression, whim and guilt. The look rushes. The heart is deaf from fatigue and pain. Karabowski squeezes the flies, hides his face in his palm, understanding. The forces are missing. The look is blurred, and at this time, the enemy cuts again. The sword whistles in the air, frightening the cold. Karabowski, gathering the last forces, lifted his fist and, as if thunder, hit him just in the iron armor of the enemy. The sound of the impact cut the air, until the moon swept the field. The fire in the chest did not give up, the look sharp, the thoughts focused on victory. He felt the taste of the struggle, and was not going to lose in any circumstances. Next to him, the creature felt as all the inside was burning. It was a radiant feeling once and once in a time. Do not give up. Fight. Karabowski rushed forward, and where he hit, exploded. Dust and wreckage sprouted in the air, as if closing the face of the fighters with a stress. After the blow, the hero was leveled, stopped sharply, and his eyes faded into the enemy. A tense face, like a mask, and a body tense to the last nerve. A new jerk waited. From the dust, the enemy rose, inhaling the hot air difficult to breathe. And the caribou did not bring his eyes, knowing. The battle was just beginning, to relax early. The voice from the depths, like whispering in the wind, captured Karabowski by surprise. The creature gave him his own desire to live. And this impression was like a wave of warmth spilled in his chest. The stroke was completely close, and only a moment rescued with pain. The body flashed anxiety, as it was necessary to move quickly, so as not to get under the devastating occasion. The steam felt. Time was floating. The heart was pouring. The thoughts were looking for a way out, to change everything, not even knowing where to start. Patterns broke out under their feet when the unfamiliar platform raised it in silence, and someone was approaching. The steps sounded confidently and carefully, as if a call in the dark. Huge circles with patterns flashed in the sky. The glow spilled around. The magical structure came to life, and the space flooded with bright light and amazing thrape of energy. Karabowski froze, as if a statue. A look slid behind the events, looking for an obvious hidden implication under the surface. The space behind the shimmering magical circle was breathing an invisible depth. He felt, it is only a tiny part of a huge secret dungeon. Once upon a time, Kamui Kotan hung a sinister god. He stepped onto the river, shadow from him frozen on the water, and the inhabitants froze. Everyone was filled with fear, because the evil was quite close. Samakor, with the sword in his hand, rises to become a shield for the Ain. Together they confront the evil. Do not allow the enemy to clamp the earth. desperately reflecting the invasion of a powerful enemy. Other spirits joined him. Their energy circled in the air. Together they accelerated the shadows and protected the sun and the warmth of Kamui Kotan. Since then, the Ain began to carry the best gifts. Fragrant rice, fresh fish, warm smoke, thanked for peace, asked for protection, and the wind carried their prayers through the forest. Karaboshi came. The spirit, called the Princess Luce, executes the assignment of the deity, and the current battle only a small fragment of a greater mystery. The memory moved the memory. When the gods broke the silence of the sky with a battle, fear escaped from the earth. And here, in front of them, there is an ugly creature. A servant of the darkness of ancient times, which carried only evil. The fiery sparks jumped from the ritual fire when the hero sacrificed the fish. The scales smelled of lake, and the water was crazy. A large fish died out of the depth, celebrating the beginning of the test. Darkness hisses around. The knight squeezes the sword, thinking, does this enemy breathe the breath of the evil god? Whose shadow will they be about to meet on the way? With his breathing broken, the hero looks in the eye of creating and squeezing his fists, whispers through pain. I want to live, not ready to disappear and still reach for the light. Give the battle. Give warmth. Squeezing his fists, the hero gained his spirit and smiled. Now he will become like a self-assembly, ready for a battle, poured by faith, determination, and thrilling desire to victory. A moment when the hero's hand stretches forward. The look sharp. The back is intense. The breath subsides in the air. Everything fades around to witness his step and change of fate. Under the stone vaults, the dampness stuck to the leather, and the hero squeezed his fists, reminding himself of the traps ahead, though he looked confident and remained in front of the battle inside. In the next frame, the hero rushed forward, and the creaking of the swords and the roar of steps filled the air with the battle against an unknown enemy in the black armor, which took a blow from several sides. The blow suddenly burned his back, the chest briefly in the chest, but the protagonist clasped his teeth and forced himself not to give a single moan. The hero rejected the air. The earth under his feet responded with blunt pain, and the enemy calmly, like a predator, watched. The power of the blow shouted about inequality, and inside the desire to get up and fight further. The dark knight looked straight into the eyes. The body was wooden, not listened to, and the tension looked at a sharp breath of danger. The hero suddenly felt lonely and defenseless. Suddenly, a flame broke out in his chest. The defeat of him is a stranger, and he lifted his inner voice to fight, not giving fear or fatigue to take the mountain. The characteristics interface flashes on the screen. Enthusiastically flashes agility. In the air, there is a tension, as if new forces are being opened before the decisive jerk of the battle. The enemy struck a powerful blow. The ground under the feet of the darkness, the explosion of dust burning breath, and the tension between the enemies squeezed the air stronger. The trembling hands of the allies hugged the hero. One of them asked excitedly whether he was in order, because despite the devastating blow, he still stood. The beast focusedly focused. The look, as if a spark in a storm without any trembling, is ready to rush forward into the heart of danger. In the alarming air, the hero notices a crack on the body of the ally, sounds in the name, and excitement in his voice spreads like a shadow on a wall. A crack appeared on the surface in you. The creature broke out, but the hero nodded calmly, agreeing to move on. He stood up, commanded, and first confidently met the look of a dark knight. The hero rushed towards the enemy. In the movements of his determination, behind him the avalanche rushed, squeezing weapons, ready for the next crazy assault in this dangerous battle. The blades were faced with a thunderous explosion. Sparks and energy whirlwinds were circulating in the air, reminiscent of the grandeur of this frantic battle. The view of the hero caught every movement of the enemy, and he lowered the weapon from the scope. The earth poured air, flying clubs of dust and small stones. The knight in the black lats was quietly frozen. The armor glowed without any scratches, emphasizing its adamant advantage. Fear squeezed the chest. The blows were ringing into the void. The enemy glanced at the enemy, and with every vain attempt the voltage in the air became thicker, as if before a thunderstorm. The ally tried to act, and the blow rejected him back. The air was filled with tension. Everything became critical. There was no time for thought. The wounded creature cracked even more, the scratches sparkle, and the hero is in a whisper pleading, "Just do nothing dangerous. Just calm down." The enemy rolled closer, and the ally, although wounded, rushed forward, leaving dust and faith. In his movements felt desperate devotion to the team. No blow was fetus. The hero squeezed his fists, stared into the eyes of the enemy, searched for a crack in the armor, sought to change the course of battle. The enemies of the enemies twisted. The first living reaction. The hero with a flower creature caught this moment. The air smelled of hope. They have come to a chance to repel. The plan came. One beats the enemy's head, the other, on the core, to squeeze the defense from different sides and knock down the pace of the opponent. The plan is like music inside, and Ellie Hero Lightning rushes forward. The movements are clear, and the blow breaks a piece of someone else's weapons or armor. Even air seems to rush from power. The whistle of the scream, and the enemy gets a powerful blow to the shoulder. The fragments of the armor fly out. The stress in the air, the feeling that the victory is shaken and about the other side. Suddenly, the enemy increasingly turned his gaze on Rei. His attention danced after her movements, and it became clear. Their deception worked. The moment came for a decisive blow. The hero exclaimed Rhea that she would hit the enemy on his head with all his strength. In this decisive moment of her heart fought for a shame, everyone gave the last forces, as if the air had thickened from tension. Rei was rapidly approaching, beating where the enemy's armor gleamed and crackled, and the tension of the battle grew with every blow. The sudden blow in the helmet was a deaf bell in the air. The enemy shakes, losing balance for the first time, as if the earth under his feet had fallen. The hero distracts the enemy with lightning, and Rei fell asleep, not giving him a rest. Every movement is harmonious, accurate, as if they were their last chance to win. They rushed into the battle together, and although the hero first doubted the victory, now felt their bold tactics hit the target. The fire of hope was already sparkling in the heart. The enemy bounced back, acute pain pierced the body. The forces melted. It meant the characters still made their way through his defense. At a decisive moment, the knight rushed at the girl in fur. The darkness fell with a roar and cold. The blow was strong. A deadly threat looked over her. The hero froze from horror when the bloody fragment broke up. In the air it smelled an inevitable trouble for the one who competed on the battlefield. The girl in the fur coat, forgetting the recent danger, rapidly rushed to the attack. Even the allies, holding their breath, looked with surprise at her unexpected power and determination. The hero watched with anxiety as the girl answered sharply, not understanding where she was still in the strength after everything that happened to her. The girl's face was burning a fire of stubbornness and strength. Even through scratches and fatigue, she clenched her lips, not allowing herself to shudder next to the enemy and friends. Consciousness faded for a moment. Thoughts dissolved in the fog, and reality appeared, then melted, flashed. The earth struck the rib, burned in the chest. The pain was blinded. The hum in his ears was rubbed with the borders between shouts and his own thoughts. Everything around was blurred and sinking in a cloudy fog. Unbroken, like a shadow, she lay. Fingers were shaking in dust. Every movement was given a sharp pain. The body was crumbled on the debris. An unfamiliar noise pulled a girl out of the fog. The look is still floating in the void, but consciousness is gradually erupting, like light through the night. Events are not allowed to remain in the dark. Fastly rushing on the offensive, the hero with a high weapon rifled forward to protect his friends and bow the course of the battle to his side. The girl's eyes expanded with surprise, as if an important mention broke out or suddenly clear the essence of what was happening, and the breath stopped. The acute scream broke the air. In the attacker she recognized the Karboshi, the hero, and her face flared up with hope. Her hand involuntarily reached for him, eagerly grabbing a chance for salvation. The earth was coldly touched the body when she clenched her head with her hands, looking at the palm of her hand, black from the soot and traces of battle. The palms shuddered in despair. The breath was torn unevenly. The eyes were not subject to understanding of horror. How did it stay alive after all? Looking back, she felt in surprise. A strong blow left traces on the skin, not brought bitter trouble, and her shoulders with a light wave enveloped. The light touch of the wrist bracelet made the girl look at him and guess. Did he protect her? It seemed to be the only explanation of what happened. Far in the fog, the knight was pushing forward. The sinister glitter of weapons was frightened, but in the curves of metal, a strange, long-known feature. Swing in vain. Nothing changes, and the frustration of the cold wave wraps, forcing you to doubt its power. The hands are powerless to dust. The ability to melt like smoke, no movement saves, but in the soul, empty and painful from this helplessness. But suddenly it was ill with the idea that there was a way out. She opened her eyes. The memory flashed brightly and unexpectedly. Memories flashed, barely palpable, like a touch of wind. The mentor explained. She should be controlled from afar, without haste, with cold accuracy and immobility. The last word of mentors was in memory. It was she who had to control the events. That's what her true power was, and only she kept the threads under control. The excitement throbs in the breast, but the girl forcefully gings the breath and learns to see through the noise. Only a clear head will help you choose the right one. The enemy still frightened like a thunder in silence, but friends had already come together. The beasts were breathing hard, the petals trembled. Everyone was waiting hard when a moment would come for a decisive step. With a whistle in his ears, the guy with the animals rushed forward without thinking to seem. In his chest, he intended to distract the enemy and give a chance to the partner. The resistance of Karabosh stretched stubbornly, and the girl, feeling a new wave of courage, was strongly squeezed with staff. The heart was killed faster. She was ready for battle. The pain tightened muscles. The fatigue pulled to the ground, but it rose, resting on the weapon, trembling but unbreakable, balancing on the verge of strength. In her chest, the heart was crazy. She rushed straight into the battlefield. Sweat with salty drops flowed on his cheeks, but stubborn determination pulled her forward, as if the wings were maintained every step. Magic is powerless against enemy armor. This revelation ripened it when it touched her bracelet, and realized protection is based not only on the enchantments, but also on the very essence of things. The awareness came suddenly. The guilty is not the spell, but the approach. She dramatically changed tactics, laying on her muscles, and spread out magic, like a fog with her hands. The solution became solid. Every step was sprung, and here she beats with all his strength, not waiting for a miracle, only feeling the heart rings from tension. The stick takes off. It rushes forward. Every movement is clear, bold, as if thunder in response to the enemy. The tension was buzzing in the air. A friend froze over a fallen enemy. A strange detail fell out of his armor. Victory cost pain and effort, but kept everyone in captivity. Karaboshi's worried look slid to the girl. Is everything okay with her? Immediately the enemy shifted. In the air he was squeezed from the tension. The warriors stopped intensely, watching each of his movement. The girl gathered his will in a fist, and a stick with a deft blow struck the ground. Caribou was holding her breath, struck by her courage. She sought to put an end to this battle. The blow was accurate and strong. Karaboshi admitted it thought with surprise watching it straightens. Like a shadow that suddenly finds a shape. Karen suddenly lost his balance and fell. Bosch's Kara broke out of his place, anxiety ring in his eyes, and her desperate recoil and the trace of victory was left doubt.